Chapter 207. Xiaonan. Looking at the person coming, Lin Mo narrowed his eyes slightly. This is a real rich woman. Unlike Konoha village, Konan alone possesses unimaginable wealth. Although the Rain village is not prosperous, its wealthy residents and ninjas are far less than those of other big countries. But with Konan alone, she is enough to bring the economy of Rain village to the level of crushing other large ninja villages. When Lin Mo squinted his eyes and looked at Xiaonan. Xiaonan also frowned as he looked at Lin Mo and the building in front of him. Is this the architecture that Pain was talking about? But why would an ordinary person come out? Lin Mo had no aura at all in front of her, and she couldn't sense any chakra at all. This means that the other person is just an ordinary person. But how can an ordinary person make a building appear out of thin air? Although she did not see this scene, she was willing to believe what Pain said. Who are you? Thinking of what Pain said in the building in front of him, Xiaonan stared at Lin Mo for a while, was silent for a while, and slowly said, "Do you know me?" The reason why she asked this was because she could see from Lin Mo's eyes that Lin Mo knew her. Konan, one of the founding members of Akatsuki. Lin Mo smiled faintly and said, "Come in first." Having said that, Lin Mo turned around and walked into the jar shop, motioning Xiaonan to come in. Now that Xiaonan is here, he doesn't have to worry about selling the jars. In addition, he could also ask Konan directly about the Rain village. Hearing Lin Mo's words and watching Lin Mo casually walk into the house, Xiaonan frowned slightly and did not follow him in immediately. But after thinking about it and considering his own strength, Xiaonan also walked into the store. She wanted to see what else this person knew. What Lin Mo just said, apart from her name, there was no other useful information. The information about their Akatsuki organization has already appeared on the desks of major countries and ninja villages. As soon as he walked in, Xiaonan found that this store was very ordinary. There was nothing else except the jars on the counter. But the next second, Xiaonan's attention was attracted by the pea shooter on the counter. For a moment, Xiaonan narrowed his eyes. What is this? A living thing? When Xiaonan thought so. Upstairs. Tian, who had already gotten up, scratched his head in confusion and looked at the two quilts in front of him. It's strange, why are there two quilts? Could it be that Lin Mo's sleeping posture is terrible? Otherwise, why would there be a quilt? Ten muttered to himself as he looked at the empty bed. There was no quilt on the bed. Then, Tian got up quickly, packed up, and went downstairs. After all, in Tian's opinion, he would appear in a new ninja village today, but he didn't know which ninja village it was. When I went downstairs that day, I met Xiaonan and Lin Mo. When he saw Xiaonan, his face was suddenly filled with surprise. It's a strange older sister. She comes to open the jar right away. Subconsciously looking outside, Tian saw that it was not only raining, but the buildings were also very messy. Tian looked at Lin Mo in astonishment. Lin Mo, which ninja village is this? It's too shabby. Although he didn't go out, Tian discovered it just by looking outside from inside. The environment of this ninja village is very bad. Rain Ninja Village. Seeing Tian coming down, Lin Mo smiled faintly and spoke. Ten looked suspicious after hearing this. Ramen village. It was the first time she heard of this ninja village. At this time, Xiaonan looked at Tian and fell into deep thought. There is actually a child. They don't look like father and daughter. Instead, they are more like brother and sister. Okay, let me explain briefly, my shop sells jars. The next second, Lin Mo looked at Xiaonan and said directly, one jar is worth 100,000 taels of silver, the jar contains anything you want, whether it is ninjutsu, bloodline limit, or chakra, something that can help you fulfill your wish. You can understand that I am a traveling shop owner, every once in a while, I will show up in a ninja village with my shop. It could be your Rain village, or it could be the Hidden Mist village. You were able to come so quickly because of Pain, right? As far as I know, there is the Rain Tiger Freedom technique in the Rain village, can this thing detect all buildings? Following Lin Mo, Xiaonan's eyelids twitched wildly and his brows became more and more furrowed. This guy, not only knows a lot of information, but also sells things called jars. Subconsciously, Xiaonan looked at the jars on the counter. Can this thing perform ninjutsu? Isn't this just another kind of gambling? She saw through the nature of this so-called jar at a glance. You said, can this jar open a blood limit? The next second, Xiaonan narrowed his eyes and looked at Lin Mo, any bloodline limit is okay. She knew very well that bloodline limits could be transplanted. Since this person is selling the so-called jar, the things inside must have been put in by this person. How can an ordinary person obtain something like a bloodline limit? Even the transplant cannot be done. Yes, there are all kinds of bloodline limits. Lin Mo smiled faintly and said, whether it's your paper escape, or Pain Samsara Eye, or the Sharingan in the ninja world, they can all be opened in the jar. After it opens, you only need to reach out and touch it, and it will merge into your body. No matter how much you say, if you don't have a jar, you may not have any impression of it, so I suggest you spend money to open a jar and experience it, then you will know how magical the jar is. After all, 100,000 taels is not much money to you, right? You're right. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Xiaonan nodded slightly and said, 100,000 taels is nothing to me, but for a wandering ninja, it is also a big sum, it is enough to drive a wandering ninja crazy. But since you said so, I'll give it a try. After all, to me, it's only about 100,000 taels. If this person deceives you, it is not impossible for you to take it back. And she was also curious about the jar. When communicating with Lin Mo, she didn't think that Lin Mo would deceive her. Thinking of this, Xiaonan took out a paper tube from his sleeve. There was a lot of money inside. As Lin Mo took it and weighed it, he realized that it was exactly 100,000 taels. For a moment, Lin Mo nodded, you choose. While signaling Xiaonan to choose a jar, Lin Mo was amazed at the magic of paper escape. This thing is really convenient. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Xiaonan looked at the jars on the counter and picked out one. Before Xiaonan could control the jar with paper, Lin Mo waved his hand and the jar flew out and landed steadily in front of Xiaonan. Seeing this scene, Xiaonan narrowed his eyes and looked at Lin Mo deeply. This guy is not an ordinary person. I made a mistake. This move alone broke her perception that Lin Mo was an ordinary person. Xiaonan looked at the ordinary jar in front of him and reached out to knock on it. When the white jade-like fingers tapped on the jar immediately made a clear, click sound. The jar cracked instantly and then shattered, and a ball of blue light fell out. Looking at the blue light ball appearing in front of him, Xiaonan narrowed his eyes. What is this? Chakra light ball. Tian looked at what Xiaonan had opened, his eyes slightly narrowed, and he made a guess in a low voice. She was curious about who this older sister was. He actually took out 100,000 taels to open the jar without saying a word. Chakra, a ball of light. Although Tiantian's voice was soft, Xiaonan could still hear it and frowned slightly for a moment. What the hell is this? That sounds weird. Changes in the nature of fire chakra. A ball of light that represents the changes in the nature of fire chakra. After fusion, it can control the changes in the nature of fire chakra. At this time, Lin Mo looked at this thing and raised his eyebrows. It turned out to be a change in the nature of chakra, and it was of fire attribute. Feeling comfortable now. The nature of my chakra is of wind attribute. I got it from Hinata when she opened the can. Now that Konan has transformed her chakra into a fire-attributed one, she can completely integrate it and use wind and fire to perform fusion ninjutsu. Lin Mo immediately said, this is the change in the nature of the fire-attributed chakra. Once you touch it, you can fuse it. From now on, you can master the change in the nature of the fire-attributed chakra, you can develop and practice fire-attributed ninjutsu. You will know it when you fuse it. The nature of the fire-attributed chakra changes. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Xiaonan's eyes suddenly twitched. She understood what Lin Mo said, but it sounded like a fairy tale. You know, the chakra attributes she controls include wind, earth, and water. Plus the bloodline limit, paper escape. She couldn't master the changes in the nature of fire attribute chakra. Now, this young man actually said that as long as he touched this, he would be able to control the changes in the properties of the fire attributed chakra. This kind of change in the nature of chakra requires the development of chakra with fire attribute from the chakra. Then you can master the deeper changes in the properties of fire attribute chakra, so as to perform more advanced fire escape ninjutsu. Thoughts flashed through my mind one after another. Xiaonan didn't hesitate at all and stretched out his hand to try to merge. No matter what, you have to try it yourself. She also didn't think it would hurt her. Thinking of this, Xiaonan's fingers gently touched the blue light ball. Instantly, a stream of hot energy rushed into her body. Xiaonan only felt an unprecedented burning sensation flowing through her chakra meridians, as if countless tiny sparks exploded in her body, emitting scorching temperature. For a moment, Xiaonan's breathing became rapid. He frowned slightly, closed his eyes, and concentrated on feeling the sudden influx of blue light. This energy is not like ordinary chakra. Its existence seemed extremely special, as if it carried an endless will of fire, gradually taking root in her meridians. Is this really a change in the nature of fire chakra? Konan was secretly shocked, feeling this strange and hot chakra flowing through his body. She never thought that one day she would be able to master powers beyond the innate chakra properties. Before, she believed that the properties of chakra were innate and could not be changed. But now, the ball of light in front of her seemed to break her inherent cognition. Although she had heard before that the properties of chakra were not innate, and that certain properties could be developed through acquired practice. But that's too difficult. It's better to be born with it from the beginning. It is easier and less stressful to develop what comes naturally. This is also the reason why, when she reached her point and wanted to improve her strength, she did not develop the fire-attributed chakra properties. Because it cannot be developed. For her, it was very tedious and required a lot of energy to master the changes in the properties of chakra. The 3 chakra nature changes of wind, water and earth, as well as the bloodline limit, are enough for her to use. But now, she just skipped the difficult development process and mastered the property changes of fire attribute chakra. Feeling that the hot chakra in her body had finally stabilized, Conan's consciousness began to understand the changes in the properties of the fire attribute chakra. It seemed as if in an instant, she had a deep perception of the changes in the nature of the fire attribute chakra. The way she controlled and used chakra to transform it into fire seemed to blend perfectly with her body. He subconsciously stretched out his palm and gathered the chakra in his body. With a puff sound, a small flame leaped out from her fingertips. Although faint, it is extremely real. The temperature of the flame, the burning feeling, and the strong flow of fire attribute chakra all shocked Xiaonan. Really? Have you mastered it? Xiaonan stared at the dancing flames on his fingertips, with a hint of disbelief in his voice. This was an incredible miracle for her. Her chakra attributes did not originally include fire attribute. She never thought she could have such power. But now, all this has changed in just a few moments. She truly mastered the changes in fire attribute chakra, and felt that this power had become a part of her body that she could mobilize at will. This only cost 100,000 taels. Many thoughts flashed through Xiaonan's mind in an instant. She realized that this power of changing chakra properties would bring unprecedented changes to her fighting style. Her paper jutsu, wind jutsu, and water jutsu can all be combined with fire attribute chakra to a certain extent to form more complex and varied means of attack. It's totally made up. Xiaonan murmured softly, his eyes deep and complex, with an indescribable shock. She couldn't imagine what could have caused such a mysterious chakra property to be injected directly into her body, as if changing her talents and nature. All of this only cost 100,000 taels. Not to mention 100,000 taels, even 1 million taels or 10 million taels would drive a ninja crazy. The most important thing is ordinary people. Ordinary people can easily acquire this talent through money. The ninja's talent is completely useless in front of this jar. Who is this guy? Why is such a magical jar being sold? Xiaonan's expression gradually became solemn as he stared at Lin Mo. How is it? How do you feel? Now you should understand the value of this ball of light. After hearing Lin Mo's words, Xiaonan did not respond immediately. He just slowly retracted the flame from his fingertips and looked at Lin Mo deeply. A complex emotion flashed in his eyes. She knew that the guy in front of her was far from as simple as he seemed. And these mysterious jars he sells later can really change the fate of the ninja. It's indeed amazing. After a long silence, Xiaonan slowly said, it can completely change the fate of ordinary people, even ninjas. But I am very curious, what exactly do you want? The value of the things he had opened alone was far more than 100,000 taels. For ordinary people, 100,000 taels is an astronomical figure. But for a businessman, 100,000 taels is nothing. The contents of these jars are completely beyond their value, so why would this person sell them? Wouldn't it be better to keep it for yourself? That's not what you should be thinking about. Hearing Xiaonan's words, Lin Mo smiled faintly and said, you are not the first person to open a can. Before you, many people came to my shop to buy cans. They were also very curious and had the same problem as you. But many of them didn't ask. After all they have to do is pay, open the jar, get the good stuff, and I'm responsible for selling the jar. It's that simple. After hearing Lin Mo's words, Xiaonan's expression gradually became serious. I wasn't the first person to open the jar. How many people opened the can before you? This person said before that he would appear in a ninja village with a shop every once in a while. Before the Rain Village, there were other ninja villages. Thinking of this, Xiaonan suddenly felt his scalp tingling. In the ninja world, when did this kind of store appear? It's not like the Akatsuki organization is without intelligence, so why haven't we found out anything? Given the magic of this jar, no matter how deep it is hidden, it is impossible for someone not to leak it. Can I ask, Rain Village is the first ninja village that appears in your store? Xiaonan looked at Lin Mo and whispered, have many people come to you to open jars? The second. Hearing Xiaonan's words, Lin Mo smiled faintly and said, "You are right." Hearing this, Xiaonan remained silent. If this is the case, then there will be changes in their original plan. You can still open 9 more jars, you can open them now while you have time. When Xiaonan was silent, Lin Mo smiled faintly and said slowly, "If you are lucky, it is not impossible to open the tailed beast." Tailed beast? Hearing this, Xiaonan's expression changed. The tailed beasts are so huge. That kind of thing could also appear in this jar. Is this the person who captured all the tailed beasts and locked them in this jar? Chapter 208. Lin Mo looked at the surprise on Xiaonan's face and smiled faintly. Whether it's 1 or 9-tailed, you can open it, even if you are the 9-tailed Jinchuriki and the 9-tailed is sealed in your body, it doesn't prevent you from opening the jar and getting the 9-tailed. What's in the ninja world is not important in this jar. You can even prescribe something that can resurrect the dead, something that can give people eternal life. Hearing this, Xiaonan's heart was immediately filled with turmoil. Resurrect the dead? Give people eternal life? This jar can do that? Thinking about what I had just obtained from opening the jar, it was indeed integrated instantly as soon as I stretched out my hand. This alone is something I have never heard of before. Without any hesitation, Xiaonan said decisively, "I'll buy all the jars in your store." Even if the shop owner was exaggerating, the things he just opened were already extraordinary. It is entirely possible to breed ninjas in large quantities with ease. Allow ninja to change their fate. Now seeing the jars on the counter, Xiaonan decided to buy them all. Even though there seemed to be hundreds of jars on the counter, she didn't care. "Hey, Lin Mo, the cans here are limited in purchase." Hearing what Xiaonan said, Tian chuckled and said, "No matter who buys jars from Lin Mo, they can only buy 10 a day, if you want to buy more, you can only wait until next week." Although Tian was laughing, he was still extremely shocked. What is the identity of this woman? After opening 1 can, he actually wanted to buy all the cans without saying a word. Even if 1 jar is worth 100,000 taels, then hundreds of them would be worth tens of millions. Are you going to take it out right now? Is this woman so rich? Tian looked at Xiaonan with suspicion. No way. Can anyone who comes to open a jar be a rich person? Purchase limit. Hearing Tian's words, Xiaonan frowned and looked at Lin Mo in confusion. Is there a purchase limit on this jar? Since it has been sold, why is there a purchase limit? She didn't understand. Thoughts one after another popped into my mind. But the next second, Xiaonan thought of what Lin Mo had just said not long ago. Not many people would ask directly. Because it does make sense to ask. Call. With a sigh of relief, Xiaonan said softly, "In that case, give me 9 jars." While speaking, Xiaonan took out a large paper tube from his sleeve. Lin Mo. Seeing Xiaonan casually take this thing out of his sleeve, Lin Mo's eyelids twitched. So, are all the funds of Akatsuki carried by Conan? As soon as Tian finished speaking, this person took out a paper tube. Lin Mo took it and scanned it. There was exactly the same amount of money in it, neither more nor less, which made Lin Mo even more silent. This means that when Xiaonan made these paper tubes before, he placed the corresponding money inside them. Lin Modwa glanced at Xiaonan's cuffs and nodded gently, "Choose." Hearing this, Xiaonan did not hesitate at all and quickly selected 9 jars. One of them is even the exquisite jar at the top. That's a fine jar. Lin Mo shook his head and mentioned the exquisite jar, which made Xiaonan frown slightly. Are jars divided into different grades? But she didn't say anything, just nodded and picked a new jar. In the end, 9 jars fell silently in front of Xiaonan. Xiaonan took a look and simply smashed the first one. Boom! A jar broke and a ball of blue light fell down. Xiaonan's heart was moved when he saw this. Another change in the nature of chakra. The chakra ball of an ordinary genin. After taking a look, Lin Mo spoke, surprising Xiaonan. Isn't it a change in the nature of chakra? While thinking, Xiaonan stretched out his hand to touch it, and in just a moment, the blue light ball poured into his body. Chakra has really increased. Feeling the small amount of chakra added to his body and the slight expansion of his meridians, Xiaonan took a deep breath. Is this what is called a chakra light ball? Not only can he gain chakra out of thin air, but he can also change the meridians in his body. If this is combined with the changes in the nature of the chakra that were discovered previously, a ninja can be easily created. The cost is only 200,000 taels. Even with Nagato's ability of the Rinnegan, the chakra absorbed could not be accumulated in his body, filling his body with chakra and expanding his meridians. Now, a jar can do just that. Sure enough, any ninja who opens the jar will be surprised. Seeing the disbelief in Xiaonan's eyes, Tian sighed again and again. No matter which ninja opens the jar and finds something like this, he will be so shocked that he will be speechless. After all, it is really incredible that improving strength is so easy. When Xiaonan heard what Tian said, he calmed down and continued to crack the second jar. Bang! The second jar broke, and a detonating talisman that Xiaonan was familiar with fell down. A waterproof detonating charm. After taking a look, Lin Mo said, "It's twice as powerful as an ordinary detonating talisman." Hearing this, Xiaonan glanced at the remaining jars and tapped them 3 times with his fingers. Bang bang bang. 3 jars broke one after another, and green beans, a golden sword, and a cup fell down. Magic beans, low-level magic beans from an unknown world. Planted in the soil, they only need a little water to grow into towering trees that people can climb up. They are most suitable for use in emergencies such as fires. Golden sword. This golden sword comes from a certain Juku island. It is extremely sharp and is the best quality sword. It is very durable and can easily cut rocks. Graduated cup. This is a graduated measuring cup from an unknown world. If you want to drink as much water as possible, you can just turn it upside down according to the number on it, and you can clearly judge how much water you have drunk. Looking at the 3 things that Xiao Nankai brought out in succession, Lin Mo narrowed his eyes. His attention was attracted by the Ascension magic beans. The last 2 are not that good, but this magic bean is quite interesting. As far as he knew about magic beans, this one could grow all the way to the sky. Then people can use the magic beans to climb all the way to the sky. Lin Mo nodded and told Tian about the magic bean. Tian was shocked. A magic bean that can grow into a towering tree? What a strange thing this is. As for the other 2, they are the measuring cup and the golden sword. Lin Mo briefly talked about the remaining 2 things, causing Xiaonan to narrow his eyes. His eyes finally fell on the Ascension magic bean. This thing sounds incredible. Is it more powerful than wood release? But once it's planted, it can't be changed back. Lin Mo spoke slowly, and Xiaonan seemed to be thinking about something. Then, he picked up the magic bean and walked out. Lin Mo. Day by day. Looking at Xiaonan who walked out directly, Lin Mo and Tian looked strange. Is this what we need to use? Xiaonan had already walked out of the jar shop and looked down at the magic beans in his hand. The rain slid down her fingertips and dripped onto the ground. There was a hint of hesitation in his eyes, but it was immediately replaced by determination. Since this magic bean has such a miraculous effect, she naturally wants to verify it with her own eyes. Then Conan bent down and buried the magic bean directly into the damp soil of the rain village. Fine rain immediately poured down on the magic beans, and the soil absorbed the water, becoming even more moist. Almost at the moment the beans fell into the soil, the magic beans seemed to be activated, flashing a faint green light. OM. The earth suddenly shook, as if something was rapidly breaking out of the ground. Suddenly, a green vine suddenly shot up from the soil and spread rapidly like a giant dragon emerging from the ground. Crash! The vines began to grow in a winding manner at a speed that was too fast to keep up with, and in the blink of an eye they climbed to a height of dozens of meters. The thick vines are intertwined with each other, like countless giant green snakes, extending and spreading in all directions. This speed. Seeing this scene, Xiaonan's eyelids twitched and he was extremely shocked. Under the gazes of Lin Mo, Tian, and Xiaonan. The vine went all the way up, constantly breaking through the rain curtain, as if it was going to tear the sky apart, and headed straight for the clouds. Countless small leaves grew rapidly on the vines, like a huge green net curtain covering the sky above the rain village. The whole process took only a few minutes, but the originally empty sky was now covered by vines and leaves, appearing particularly huge and shocking. Hoo hoo hoo. The rain continued to hit the vines, making bursts of slight noises. The ninjas and residents of Rain Village also raised their heads at this time. When he saw this sudden giant, his eyes showed disbelief. They couldn't understand what this thing was. And why did he suddenly appear in their village? What is that? How can there be vines growing from the ground all the way to the sky? Is anyone doing something? What the hell? Several ninjas from the Rain Village exclaimed, their tone filled with shock. The originally quiet village was instantly thrown into commotion because of the sudden appearance of the giant vine. And Pain, who was quietly waiting for Conan on the high tower, instantly sensed this unusual energy fluctuation. Looking at the towering green vines, Pain frowned, with confusion in his eyes. What is this? Didn't Xiaonan go to explore the building? How did this thing suddenly appear? Moreover, this thing doesn't even have any chakra aura. Its knot would release at all. His Rain Tiger Freedom technique covers the entire Rain village, and any slightest movement cannot escape his perception. But the cane came so suddenly that he was a little confused. The most important thing is that the place where the vine first appeared seems to be where Xiaonan is. Chapter 209. It's incredible stuff. In front of the jar shop. Xiaonan looked up and looked at the vines surrounding him, his eyes filled with complexity and shock. It's just a green bean, but it can easily produce such a large range of vines. Wow. Speaking of which, wouldn't it be strange for a ninja village to suddenly have something like this? It will bring a lot of trouble to the village. If we cancel these vines now, then this magic bean will be wasted. From what I can see, Xiaonan has strong hands-on skills. This kind of vine appeared directly above the entire ninja village. If this happened in Konoha, it would have caused a riot. Broken. Thinking of this, Tiantian's heart skipped a beat. The ninja village rain shadow here won't come to cause trouble, right? Any ninja village, no matter how big or small, has a leader who is a Kage-level strongman. Although he didn't know which country this rain village was in, the person in charge should be the rain shadow. This woman made such a big noise, isn't she afraid of getting into trouble? Open the can first. Hearing Tiantian's words, Xiaonan shook his head gently and said, I will go back and deal with it. As for these vines, since they have already been planted, there is no need to destroy them. As he spoke, Xiaonan looked up at the vines in the sky that were covered by countless raindrops. The rain continued to fall tirelessly, sliding down the leaves of the vines to the ground, making a slight dripping sound. The people of Rain Village looked at this miraculous scene in shock, their hearts filled with fear and curiosity of the unknown. The vines swayed in the wind and rain, like a bridge connecting heaven and earth, casting a shroud of mystery over the entire Rain Village. Xiaonan quickly retracted his gaze and said calmly, now that things have come to this, let's open the remaining cans first. Having said that, he walked back into the jar shop and prepared to crack open the remaining jars. The 5 jars she has opened so far have already refreshed her horizons. Naturally, she was looking forward to what could be found in the remaining jars. Looking at Xiaonan's actions, Lin Mo withdrew his gaze from the Ascension magic beans and no longer paid attention to them. Tian also returned to the jar shop curiously and looked at Xiaonan. This woman gave her a very strange feeling. It was as if he was giving orders to the ninja village. He didn't even care about the countless green vines that appeared above the village. Boom! While Tian was looking at Xiaonan, Xiaonan had already knocked open the 6th jar very decisively. With a bang. The 6th jar shattered and a music rune fell out. The whole note was green, spreading out like emerald green wings. The surface of the note was gleaming with light, exuding a fresh musical atmosphere. The green light forms a soft halo around the notes, like a breeze blowing, light and melodious. The entire note exudes a pleasant atmosphere, as if playing a beautiful melody, making people feel relaxed and happy. Lin Mo. Although we know that there will be all kinds of things in the jar, isn't this thing too weird? Can the notes still be opened? Is this thing physical? Notes of Perseverance, a rune that was split from a rune song from an unknown place. The person who holds this note only needs to sing to restore physical strength and injuries for himself and the closest friendly target. At the same time, a sustainable recovery aura will be generated for the friendly target. The existence time of the aura depends on the chakra used. Grass. Looking at the introduction of this note, Lin Mo was speechless. If I remember correctly, this is an ability mastered by Sona in Runeterra. And it was split up. Turned into a musical note. Can this thing be taken apart? Lin Mo rubbed his brows, not knowing what to say about this thing Xiao Nankai came up with. However, this thing is quite useful for auxiliary purposes, and can restore people's experience and heal injuries. TSK. The Akatsuki organization cooperates with this. A certain image emerged in Lin Mo's mind and his eyelids twitched slightly. Then he shook his head and told Xiaonan about this notes of the aria of Perseverance. Note. Sing. When Xiaonan heard Lin Mo's words, he frowned slightly. Even singing is needed. This thing is of no use to me. Although it works, Xiaonan feels speechless when he thinks about having to sing while holding this thing to make it work. Several candidates came to mind, but none of them seemed suitable. Xiaonan shook his head, casually put the thing into the paper tube, and continued to crack open the next can. The 7th jar broke and a beautiful rose fell out. What a beautiful rose! When Tian sees this rose, his eyes light up. Is there any flower like this in the world? Rainbow rose, a delicate and soft pink flower from a certain continent. Although it is called a rose, it is closer to a lily in nature. The flower language is passion and a wonderful encounter. According to ancient records, 7 colored roses were once seen everywhere on earth. Because of its bright colors, it can almost rival the 7-day flame. Today, this colorful rose has become extinct, and the flowers that coexisted with it have usurped the name. Rainbow rose, in the chaos at the end of the era. Rainbow rose. After taking a look at this thing, Lin Mo opened his mouth and briefly talked about this thing. Unique in the ninja world. After listening to Lin Mo's words, Xiaonan looked at Lin Mo thoughtfully. Then, Xiaonan calmly put away the rainbow rose and continued to knock open the 8th jar. The 8th jar broke and an antique bronze ring fell out. This one seems to have good luck. Looking at the familiar storage ring, Tian was surprised and said, even the storage ring has been opened. Although storage rings are common for people who open jars. But there are also people who always want to open the jar but can't. A 5 cubic meter storage ring has quite a lot of space. Lin Mo took a look and introduced this storage ring to Xiaonan. Space-type ring. After hearing what Lin Mo said, Xiaonan subconsciously looked back at the ring of the same style worn on Tiantian's hand, and Xiaonan narrowed his eyes. Is this thing more convenient than my paper escape and sealing scroll? Thinking of this, Xiaonan reached out, picked up the ring and put it on. Then tried it. Sure enough, it is very convenient. Can this storage ring be integrated with other things? I originally had a ring in my hand. If I want to fuse the 2 rings together, what can I do? Is there anything in the jar that can do it? Can. Hearing this, Lin Mo nodded. There is such a thing in the jar. This kind of thing is not uncommon. I understand. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Xiaonan nodded slightly. Then he looked at the remaining 2 jars and decisively chose to knock them open. Bang bang, twice. The 2 jars broke, and a bean and a ball of blue light fell out. Sensu beans, a magical food from a certain world. Eating just 1 beans will keep you from feeling hungry for 10 days. It has a very strong recovery power. As long as a person is not dead. It can instantly restore strength and energy even in extreme fatigue and readjust the body to its best condition. Beans again. Looking at the bean, Xiaonan's eyes lit up slightly. A green bean before, she had seen the effect firsthand. Now it's open again. One is a ball of chakra light from an ordinary genin, and the other is a senzu bean. Lin Mo took a look and narrowed his eyes. It turned out to be senzu beans. This is the 2nd time someone has opened it. The first time Hinata Hayashi opened the can, he got senzu beans. Sensory beans. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Xiaonan frowned and whispered. What is the effect of this thing? As he said this, Conan stretched out his hand and began to fuse the chakra light ball of this ordinary genin. The effect is that it can revive a person with full blood and possess extremely strong recovery abilities. As long as the person is not dead, they can instantly restore their physical strength and energy in the face of extreme fatigue and readjust their body to its best condition. You can understand it as, if a seriously injured and dying jonin eats a senzu bean, he can be revived with full health. Lin Mo briefly explained the function of the senzu beans and repeated what he had said to Hinata Hayashi. Xiaonan's pupils shrank suddenly after hearing what he said. His face was filled with shock. Wouldn't the effect of this bean be able to help Nagato? You are very lucky, this thing is rarely opened. Lin Mo looked at the shock on Xiaonan's face and instantly guessed what Xiaonan was thinking. He nodded gently and said, if Nagato eats this senzu bean, he will recover some of his body functions, but he will not be able to recover the vitality that has been consumed. Congratulations, you found something very valuable. This thing is much more valuable than what you opened before. Even though he knew the effects of the senzu beans, Lin Moyue knew that Nagato's physical condition was not just a problem of physical strength or external injuries, but a serious sequelae caused by long-term consumption of chakra and use of the Rinnegan. A magic bean will have an effect, but it may not necessarily lead to complete recovery. Even senzu beans, although they can restore physical strength and wounds, cannot reverse some fundamental damage. Nagato's body has been greatly weakened by the use of the Rinnegan and the depletion of his vitality, so the senzu beans may be of limited use. You even know about Nagato. Hearing this, Xiaonan looked at Lin Mo with surprise in his eyes. Not only does he know Nagato, he even knows Nagato's condition. Even within the Akatsuki organization, Nagato's physical condition is kept top secret. If I want to, the world has no secrets for me. Seeing Xiaonan's shock, Lin Mo pinched his chin and spoke with a strange expression. In the current situation, although Conan and Nagato do not know the true identity of Uchiha Obito, they can guess that Uchiha Obito is definitely not Uchiha Madara. No secrets. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Xiao Nan's heart moved and he instantly wanted to ask a question. However, this thought only appeared for a moment before being suppressed by Xiao Nan. The most urgent thing is to bring this thing back to Nagato. Having experienced opening a jar before, she knows how magical it is. So when Xiao Nan heard Lin Mo say that this thing was very effective on Nagato, he wanted to fly away from here immediately. But she forced herself to suppress the urge. Instead, he looked at the jars on the counter behind Lin Mo and said calmly to Lin Mo, "Shopkeeper, can I ask a question?" "Okay." Hearing Xiao Nan's words, Lin Mo raised his eyebrows. "How long will this store last before you leave?" Xiao Nan whispered, "Is there a specific time?" If she could, she really wanted to smash the jars. But from my current contact with this person, she is very mysterious and she is unable to smash open these jars. Since the other party is able to sell this magical jar, he must have the confidence. The mere fact that this store appeared out of nowhere is far beyond ordinary people's imagination. About a month. Hearing Xiaonan's words, Lin Mo smiled faintly and said, "There is nothing that cannot be said." 1 month. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Xiaonan said softly, "I will bring someone to open the can later." After saying that, Xiaonan turned and left. Under Qianqian's gaze, Xiaonan walked out of the jar shop. The rain continued to hit her body, but she did not stop at all. Conan raised one hand, and chakra instantly flowed, and pieces of paper emerged from all parts of her body like a tide. These pieces of paper rotated and condensed in the air, as if controlled by an invisible force, and slowly formed a pair of white paper wings. Call. Accompanied by a breeze, the paper wings spread out slightly. As the wings flapped, rain splashed everywhere. I saw Xiaonan's feet leave the ground and his whole body rise lightly into the air. The huge paper wings flapped gracefully behind her, shimmering with a faint luster as the raindrops fell. What is this? Qianqian's eyes were wide open, as if he had seen something incredible. Her finger pointed tremblingly at Xiaonan in the air. He then pointed at Lin Mo, who was standing at the door of the store and watching the scene calmly. His lips were slightly parted, but he was speechless for a moment. After a moment, she finally found her voice and asked stutteringly, "Lin Mo, how could this girl fly away? Who is she?" Lin Mo was still standing at the door, seemingly not surprised by Xiaonan's behavior. Hearing what Tenten said, she chuckled and shrugged. "She is one of the leaders of the Rain Village, her name is Conan. As for the reason why she flew away, her bloodline limit is paper escape, which allows her to control paper. Naturally, she can also use it to condense wings to fly." Paper escape. Every time I hear this unfamiliar word, my expression becomes even more confused. She had obviously never heard of this bloodline limit. Can paper be used to fly? At this time, Xiaonan had already flown into the air, like an elegant white bird, flying towards the tall tower in the distance. The rain flowed down her paper wings, and she gradually disappeared in the thick rain in the distance. Tian had not yet recovered from the shock, his mouth was slightly open and did not close for a long time. There is such a bloodline limit. This is too strange. Nothing strange. Lin Mo shook his head and laughed. "What you have seen is just the tip of the iceberg of the ninja world, there are many more strange abilities like this. You may see more of this in the future, and maybe even gain similar abilities yourself. This bloodline limit can also be opened through a jar. Besides that, it's not impossible to get some wings from the jar, which can make you fly." "That's right." After hearing Lin Mo's words, Tian scratched his head. "As long as you open the can yourself, you will have a chance to gain the ability to fly. But the environment of this rain village is too bad." The next second, Tian looked at the streets around him, his mouth twitching slightly. "Not only is it dirty and messy, it gives me the feeling that it is like a garbage dump. Are the people in this ninja village so sloppy? Being able to establish a ninja village, don't you care about your image? That woman is one of the leaders of this ninja village, she is clean, but she manages the village so poorly. Not every ninja village is the same as Konoha village." Hearing Qianqian's words, Lin Mo shook his head and said, "You can treat this as a regular black market. The hidden rain village is located at the junction of the 3 regions of earth, Konoha, and sand. It can enhance the abilities of every ninja to the limit, and has successively developed many unique moves. The assassination skills of the village are very advanced, so it often accepts commissions from other countries to carry out various types of assassination missions. The buildings in Yuin village are mainly made of steel, with a considerable amount of stone. Inside and outside, there are many large and small steel pipes standing up, forming a unique landscape. This is also closely related to the rainfall in Yuin village, so there are so many large pipes and sewers. Currently in the ninja world, no ninja village can compare to Konoha village. Except for the big ninja villages in the 5 major countries, the other small ninja villages are like small gathering places. Then what shall we eat? Hearing Lin Mo's words, Tian looked tangled. According to what you said, Lin Mo, there is no place to eat or drink in this ninja village. Do we have to eat Bingliang pills for this month? I don't want to eat the soldier's ration pills. When I came out on my own, I didn't expect that I would end up in this small ninja village. There was no storage space for a large amount of food in her storage ring. In Konoha village, you can eat ramen, barbecue, yakiniku, etc. Here, she felt that none of the shops would be open. You can eat instant noodles first. Lin Mo pinched his chin and thought, and don't worry, if Xiaonan comes again, you can ask her to take you to the nearby vegetable market so that you can buy some vegetables in the future. Day by day. It's really bad that we can't even have ramen. Looking at the environment of Rain Village in front of him, he sighed every day. For the next month, I will not be able to eat barbecue, ramen, or snail noodles. Stop being poor. Seeing Tiantian's look, Lin Mo shook his head and laughed. Although the Rain Village is a rainy and depressing place, the overall atmosphere of the village is rather serious and gloomy. But there are definitely some restaurants in the village that offer basic food, including simple food like ramen. Although the atmosphere of the Hidden Rain Village is different from that of the Hidden Leaf Village, the ninjas here still need to eat and replenish their energy. Right. Tian was stunned when he heard Lin Mo's words. What Lin Mo said makes a lot of sense. Chapter 210. At this time, Xiaonan has flown back to the top of the tower. Pain, who was looking at the cane with a frown, looked at Xiaonan who had fallen down and said slowly, "What's going on?" What he asked was about the vines that covered the Rain Village. "It's complicated, let me come to you." After hearing what Pain said, Conan spoke softly, which made Pain silent. What on earth happened that Xiaonan actually wanted to tell him in person? Then, Xiaonan walked into the tower. Pain walked directly to the door, raised his hands, and created an aura to prevent anyone from entering. Xiaonan walked into the tower and went deeper into the tower, passing through a series of dim and narrow corridors. The sound of his footsteps was particularly clear in the silent space. This is the most secret place in Rain Village, and few people know about it. No outsider dared to approach easily. Finally, Xiaonan came to a closed door. I pushed open the door and entered this room that almost no one had ever set foot in. There was a gloomy atmosphere in the room. The walls were cold, and dim light came only from a small crack in the ceiling, reflecting the dust in the air. There was a hint of damp chill in the air, as if this place had been isolated from the outside world for a long time. In the center of the room, Nagato was sitting quietly in a special wheelchair. Unlike Pain's majestic image, the real Nagato was skinny, pale and haggard, as if he had lost all his vitality. His slender fingers hung limply on the armrests of the wheelchair. His wide robe covered his thin body, and he looked like a dried-up shell. The pair of purple reincarnation eyes flickered faintly in his eye sockets, revealing an indescribable fatigue. However, although his body was broken, his pair of renegans still had a strong sense of oppression. It seemed as if he could crush everything with just a glance. "Nagato." Xiaonan called softly, her tone gentle yet mixed with helplessness and worry. Nagato raised his head, his purple renegan flickered slightly, and a hint of fatigue appeared in his eyes. "What's going on? What's the matter with the vines above the Rain Village?" Conan walked up to Nagato and sighed softly. She knew that Nagato's health was deteriorating. Although Nagato's will remain strong, his physical decay could not be reversed. "I followed your instructions and headed to the building that suddenly appeared. It was a store selling jars." Xiaonan spoke softly and told him everything that had just happened. He also took out the things he had opened and introduced them to Nagato one by one, which moved Nagato. "In the ninja world, when did this kind of store appear?" Looking at the storage ring, golden sword, etc. that Xiaonan placed in front of him. Even when Xiaonan stretched out his hand and flames emerged from the fire attribute chakra, Nagato fell silent. "I think this senzu bean should be effective, but I don't know if I should feed it to you." Xiaonan whispered, "Although I have experienced opening jars and know the magic of jars, this kind of thing from unknown sources may have a bad effect on your body." It's not that she doesn't believe in the effects of the senzu beans. Although she had experienced the magic of the jar, she was still a little worried about feeding it to Nagato. "Did you say that person said that even the tailed beasts can be opened from the jar?" Changxing was silent for a long time before he asked softly, "He even knows a lot about our Akatsuki organization." Just the conversation between Xiaonan and Lin Mo made him speechless and he didn't know what to say. "Yes." Conan whispered, "This is our Akatsuki plan for a few years, but if this store can really be opened, we won't even need to act on our plan to capture the tailed beast." Nagato whispered, "This shop is so mysterious." Whether it was the vines that were now covering the rain village, or the things that Conan mentioned, Nagato didn't know what to say for the moment. Because he really couldn't feel any chakra fluctuations. Everything that Akatsuki had done seemed insignificant in front of that store. The next second, Nagato's eyes fell on the senzu beans in front of him. This seemingly inconspicuous bean in front of you is called the magic bean, and has magical healing effects. Nagato has been struggling with his physical condition all this time. His legs that have not been able to heal for many years and his weak body seem to be constantly reminding him of his physical limits. But now, this magic bean may break all this. Senso beans. Nagato repeated in a low voice, with a hint of uncertainty in his tone, but more hope and desire welling up in his heart. He thought he possessed extraordinary powers by wielding the Rinnegan, but he was nothing more than using puppets to act on his behalf. Nagato? Conan noticed the hesitation in Nagato's eyes and called out softly to her old friend. Since you have already experienced the magic of the jar, the effect of this one must be real. That one has no need to lie to you. Having said that, Nagato did not hesitate any longer, took a deep breath, and a faint gravitational fluctuation flashed in his samsara eyes. The senzu beans were pulled by gravity and instantly flew into his mouth. Gudong. Nagato swallowed the senzu beans, closed his eyes, and quietly felt the power of the senzu beans spread throughout his body. At first, he didn't feel any special changes, just a warm feeling gradually spreading in his chest. But after a moment, the warm power quickly increased, as if a warm current rushed into every meridian in his body, his bones, muscles, internal organs, and even his long paralyzed legs. This is... Nagato suddenly opened his eyes. He could clearly feel the changes in his body. The limbs, which had been weak for a long time, began to gradually regain strength, as if cells that had been dormant for years were reawakened. As Nagato's fingers moved slightly. Then he felt the long-lost feeling in his legs. The power gradually returned, which made him unbelievable. My legs? Nagato lowered his head and looked at his legs that he had not felt for many years. There was an unprecedented shock on his face. His fingers trembled slightly as he touched his knees. He could feel that his body was recovering. Even he himself couldn't believe this feeling of recovery. What shocked him even more were the wounds on his legs. The place that was burned and damaged by Hanzo's fire-style, explosive flame array. Those wounds that were impossible to heal actually began to heal slowly under the effect of the magic beans. The originally dry and charred skin became rosy and full of vitality again. The tissues, muscles, and bones that had been completely destroyed were recovering rapidly. Me. Standing up. Feeling his feet firmly on the ground, Nagato's voice was filled with disbelief and shock. Although he had been accustomed to the constraints of a wheelchair for many years, he was now able to experience the feeling of walking again. This long-lost sense of freedom set off a huge wave in his heart. Next to him, Xiaonan witnessed all this and was equally shocked. Looking at Nagato's thin, pale face, a hint of red appeared, and he seemed to have returned to the energetic boy he was many years ago. She couldn't believe it, she witnessed it all. The power of the senzu beans was able to completely restore Nagato from irreparable injuries. Is this true? Xiaonan murmured to himself, his heart full of disbelief. You know, Nagato's injuries have always been considered incurable. No matter how powerful the medical ninjutsu is, or how top medical ninja is, they cannot heal Nagato's legs. And now, a small senzu bean actually allowed Nagato to stand up again. Although she had heard Lin Mo talk about the effects of senzu beans before. How is this possible? Even medical ninjutsu can't do this. Looking at Nagato who had regained the strength to move and stood up, Conan's voice was filled with astonishment and disbelief. Nagato lowered his head, feeling the strength gradually reviving in his body. Slowly raising his palm and looking at his long but thin fingers, Nagato said softly, I never thought that one day I would be able to stand up again. Nagato's voice was mixed with shock, gratitude, and even a hint of hope for the future. Nagato, who ate the senzu beans himself, knew that this was more than just restoring the body. Even the injuries left over from before have recovered. The most important thing is that when he stands up again, he will no longer be bound by his body. And all this was achieved with just a tiny magic bean. The so-called price is only 100,000 taels. Although Xiaonan spent 1 million taels and opened 10 jars. But the senzu beans were something that Xiaonan got out of a jar. This kind of thing is simply priceless, enough to drive everyone in the world crazy. But now, you only need to spend 100,000 taels to have a chance to get it. Who is the owner of that shop? Zonen. Thinking of this, Nagato turned his head and looked at Conan, with a firm light in his eyes. All of this is true, we must meet the person you mentioned. Even if this senzu bean was earned by Xiaonan himself. But feeling that he had stood up, Nagato had to go to Lin Mo in person to thank him no matter what. God knows how much he wants to stand up. Not to mention, I am no longer skinny. Looking down at his flesh and skin, Nagato took a deep breath. This feeling of being alive is completely different. You have truly recovered completely, Nagato. Konan looked at Nagato who stood up, and there was excitement in her eyes. It's all because of a small magic bean. Although my body has recovered, I can feel that my body is still losing weight. Nagato shook his head slightly and said, the lost vitality has not yet been restored, so it is not considered a complete recovery. At the moment, I am only using senzu beans to recover from my physical injuries, my mobility, and my energy. But even so, it's enough. After moving his hands casually, Nagato took a deep breath. This long-lost feeling is so familiar. Let's go and visit this one. Nagato felt the changes in himself and said softly, I am afraid that many of our questions can be answered by this person. He already felt like he couldn't wait to meet Lin Mo. Besides that, there is also an opening. Until now, he still found it hard to believe that one day, most of his problems could be solved so easily. It is good. Hearing Nagato's words, Konan took a deep breath and said, that person is not in the ninja village at the moment, there will be no problem with your trip. As they spoke, Konan and Uzumaki Nagato walked out of the room. Tick. The rain in the rain village continued to fall, dripping on Nagato's face and shoulders. The wet and cold touch made Nagato close his eyes slightly, letting the rain slide down his cheeks. At this moment, standing at the door of the tower, Nagato walked out and took a deep breath, feeling the power and freedom running through his body. That frail body had been confined to a wheelchair for countless years. His legs were like shackles that prevented him from walking, and he had to rely on the wheelchair to move. But today, he stands here. Really standing here. His legs stepped firmly on the wet ground, feeling the rain washing over him, as if telling him that all this was not a dream, but reality. Is this really reality? Nagato whispered to himself, his voice low and complex. Konan, who was standing beside him, quietly looked at Nagato who stood up from the wheelchair, with a hint of tenderness and relief in her eyes. She understood Nagato and knew the shock and disbelief he felt. Even she herself hadn't fully recovered from the shock. This thing called senzu beans was truly like a miracle, turning what they once thought was impossible into reality. Nagato looked up at the sky, the rain hitting his face, he closed his eyes, feeling every drop of rain falling, feeling the strong and real power in his body. Compared to his weak and pale body in the past, he now seems to be reborn. Every breath is full of vitality and strength. This dreamlike feeling rose up in his heart. It really feels like a dream. Nagato sighed inwardly. It's just a magic bean, but such a recovery speed and such changes are completely beyond common sense. Whether it was medical ninjutsu or any other powerful ninjutsu in the ninja world, it was impossible to repair his body, which was almost destroyed due to years of severe injuries, in such a short time. But today, a small magic bean allowed him to stand up again. The rain slapped Nagato's long red hair and robes. The icy yet real touch made him realize that all this was not a dream but reality. After standing in the rain for a long while, Nagato's thoughts gradually calmed down. The rain flowed down his cheeks and into his collar. The tall towers, streets, and the entire rain village in the rain seemed to become extremely clear at this moment. Nagato slowly opened his eyes, and the shock and excitement in his eyes slowly subsided, replaced by determination. He and Xiaonan have important things to do next. First it's a visit to the mysterious shopkeeper who got him back on his feet. Let's go. As Nagato spoke softly, he took a step forward. Although the steps under my feet are still a little unfamiliar. But he gradually got used to this long-lost feeling. With every step, he felt as if his life was blooming again little by little. Chapter 211. The rain in Rain Village continued to fall, and the fine raindrops covered the entire village in a grey mist. Nagato and Konan walked one after the other on the narrow street. The footsteps made a soft patter sound on the stone road wet by the rain. On both sides of the streets in the village. Many villagers and ninjas flocked to the streets, looking up at the sky, their eyes filled with shock and confusion. In the sky, thick vines coiled like giant snakes, reaching straight into the sky and covering the entire Rain Village. The scene was like a myth, completely beyond their understanding. How did this green vine appear? I've never seen a cane like this before, is it some kind of ninjutsu? Who has such a strong power that can make plants climb into the sky? The rattan stick, could it be the legendary wood release? Could it be that ninjas from Konoha village are coming? The voices in the crowd rose one after another, and many ninjas from the Rain Village also stopped and looked up at the amazing vine, their hearts full of confusion and anxiety. In particular, some people thought of some kind of bloodline limit of Konoha village in the land of fire, and their faces looked solemn. Impossible. The bloodline limit of wood release has not appeared for a long time. Conan and Nagato didn't care when they heard the discussions and were shocked. Just moving forward silently, not disturbed by these sounds at all. Nagato walked forward with a calm and focused gaze. With every step he took, he felt the freedom and power he had regained. What should I do with this cane? Conan glanced at the vines in the sky and asked Nagato softly. Leave it alone. Nagato took a look and said softly, if it is destroyed, then the so-called magic beans will be wasted. This is an opportunity for the Rain Village, the details will be discussed later. Hearing Nagato's words, Conan nodded. It didn't take long. The two of them came to the jar shop. After Nagato walked into the jar shop, he looked at Lin Mo. In Samsara's eyes, the other party still had no aura in his eyes. It was indeed as Xiaonan said, very mysterious. And in the jar shop, Tian was holding a bucket of pickled cabbage noodles and slurping them with a look of enjoyment on his face. However, after taking a few sips, he noticed someone coming and was immediately startled. It turned out to be Xiaonan, who had returned, and a guy I had never seen before. This smell. Xiaonan noticed what Tian was holding in his hands and his nose twitched slightly. The taste of instant noodles. But this tastes so good, she has never eaten it before. Sure enough, the senzu beans have restored Nagato's health. Lin Mo was not surprised at all when he saw Nagato coming. After Conan opened the senzu bean, he knew that Nagato would definitely eat it. It was only a matter of time before Nagato recovered. But he was sure that even the senzu beans could not replenish Nagato's lost life. Mr. Lin Mo. Nagato looked at Lin Mo, then bowed to him very seriously and said softly, I am Nagato, and I came here specially to thank you. If it weren't for the jar you sold to Xiaonan, I would not be able to recover at all. I know you. Lin Mo nodded gently and said, as for thanking you, there's no need. It's Xiaonan's luck that the senzu beans were able to bloom. It's not like no one has ever bloomed something like this. Although this thing is precious, in Lin Mo's opinion, it is not too precious. After all, this was the thing that Hinata Hayashi opened the jar for the first time. Up to now, Hinata Hayashi seems to have not used up that senzu bean. Having said that, I still want to thank you. If it weren't for your shop, Xiaonan wouldn't be able to buy this magical jar. Nagato shook his head slightly and said, I heard that you have a purchase limit here, so I just happened to open 10 more cans this time. I just don't know, can I ask you some questions? Nagato kept a low profile and spoke in a gentle tone. Of course can. Hearing Nagato's words, Lin Mo was very interested. You are not the first one who came to me to ask questions while opening the jar. Whether it was Uzumaki Naruto, Hyuga Hayashi, or Tenten and others who were in Konoha village before. He will answer any questions he can. Lin Mo was more interested in what questions Nagato would ask. Before that, I'll open the jar. Seeing Lin Mo agreed, a smile suddenly appeared on Nagato's face. Xiaonan opened 10 jars and can no longer open them, I can open them. Mr. Lin Mo, since your shop can sell senzu beans, then you should also be able to sell things that replenish vitality, right? Although it was a question, the tone of Nagato's last question was affirmative. Nature. Lin Mo nodded gently and said, whether it is something to replenish vitality or something to revive people, it can be opened. Resurrection. Hearing this, Nagato's pupils shrank sharply. It turned out to be just as I thought. Good. Lin Mo nodded, resurrection, not the kind of limited resurrection, but the real resurrection. But it's extremely difficult to get this kind of thing out of an ordinary jar, but there's a chance in an exquisite jar. Exquisite jar. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Uzumaki Nagato looked up and glanced at the exquisite jar on the counter. He had heard Xiaonan say before that a certain amount of ordinary jars must be opened before a fine jar can be opened. Without any hesitation, Nagato immediately took out the money he had prepared and handed it to Lin Mo. Mr. Lin Mo, do you really need money? Nagato, who was about to choose a jar, suddenly paused and spoke softly. If you didn't need the money, you wouldn't be selling these jars. If that's the case, then he seems to have found a way to establish a good relationship with this person. It doesn't require money. Lin Mo pinched his chin and thought, you can understand, I just want to sell some jars. That's it. After hearing Lin Mo's words, Nagato also pondered for a moment. I want to sell jars, but there is a purchase limit. Is it because of some reason? Or is it just interest? Just want to sell some. Selling such amazing jars under limited conditions. If it is not limited, once this jar is sold to the entire ninja world, it may cause fluctuations in the entire ninja world. Lin Mo. Looking at the thoughtful Nagato, Lin Mo had a strange expression on his face. This guy, is he thinking about something weird? Could he say he wanted to sell jars like crazy too? After all, selling cans has only benefits and no disadvantages for me. I'll just pick those jars. At this point, Nagato had already picked out the jars in the row below the exquisite jars. After seeing 10 jars falling in front of him, Nagato smashed the first one without hesitation. Boom! The first jar broke and something the size of a palm fell out. Machine. Tenten looked over with curiosity when she saw what Nagato had opened. I just don't know if this thing will get bigger. It looks like a puppet. Xiaonan also saw this thing and began to think about it. In some ways, it looks a lot like a child's toy. It also looks like a kind of puppet. So, Mr. Lin Mo, what is this? Nagato looked at Lin Mo and asked softly. He had never seen this thing before. Black Panther robot, a speed-type robot from a certain world. It can use machetes, saber teeth, long swords and other weapons. Its combat methods are mainly flexible and changeable. It has the ability to self-destruct, recognizes the can opener as its master, and obeys the can opener's orders. This thing. At this time, Lin Mo also saw this thing and pinched his chin. This thing is interesting. Even this thing has been developed. Then those transforming sports cars should also be able to be driven out in the future. This is a robot that can transform into an animal Black Panther, but it's a machine Black Panther, a humanoid life form. Lin Mo immediately said, it can use weapons such as machetes, saber teeth, and long swords, it has high intelligence and the ability to self-destruct, you can give it a try. This stuff is just garbage after all. But he knew that a real strong Black Panther beast had a machine gun on his back that could be taken down. The Black Panther beast that Nagato brought out didn't even have a machine gun. You can only use melee weapons such as machetes and swords. If the backup hidden energy source is used to trigger the explosion, it will probably be just the power of a small bomb, which will not have much effect. If an elite Black Panther beast with a machine gun or sniper rifle is used, that would be amazing. That's not right. If this thing suddenly explodes in the ninja world, it would seem like it would be good too. Suddenly, Lin Mo thought of something and raised his eyebrows. A robot that can transform into an animal. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Nagato's face showed a look of confusion. However, after hearing what Lin Mo just said, Nagato put the thing on the ground. All of a sudden, this palm-sized model robot began to grow rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye under the gaze of everyone. Soon, a Black Panthermon grew to be as big as Nagato. Just like a robot. Hello, my master. The enlarged Black Panthermon looked at Nagato, bowed respectfully and made a polite gesture, just tell me what you need. Oh my god, you can still talk. When Tian heard about the Black Panther robot, his eyes lit up. Looking around the Black Panthermon robot. And he seems very intelligent. Its entire body is made of steel machinery, is this a mechanical life? It's incredible, it's obviously a robot, but it looks like a human, like a living puppet. Can you turn into an animal? Can you show me what you can do? If the puppeteer knew about this kind of thing, it would probably drive him crazy. Of course, my lord. Hearing Nagato's words, the Black Panthermon robot nodded. Then he started to move, and his whole body changed with cracking sounds, and for a while the cracking sounds were heard continuously. Soon, a mechanical Black Panther appeared in front of everyone. Master, you can sit on it, I will give you a ride. The next second, Black Panthermon looked at Nagato and spoke in human language. Seeing this scene, Tintian's eyes widened. Looks so handsome. This thing can also turn into an animal. Even ordinary ninja tools can be resisted. Xiaonan said softly, on the battlefield, this thing can be a powerful weapon, whether it is used to carry ninjas on the road, transport things, or even send messages, it is very convenient, this thing is very valuable. The value of this thing is based on wisdom. But puppets can't do that. Boom boom boom. While speaking, Nagato had already reached out and knocked on the mechanical shell, and found that it was quite sturdy. It's harder than a normal kunai. Just by knocking briefly, Nagato knew the general idea. Even the materials are better than the puppets he used. If this thing is disassembled and used as material for making puppets. Forehead. Black Panthermon, who was transforming into an animal, suddenly felt a very bad feeling. I subconsciously turned my head to look. Okay, change back. At this time, Nagato spoke. After hearing Nagato's words, the Black Panthermon immediately turned into a robot and stood in front of Lin Nagato again. We will be companions from now on. Looking at the Black Panthermon in front of him who was as tall as himself, Nagato knocked on the Black Panthermon robot. This is totally equivalent to a boost. If it is used to help the organization, it seems that it is not impossible. But suddenly, Nagato thought of a guy and frowned. If Scorpion knew about this thing, given his courage, he would definitely choose to tear it down. Mr. Lin Mo, what does this guy eat? The next second, Nagato thought of something and asked Lin Mo. I don't need to eat, master. Hearing Nagato's words, Black Panthermon quickly said, I'll just eat iron. Nagato, Xiaonan, There are more advanced combat robots with the intelligence of Black Panthermon. At this time, Lin Mo said, it can be turned into an iron ball, even. Having said that, Lin Mo paused and said nothing. The more advanced ones are naturally the armed helicopters. However, Lin Mo felt that it would be very difficult to open that kind of thing from an ordinary jar. I understand. Nagato nodded slightly, then looked at the remaining 9 jars. Continue to crack open the second jar. The second jar broke, and a purple amethyst fell out. Amethyst block uncut mineral crystal, after special processing, can show its true value. Forging materials. After taking a look at the thing, Lin Mo spoke, and Nagato understood. Then he threw it to the Black Panther beast. Can you eat this? Yes, master. After hearing what Nagato said, Black Panthermon immediately took the purple crystal excitedly. Nagato didn't wait for Black Panthermon to eat, and directly smashed the third jar. The third jar shattered, and a blue and white pokeball fell out. It's a pokeball. Looking at this thing, Tintian's eyes widened. Looking at this familiar thing, Tian felt a sense of excitement in his heart. All I need is a pokeball. Pokeball. Seeing Tian who was somewhat excited, Nagato took a few more glances at this thing. It seems to be something very valuable. Immediately, Nagato looked at Lin Mo. Pokemon ball with crystal onyx. It comes from a certain Pokemon world. And contains a crystal onyx of perfect quality. It is a Pokemon bound can opener and is made up of several huge crystals. The body formed by the crystals looks like a giant snake, with a long rock horn on its head and a pair of black eyes below it. The rocks get smaller and smaller from the middle to the tail. At this time, Lin Mo had already seen the Pokeball that Nagato opened, and his expression became a little strange. Why is this thing? Crystal Onyx, with Xiaonan's personality, I'm afraid he will knock the crystal off this Pokemon and sell it for money. After all, in the ninja world, crystals are very valuable things. Especially this kind of crystal rock snake. The crystal on its body is definitely not an ordinary crystal, it may even carry special energy. Glancing at Xiaonan next to him, Lin Mo rubbed his brows and said, good luck, there's a Pokeball with a Pokemon in it. As for the elves. Having said that, Lin Mo paused and repeated the elf words he had said to Naruto. Nagato's pupils shrank sharply when he heard this. Is there a spirit more powerful than the tailed beasts? The tailed beasts are some of the most powerful creatures in the ninja world. Could the elves here at the shop owner's place be so powerful? Nature. Lin Mo nodded. As for how powerful it is, it depends on what kind of elves you open. Elves come in all kinds of strange shapes and sizes. And this crystal rock snake is not an ordinary elf. The body of an ordinary rock snake is made up of many huge gray rocks. The huge rocks are connected together to form a body that looks like a giant snake. It has a long rock horn on its head and a pair of black eyes below it. The rocks get smaller and smaller from the middle to the tail. Onyx usually lives in the ground. It twists its long and strong body to dig in the ground and absorb various hard objects to make its body stronger. It can dig underground at a speed of up to 80 km per hour, the ground will shake constantly and a roar can be heard, the sound can be heard far away. As you grow older, the rock composition of your body changes, becoming more like a black diamond. Because there are magnets in your brain, you can dig a hole in the ground without losing your direction. The older you get, the rounder your body becomes. And Crystal Onyx is a special kind of Pokemon, made entirely of crystal. It is not afraid of ordinary water-based ninjutsu, but is afraid of fire-based ninjutsu. At the same time, this Pokemon will not evolve, and only has this one form. The so-called crystal can be understood as a type of crystal release bloodline limit. With your intelligence on the Akatsuki organization, you should also know about this bloodline limit. Crystal escape. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Nagato frowned slightly, as if he was thinking. He quickly thought of something and there was understanding in his eyes. Naturally, Akatsuki also has information about that special bloodline limit. That sounds interesting. Xiao Nan was thoughtful. According to Mr. Lin Mo, this elf can be used to create wealth. The crystals on its body fell off and should be able to be exchanged for money. This job can be left to the angle. Thinking of this, Xiao Nan looked at Lin Mo again and asked, Mr. Lin Mo, can this crystal be regenerated? If it can be regenerated, then knock it down every once in a while and sell it for money. She knew that snakes are creatures that shed their skin. This crystal rock snake is special, but it is also a snake. Chapter 212. Lin Mo. Nagato. Day by day. After hearing Xiaonan's words, Lin Mo suddenly fell silent. He had just thought of this when Xiaonan actually said this. Tian looked at Xiaonan in disbelief. This woman actually wants to make money with elves. I haven't thought about this. You can try waiting for Nagato to release this crystal rock snake. Lin Mo pinched his chin and thought, after all, this is Nagato's spirit. Let's put it aside after we get back. Nagato spoke softly, continuing to crack open 2 jars as he spoke. With 2 bangs, the 2 jars broke and 2 objects fell down. One is a finger-sized bottle of clear liquid. A fist-sized ball of white light. Vitality potion, a magical item from a certain world. Drinking it will instantly fill your tired body with vitality. Even if you are injured, you can use this bottle of vitality potion to heal some common injuries. Bow and arrow shooting experience. Bow and arrow shooting skills from a sword master. After integration, it can improve the user's own bow and arrow shooting skills. Even those who know nothing about it can quickly get started with bow and arrow shooting techniques. Vitality potion. Looking at this thing, Lin Mo fell into deep thought. He had a familiar feeling about this thing. But I can't tell exactly where. Then, Lin Mo shook his head and spoke, and Nagato understood. Reach out your hand decisively and touch the white ball of light. But in just a moment, Nagato felt that he had received a new kind of knowledge. The knowledge that was integrated into the body allowed Nagato to experience what Conan called the experience light ball. It's really magical. Whether it is ninjutsu or this kind of skill experience, it can make a person who knows nothing about it understand it instantly. It is entirely possible to mass-produce ninjas. Then, Nagato continued to knock open the 6th jar. Boom! The 6th jar broke and a package fell out. This package is a bit big, and there are many things in it. Jelly, a snack from a certain world. It is a jelly food made from water, sugar or starch, sugar as the main raw materials, supplemented with thickeners and other food additives. And added with fruit and vegetable products, milk and dairy products and other raw materials. It is processed through processes such as soul, mixing, filling, sterilization and cooling. Jelly, a snack. Seeing the jelly, Lin Mo started to explain. There's really nothing much to introduce about this thing. Food. After listening to Lin Mo's words, Nagato directly threw the jelly to Conan. To me, this kind of thing has no value. Then continue to crack open the 7th jar. The 7th jar broke and a pack of square packaging bags fell out. Food again. Seeing this thing, Nagato squinted his eyes. The square package looked like food. Biscuit. Tian looked at the square biscuit-like thing in the packaging bag with a curious look on his face. It's a biscuit pattern, although I don't recognize the words on it. Lucky cookies. These are special cookies from an unknown world, made with special herbs. Eating them will bring good luck for 3 hours, which is very effective for people who usually have bad luck. At this moment, looking at the cookie that Nagato opened, Lin Mo raised his eyebrows. It turns out to be food related to luck, but the package is not big and there are probably only a few cookies inside. Although the effect is very good, the duration is too short, only 3 hours. This is a fortune cookie. After you eat it, your luck will improve. At that moment, Lin Mo briefly explained the fortune cookie, and Nagato immediately became interested. Fortune cookies. Looking at the remaining 3 jars, Nagato put away the cookie and smashed them open. Bang bang bang. 3 jars broke one after another, and suddenly a blue light ball, a white light ball, and a storage ring fell down. Storage ring. Looking at these 3 things, Nagato immediately turned his attention to the storage ring. That ring is exactly the same as the storage ring that Xiaonan opened. One is the chakra of an ordinary chunin, and the other is the experience of a day of shuriken training. Lin Mo took a look and said, as for the storage ring, it only has 3 cubic meters of space, which is not very big. Chakra. Hearing Lin Mo's words and thinking of what Xiaonan had said about the process of chakra fusion, Nagato immediately reached out and touched it. In just a moment, the chakra was integrated into the body, allowing Nagato to feel it clearly. The chakra in my body has indeed increased. At the same time, there were some slight changes in his meridians. Not much has changed. But it does exist. Nagato looked at the other white ball of experience light and continued to reach out his hand to touch and fuse it. But in just a moment, the fusion was completed. Finally, he put on his own 3-cubic storage ring. For him, the space is not too small. It's over. Seeing that the 10 jars in front of him had been opened, Nagato looked at the jars on the counter in front of Lin Mo with an unsatisfied look and said softly, "Mr. Lin Mo, I will open another 60. While Nagato was talking, figures walked in from outside the kin shop one after another. The leader was Tendo Pain and others. Another 6 people. Tian widened his eyes as he looked at the 6 guys that appeared. From what this guy said, these people are controlled by him. Mr. Lin Mo said that if one person can open 10 jars, these 6 people can open 60 jars. At this time, Changmen looked at Lin Mo and whispered, "Can I open the jar for them? They are not considered human beings and cannot open the jar." Hearing Nagato's words, Lin Mo shook his head slightly. I have to say, Nagato really has a big imagination. He actually wanted the puppet to open the jar. Unfortunately, the puppet cannot open the jar. Can't you? Hearing Lin Mo's words, Nagato was not surprised, but nodded, "I understand. Since puppets don't work, what about living people? What he lacks the most is the living people in Rain Village." Thinking of this, Nagato let the 6 puppets go out. Then he bowed to Lin Mo and said, "Please wait for a moment, Mr. Lin Mo, I will bring someone to open the jar in a while." Having said that, Nagato walked outside. Xiaonan also said goodbye to Lin Mo and left with Nagato. Amazing. Watching Nagato and Conan leave, Tian looked at Lin Mo in amazement. It's only morning now, and there are already people opening jars, and there are quite a few of them. Are all the people in the small ninja village so bold? After opening the jar, he didn't hide it, but directly asked someone to open the jar. She had heard of it before. Conan is one of the leaders of the Rain Village. Then this guy who came with me should also be another guide. He actually just opened the jar directly. Don't you even need to be cautious? In Rain Village, Nagato has absolute say, which is different from the environment in Konoha Village. Hearing Tiantian's words, Lin Mo shook his head slightly and spoke. While talking, Lin Mo was also curious about who Nagato would bring to open the jar. This guy is really straightforward. Just want to open the jar through the puppet. If it doesn't work, leave immediately and choose to bring a living person to open the jar. TSK. In this way, you can sell more of your own jars. This is a good thing. The day when he can punch Sarutobi and kick Danzo is just around the corner. Who are you going to bring to open the can? At this time, Conan, who had already walked out of the jar shop, turned her head and looked at Nagato. Just grab some people and bring them here. Nagato said calmly, "Try to hypnotize some of them, and command the others, no matter what, the jar is so magical, we must open all that can be opened first. Now let's go check out a gathering place in the village. Do you want to see this crystal rock snake?" Just when Nagato was speaking calmly, as if he was talking about a trivial matter, the subject suddenly changed. Ah! Hearing Nagato's words, Conan paused and nodded. I just learned about this crystal rock snake, but I have never seen it before. Now it's time to let Nagato out and see. Hearing what Conan said, Nagato immediately threw the pokeball in his hand. The moment Nagato threw the pokeball, accompanied by a dazzling red light, a huge figure appeared from the void. The shape of the crystal rock snake quickly appeared in the rain, like a huge transparent crystal statue. In the dim environment of Rain Village, the body of crystal rock snake looks like blue ice crystals. It emits a brilliant light against the backdrop of the rain, so dazzling that people can't take their eyes away. Roar! A giant crystal rock snake appeared and let out an earth-shaking roar. The sound was deep and powerful, as if the whole earth was shaking with its roar. The deafening roar echoed throughout the street, alarming nearby residents. The huge body coiled around Nagato like a long crystal snake. The rain hit its body and slid down the smooth crystal surface. The crystals all over its body become more transparent after being washed by rain, like a carefully polished work of art, shining with a dreamy brilliance. It's unbelievable. Looking at the appearance of the crystal onyx, Xiaonan's eyes were fixed on the crystal onyx, with amazement and admiration in his eyes. This huge creature has a powerful deterrent power, yet appears extremely docile. But now he lay quietly at Nagato's feet, as if completely obeying his orders. Moreover, it is indeed similar to the tailed beasts. On the street, the villagers of Rain Village, who were originally shocked by the vines, were now also stunned by the appearance of the crystal rock snake. More and more people heard this voice and looked over here. When he saw the crystal rock snake, he stood on the street with an incredible expression on his face. What kind of monster is that? Is it a tailed beast? Its body is transparent. Run. Hurry up and inform the ninja master, I don't know where this thing came from, get out of the way quickly. Someone reacted immediately and spoke quickly with emotion, which instantly made many villagers nervous. One after another, they quickly ran away from the spot. Some ninjas from the Rain village arrived quickly, staring at Onyx from afar, their faces changed drastically. Because even though they were experienced, they had never seen such a huge and crystal clear creature. Chapter 213. Come here you two. Conan looked at the Rain village ninjas who had arrived and nodded and asked the two first Rain village ninjas to come forward. After hearing what Xiaonan said, the two Rain village ninjas came up without hesitation and bowed respectfully, Lord God's envoy, what do you want? Have you any money on you? Nagato spoke calmly, and the two Rain village ninjas were stunned. Although they didn't know Nagato, they knew Xiaonan's identity when they saw Nagato following beside her. They didn't dare to be negligent and said hurriedly, Sir, we have some. Having said that, he immediately took out the only purse he had and handed it over respectfully. Anyone who can be accompanied by a messenger of God must be extraordinary. So they were very respectful. At the same time, they also learned that this strange monster seemed to be related to the messenger of God. Need not. Seeing the purse being taken out, Xiaonan shook his head and threw out 2 paper tubes for the two to take. The two ninjas from the Rain village took it subconsciously, but in a moment, they felt how heavy it was. Feeling the heavy weight in their hands and the crisp sound, both of their expressions changed. There can't be money in here. There's 500,000 taels in here, you two come with me. As Conan and Nagato turned around, they said, as for this crystal rock snake, don't worry, it's my summoned beast, send a message to them first after they understand, don't worry about it. 50,000 taels. Spiritual beast. Hearing Conan's words, the pupils of the two ninjas from the Rain village shrank sharply. They looked at the paper tubes in their hands with shock, and then looked at the crystal rock snake not far in front of them. Is this thing the spiritual beast of God's messenger? Whose psychic beast looks like this? It's not like they haven't seen psychic beasts before, but aren't psychic beasts generally very ordinary animals? And why did this person suddenly give each of them 500,000 taels? The two looked at each other, with some fear in their eyes. Although they wanted money very much, they knew the value of 500,000 taels of gold. But this sudden money made them feel panic. They clearly understood that even if they did assassination missions for a lifetime, they probably wouldn't be able to earn that much money. But since the messenger of God gave it to me, there must be corresponding responsibilities. There is no free lunch in this world. However, after hearing what Xiaonan said and thinking of what Xiaonan had done before, the two gritted their teeth and followed immediately. Even if there were any S-level missions, they did them. Anyway, the 500,000 is already in hand. If the messenger of God wanted to kill them, there was no need to pay so much money. So the two of them hurriedly gave instructions to the people around them, informed them about the onyx, and quickly caught up with Conan and Nagato. And later came the ninjas and residents of Rain village. After hearing what the two said, he watched them leave and couldn't help but look at the huge crystal rock snake not far in front of him with an expression of astonishment. Is this a spirit beast? Aren't spirit beasts creatures from legends? I remember them being very ugly, especially a toad. There is no weak ninja who can sign a contract with a summoning beast. Ordinary people can't even contract a summoning beast, let alone a summoning beast with special abilities. If it is the summoned beast of the Lord God, then it can be explained. After all, the ninjutsu used by the Lord God is different from ours. It is normal for the summoned beast to be so extraordinary. But I've never heard of it, or even seen it, before. Why did it suddenly appear today? Is it a new capture? Spiritual beast, it would be nice if I had one. Tell me, can I ask the angel to help me catch one like this in the world of spiritual beasts? One after another, the ninjas of Rain village, as well as the residents of Rain village, couldn't help but talk in a low voice. At the same time, the identity of the crystal rock snake was quickly notified and gradually spread throughout the Rain village. Conan and Nagato, with two ninjas from the Rain village, had already arrived at the jar shop and walked in. The two Rain village ninjas looked at each other and immediately followed. On the way, they heard the messenger say that they needed to pay the money to the store after entering. Then each of you pick 5 cans and smash them open. Although they didn't understand why the angel of God asked them to do this and they had many confusions in their hearts, they still decided to do it. Mr. Lin Mo, I've brought someone to open the can. At this time, Changmen looked at Lin Mo and said with a smile, these two open 10 jars. Sir, this is the money we get for opening the jar. After hearing Nagato's words, 2 Rain Village ninjas immediately stepped forward and handed the money in their hands to Lin Mo. Well, pick it. Watching the 2 people giving money, Lin Mo nodded and motioned for them to choose a jar. Seeing this scene, both Nagato and Conan narrowed their eyes slightly. Mr. Lin Mo did not refuse, which means that this method is feasible. There is no shortage of people in their Rain Village. As long as these people come to open the jar, they can quickly get some strange and weird things. Although other people cannot fuse the experience light balls and ability light balls, senzu beans and the like are items and will definitely be given to others. When the 2 of them thought so, the 2 Rain Village ninjas have already turned their attention to the ordinary jars placed on the counter. Looking at these ordinary jars, the ninjas from the Rain Village only felt a toothache. They really couldn't imagine why the Lord of God wanted them to spend money to buy these ordinary jars and even smash them open. Who is the owner of this shop? How could he make the envoy of God so flattering? In their eyes, all Xiaonan asked them to do was to please this young man and give him money. But what they don't understand is, if you want to give money, why don't you give it yourself? If he sent someone to deliver them, he would actually bring them here directly. This doesn't make sense at any point. As they thought about this, they started to select the jars. Under everyone's gaze, the 2 of them quickly picked out 5 jars each. However, before they could go forward to get the jar, they saw Lin Mo just waved his hand, and the jar they chose automatically flew over and landed in front of the 2 of them. For a moment, the eyes of the 2 ninjas from the Rain Village were wide open. What method is this? How come it's almost the same as God's methods? The 2 looked at each other, but looking at the jar in front of them, they decided to open it first. Boom! A ninja from the Rain Village smashed the first jar. Suddenly a blue ball of light fell down. After taking a look, Lin Mo nodded and said, a chakra light ball at the genin level. What do you mean? Hearing Lin Mo's words, Rain Village Ninja A looked at Lin Mo with confusion. He couldn't understand what this person said at all. How come a ball of blue light appeared in this jar? Next to him, a Rain Village Ninja B also stopped opening the jar in his hand and looked over curiously. Seeing this, Lin Mo immediately opened his mouth and gave the 2 ninjas from the Rain Village a detailed introduction to the chakra light ball. The 2 men's pupils shrank suddenly and they couldn't believe it. Something that can increase and enhance chakra. Doesn't that mean that it can increase strength? Subconsciously, the Rain Village Ninja A reached out and touched it immediately. In an instant, the ball of light seemed to melt and quickly entered his body. The next second, he felt a strong chakra fluctuation burst out from his body, and his whole body seemed to be infused with new strength. The chakra source in his chest seemed to become fuller, and his meridian seemed to be expanded, and the chakra flowed more smoothly. Is this true? Ninja A from the Rain Village widened his eyes and looked down at his hands in disbelief. Feeling the surging power in his body, his breathing began to quicken, as if his chest could not contain this sudden increase in energy. With every breath, he could clearly feel the fluctuations of chakra in his body, as if it had never been so vivid and so full. I've really become stronger. Ninja A from the Rain Village had a trembling voice and his face was full of ecstasy. This increase in strength came so easily that it was hard for him to believe. His hands trembled slightly as he felt his body become lighter and fuller than ever before. How could this be so simple? Ninja A from the Rain Village couldn't believe it. He never thought that one day he would be able to increase his strength so easily. No long training or hard practice is needed. With just one touch, the power naturally flows into the body. This feeling is like a dream. The heart of Akihabara, the ninja from the Rain Village, was beating wildly, and the excitement almost swallowed him up. In an instant, his eyes became fanatical, and his pupils flashed with greed. He got it. There is much more hidden in this jar than just this ball of light. There are more opportunities and more power waiting for him to obtain. No, you can't stop. Almost immediately he looked at the remaining cans, and his hands began to tremble as he waved them again. There was a crazy desire in his eyes, and he couldn't wait to open more jars and gain more power. Bang bang bang. Several jars cracked in succession, and blue and white balls of light and strange objects fell out of the jars one after another, forming a dazzling array. Every time a jar is opened, it seems to bring him closer to his dream of becoming more powerful. There will be more power. Looking at the blue ball of light, his heart beat like a drum, his breathing became more rapid, and he was so excited that he could hardly control himself. Without Lin Mo saying anything, he immediately reached out his hand to touch and merge. After merging with the blue light, he felt that the chakra in his body had increased again. Even his experience of throwing shuriken emerged in his mind, letting him know that it was a ball of white light. Lin Mo looked at this guy and his eyelids twitched slightly. It's really crazy. The remaining 4 jars contained a chakra light ball of an ordinary genin, and another one was a day's training experience in shuriken throwing techniques. As for the other 2, one is a shuriken and the other is a broom. Looking at the broom, Lin Mo had a strange expression on his face. Flying broom with built-in spells. This is a prop from an unknown magical world. You only need to touch the broom to fly through telekinesis. The specific effect can be detected by yourself. Looking at this thing, Lin Mo knew that it was a very convenient flying prop. I didn't expect it to be opened like this. However, before Lin Mo could say anything, Ninja B from the rain village next to him continued to knock open the 5 jars almost frantically, as if trying to get more power. At this moment, there were only jars, balls of light and power in his world. Bang bang bang. 5 jars broke in succession, and 2 blue light balls, 1 white light ball, a potion filled with green liquid and a crystal sword that was completely emerald green fell out. Looking at the 2 blue light balls and 1 white light ball, the Rain Village ninja Oya excitedly stretched out his hand quickly and hurriedly merged them. Without Lin Mo saying anything, he instantly experienced the improvement that his partner had just received. The feeling of increased chakra in his body and the training experience that emerged in his mind made him extremely excited. Oh my god, becoming stronger is really that simple. In just such a short period of time, he became more than twice as strong. Especially a ball of blue light, which far exceeds the chakra he possesses in his body. Lin Mo. Looking at this guy, Lin Mo had a strange expression on his face. The chakra of an ordinary chunin and the chakra light of an ordinary genin, as well as the training experience of ninja tools, were fused like this. You're in luck. Immediately, Lin Mo opened his mouth, said a few words, and then turned his gaze to the remaining things. These are the things that caught his attention. Silence potion. This potion was made by a mysterious alchemist from a certain world. After drinking it, the words you say will be silenced. The effect lasts for 1 day. Azure Fury Crystal Sword. A mysterious sword from an underground world, it contains powerful strength. The damage dealt by the holder can be increased by 100. And an additional 10 magic damage is added. There is a certain probability that the target will be in a burning state. By using chakra to inject it, the sword's own Azure Fury will erupt, which cannot be extinguished by ordinary water. The broom was opened by the first Rain Village ninja, and the next 2 were opened by the second Rain Village ninja. Mr. Lin Mo, what is this? At this time, Conan asked on behalf of the 2 ninjas from the Rain Village. Conan's voice instantly brought the 2 ninjas from the Rain Village back to their senses, and they hurriedly looked at the remaining things. Yes, the light balls can improve their strength, so what about other things? The ninja armor from the Rain Village touched the flying broom immediately, and suddenly with a buzzing sound, the broom quickly grew larger at a speed visible to the naked eye. It's getting bigger. Seeing this scene, Ninja A from the Rain Village breathed rapidly. The broom can also become bigger. This is a broomstick. Lin Mo opened his mouth and talked about the flying broom and 2 related things. The 2 Rain Village ninjas were stunned. A flying broom? And a flaming sword that can't be easily extinguished? If they hadn't just experienced it, they wouldn't believe anything they said. All of a sudden, Ninja A from the Rain Village excitedly picked up the broom and walked outside, saying quickly, I'll go out and try now. After saying that, he walked out of the jar shop without waiting for Conan and Nagato to respond. Next to him, Ninja B from the Rain Village could no longer wait to input chakra into the Azure Fury crystal sword in his hand. Boom. Suddenly, with a boom, the emerald green crystal sword began to emit fire, and a dark blue flame appeared. Deep in the center of the flame, there is a green color that looks very evil. It's so cold. The moment the flame appeared, Tian, who was watching it, hugged his arms and shivered. So cold. The moment the flame appeared, the temperature around it dropped rapidly, making her feel very uncomfortable. Even Conan and Nagato couldn't help but look over here. The second ninja from the Rain Village said excitedly, after I got this weapon, it's like adding wings to a tiger. Ugh. Looking at Ninja A from the Rain Village who had already walked to the door, and Ninja B from the Rain Village who was holding the sword and talking happily, Nagato sighed softly. Then he went out with Xiaonan. In front of the jar shop. Ninja A from the Rain Village couldn't wait to control the flying broom to float in front of him. Then he jumped up excitedly and stepped on it. However, before he could control his flying, a terrifying repulsive force emerged. He didn't know when Tendo Pain appeared above his head. The terrifying aura of power enveloped him, causing his pupils to shrink sharply. Before he could say anything, a terrifying force erupted. He only felt his eyes go dark and he completely lost consciousness. The next second, Tendo Pain waved his hand again, and instantly sucked Ninja B from the Rain Village, who was holding a sword in front of the Ken shop, into his hand. In front of the horrified eyes of Ninja B from the Rain Village, Pain slapped him unconscious before he could say a word. What is this for? Seeing this scene, Tian, who followed out, widened his eyes and looked as if he had seen a ghost. Somehow these two ninjas from the Rain Village were knocked unconscious. That guy. Subconsciously, Ten looked at Tendo Pain, who had appeared in the sky at some point in time. Who is this guy? Robbed directly in front of the jar shop. Seeing the Azure Fury crystal sword and the flying broom falling into Pain's hands, Tian subconsciously looked at Lin Mo. This guy is so brave. How dare you rob in front of Lin Mo? Pity. At this time, Nagato sighed softly. This method of opening a jar is simply unrealistic. Even under the gazes of him and Conan, the ninja from the Rain Village who used his money to open the jar did not hand the things to them immediately, but chose to keep them for himself. It is conceivable that if other ninjas were summoned to open the jars, the situation would be similar. Under the magic of the jar, even the ninjas in the village could not control their subconscious desires and thoughts. Not to mention he wasn't a wandering ninja from the village. This is also the reason why Nagato sighed. Chapter 214. Mr. Lin Mo. As he was speaking, Nagato turned his head and looked at Lin Mo, and said softly, I will continue to bring people to your place to open the cans later. Nagato kept a low profile. And his guess seemed to be correct. Lin Mo didn't care that he ordered Tian Pain to knock out the two guys. If it wasn't for being in front of Lin Mo and Tian, he had just smashed these two men to pieces. Well, let's go. Hearing Nagato's words, Lin Mo's face looked strange, but he nodded and didn't care much. Then, Nagato and Conan left. Also leaving with them was Tendo Pain, who was carrying two ninjas from the Rain Village. No, Lin Mo, those two guys' things were robbed, and it's related to this guy, so you don't care about it? Looking at Nagato and Conan leaving, Tian was subconsciously surprised and asked Lin Mo who was beside him. I'm just a canceller, as for the looting of things, it's not within my jurisdiction. Hearing Tian's words, Lin Mo laughed dumbly. If the things in the jar are snatched away by others, I will have to take care of it, wouldn't that make me exhausted? Besides, those two guys were brought here by Nagato and Conan to open the cans. Where do you think the money they had came from? Nagato and Conan wanted to open more cans and wanted the ninjas in the village to open them, but when the ninjas in the village came to open them, they didn't think of them first, which is why Nagato took action. It was just an attempt by Nagato to use others to open the jar, but it seems that this attempt has failed so far. At this point, Lin Mo shook his head and said, even Konoha village is unstable, not to mention the Rain Village, which is famous for assassination missions. The ninjas here don't have the cohesion at all. It's not realistic for Nagato to open the jar through other people. Although he could keep sending people to open the cans, and then squat at the door to block the robbery. But if this happens too often, people who come to my shop to open jars will feel unsafe. This is why Nagato will never do this. So, Nagato is very smart. He had guessed almost everything about what Nagato had done. Although I don't care, this kind of thing can't happen again and again. After all, Nagato robbed the ninjas in his own village this time, so what about next time? Is there a possibility of robbing other people? Nagato also knew this, so as expected, this was Nagato's first and last time. Even Nagato, knowing that he didn't care, wouldn't continue to do so. After all, it was my own shop that sold the cans. If the person who comes to open the jar is not protected, then he will definitely be offended, and Nagato will never do that. This time, the reason for doing this is because they brought the ninjas from the Rain Village to open the cans. It can even be confirmed that the two ninjas from the Rain Village were given money to open the jars. Unfortunately, these two ninjas from the Rain Village are a bit ungrateful. Nagato knocked the two guys unconscious but didn't kill them. Lin Mo thought that Nagato might not want to show off in front of him. Well, that's it. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Tian scratched his head. If Nagato and Conan paid to open the jar, it would seem normal for the things they used to open the jar to be taken away. After all, they have all merged with the chakra light balls and gained benefits. As long as a little is given to Conan and Nagato, they probably won't take action. I have just witnessed with my own eyes how excited and greedy these two ninjas from the Rain Village are. The expressions on their faces when they opened the jars were indeed different from those of the people he had seen opening jars in Lin Mo's jar shop before. I have never seen such greed before. Just passion, excitement, etc. These guys are so self-interested that you can't even arrange for them to open the can. When I was scratching my head every day trying to understand. Nagato has already left the jar shop. As he walked down the street with Xiaonan, he said calmly, I gave them money to open the jars, and I've told them that they have to hand over what they opened. In addition to the fusion of the light balls, it's also a benefit for them. All they have to do is to become a can opener, and they can get experience balls, chakra balls, and other benefits, and they're still not satisfied with that. It cannot be widely promoted. Once it is promoted on a large scale, the entire Rain Village will be in chaos, and the news will leak out, which will definitely cause trouble for the Rain Village. Mr. Lin Mo's jar shop has appeared in other ninja villages. So far, there is no relevant information in the ninja world. This proves that everyone who comes to open the jars has kept the secret. Therefore, Mr. Lin Mo's shop must not have a large-scale impact in our Rain Village. That reduces the number of cans we can open. Hearing Nagato's words, Xiaonan said softly, one person can only open 10 jars, and Mr. Lin Mo's shop will stay in Rain Village for a month. At most, he can only open 50 ordinary jars. And if you want to open a fine jar, you must meet basic conditions. So during this month, we need to build a good relationship with Mr. Lin Mo. Nagato said softly, at the very least, we need to know where Mr. Lin Mo will appear after he leaves, so that we can travel there at that time. It's unrealistic to order the ninjas in the village to open the jars, so we can only try hypnosis. I just don't know if hypnosis will work. At this point, Nagato frowned and said, I have a feeling that hypnosis may not work, but we still have to try it. Besides that, there are dangerous guys in the organization. At this point, Nagato narrowed his eyes and asked, which guys do you think are suitable for opening cans? It seems that none of them are suitable. Hearing Nagato's words, Conan was stunned and began to think, if it is Hoshigaki Kisame, but he is close to the traitor of Konoha, if that person knows about it, it doesn't seem to be good news. That person came to our Akatsuki organization just to gather information, didn't he? If he knew about the jar shop, then Konoha would also know about it, and then those guys in Konoha would know about it. When Xiaonan said this, there was a cold light flashing in his eyes. Nagato also narrowed his eyes slightly. Indeed. We can't let the people of Konoha know. He also wanted to take down Konoha's hidden head with his own hands. Unfortunately, that old guy is hiding too deeply, and has a lot of connections with the current Hokage. If we really want to talk about it, there is one person who is suitable. The next second, Xiaonan seemed to be thinking, Qinglong. This guy. Isn't he with that guy who pretended to be Uchiha Madara? If he knew, it means that guy knows. Based on the current situation, even the guy who pretends to be Uchiha Madara would never know about this magical jar shop. So, it seems like we've hit a dead end. Xiaonan sighed softly. The ninjas of Rain Village don't have the cohesion of ninjas from other ninja villages. Compared to ninjas from other ninja villages, this place is just a gathering place. We are the only ones who can open the can at the moment. Letting others open the cans is risky, and we can't afford to take that risk. Once Mr. Lin Mo's shop spreads in the ninja world and appears in Rain Village, it will definitely not be good news for Rain Village. What do you think of grouping Nando and Qinglong together? Nagato spoke calmly, causing Conan to ponder for a moment. Then he nodded, it's feasible. While talking to Conan, Nagato soon came in front of a ninja from the Rain Village. There was a faint purple light in his eyes, and the Rinnegan was working. In an instant, he used the power of the Rinnegan to control an ordinary Rain Village ninja. Go to a store, buy and open a jar. After giving the money, Nagato's voice was cold and full of coercion, which was directly conveyed to the hypnotized ninja through the control of the Rinnegan. This command is simple yet carries endless depth. He wanted to see if he could control others through the Rinnegan and have them open jars in the store. The hypnotized Rain Village ninja had a blank expression and his eyes were out of focus. After hearing Nagato's words, he turned around mechanically and walked towards the can shop. Every step was stiff and clumsy, like a soulless puppet being manipulated forward. Nagato's Rinnegan was always fixed on the figure of the ninja, with a faint expectation in his heart. If he could control others to open the jar through such means, then he could use the Rinnegan to continuously control and hypnotize people. However, when the ninja stepped into the threshold of the jar shop, Nagato's eyes suddenly changed. The feeling of precise control suddenly disappeared. The ninja who was under his control seemed to be completely out of his control the moment he stepped into the jar shop. Really? Nagato seemed to be thinking about something, but he was not really surprised. His control over that ninja had been completely severed. It seemed as if within the scope of that store, any external interference and control no longer existed. And at this time, the ninja from the Rain Village suddenly regained consciousness after entering the store. His vision gradually became clear, as if he had woken up from a deep dream. He didn't realize what had just happened and looked around in confusion. Forehead. Seeing the ninja who came in without opening the jar, Tenten looked up suspiciously. Are you here to open the jar? Open the can. What can? Hearing this, the Rain Village frowned. He subconsciously glanced at Lin Mo and Tian, then turned around and left decisively. It's wired. Tian was shocked to see this scene. What the hell is this guy? He was manipulated. Lin Mo took a look and immediately looked away. After the other party walked in, he noticed the other party's condition. Before he could even make a move, the other party came to his senses in an instant. Chapter 215. Sure enough, there aren't that many loopholes for people to exploit. When Lin Mo thought so. On the other side, Nagato sighed softly. After the ninja entered the store, he was completely out of his control, as if he was protected by a powerful force. Although his Rinnegan was very powerful, it was ineffective in front of this mysterious shop. No wonder the owner didn't take it seriously and didn't even say anything. I'm just doing useless work. Beside him, Xiaonan whispered, is it not possible? Yes. Nagato nodded, once you enter the store, any outside interference will be lifted. If we want to open the jar and get something from it, we have to open it ourselves. And we, each person, only open 10 jars a week. Such a pity. Nagato sighed. In such a large organization, no one is suitable to open the jar. And no one in the organization should know about this magical jar. After all, the guys in the organization are all dangerous elements. You can try to win over that person. Isn't there a little girl next to Mr. Lin Mo? If you want to build a good relationship with Mr. Lin Mo, this seems to be a good direction. Well, you do this. Nagato raised an eyebrow at Conan's words. Then he nodded, okay, that's it for now, let's continue visiting Mr. Lin Mo and ask some questions. Then we'll completely deal with this vine hanging over the village. As he spoke, Nagato looked up at the vines covering the Rain Village. Even if the vine is not destroyed, there needs to be subsequent notification of the reasons. In addition, the crystal rock snake should also be used. What he wanted was to let this elf be responsible for digging traps around the Rain Village and also look for mineral veins. There is still a lot of work to be done. Hearing Nagato's words, Conan nodded. Then he and Xiaonan went to the kin shop again. Day by day. Looking at Nagato and Conan who came back again, Tenten was speechless. It's less than a morning and these two guys are running back and forth. Don't they feel it's tedious? It seems that I have given up bringing someone to open the can. Lin Mo looked at Nagato and Conan, smiled faintly and spoke. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Changman nodded slightly and said, this time I came here mainly to ask you some questions, the owner. I want to ask, since you know the secret of our Akatsuki organization, if our Akatsuki organization captures the tailed beast and implements the plan, will you stop it? Having said that, Nagato looked at Lin Mo seriously. Oh. Hearing Nagato's words, Lin Mo raised his eyebrows and was slightly surprised. He obviously didn't expect Nagato to ask such a question. But the next second, Lin Mo asked with interest, what if I stop it? Even after knowing that his jar could bring out the tailed beast, Nagato did not give up his plan. This was beyond Lin Mo's expectations. Then our Akatsuki organization can only give up this plan. Nagato said without hesitation, in front of you, our plan has no chance of success, so we can only give up. Just by experiencing the magic of this jar himself, Nagato knew that this one was even more mysterious. It goes without saying whether the plan will succeed in the end. I won't stop you from doing this. Seeing Nagato give up without a second thought, Lin Mo shook his head and laughed, I'm just a businessman who just wants to sell some jars. Whatever your plans are, it won't affect me. On the contrary, what you want to do may also be opened by others through opening the can. Hearing this, Nagato looked solemn and said in a deep voice, I believe this kind of thing is not so easy to open. After all, the jar the shop owner has here is not a simple thing if he wants to open something that will bring peace to the whole world. Good. Lin Mo nodded, in addition to ordinary jars and exquisite jars. There are even more advanced jars. Even if someone can open something that will bring peace to the ninja world, there are also people who can open something that will cause unpeace in the ninja world. It can be said without hesitation that once my shop appears in the ninja world, this ninja world will no longer be peaceful. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Nagato's face darkened, so in this cursed world, there will be no real peace, and people will never understand each other. What is your understanding of peace? Hearing Nagato's words, Lin Mo smiled faintly and said. The plan of your Akatsuki organization is nothing more than to collect tailed beasts, develop new forbidden techniques, create tailed beast weapons, obtain the power to destroy a country in an instant. Rely on human fear of those pains to suppress wars, and guide the world in a painful way to make the world peaceful. Shouldn't it be? Hearing Lin Mo's words, Nagato frowned slightly and looked up at Lin Mo. If we don't do this, how can peace be achieved? Just unify. Lin Mo smiled faintly and said, use absolute strength to unify the 5 major countries. All the ninja leaders who can speak and the Kage-level strongmen of each ninja village are on the same table to inform them. This is what Hashirama did in the past. You just need to copy Hashirama's behavior. The god of the ninja world. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Nagato frowned, but that god of ninja world failed, and replicating it is just replicating the failure. But no matter what, it was he who pacified the chaotic world with his strength, even though his brain wasn't very good. Lin Mo smiled faintly and said, the so-called peace is to establish absolute order under absolute strength, so that no one can violate the order. Once violated, they will be punished. Without absolute strength, how can you expect peace in the ninja world? Moreover, the general trend of the world is that long-term unity will eventually lead to division, and long-term division will eventually lead to unity. Hashirama's brain isn't very good, but when Hashirama was alive, wasn't the ninja world very peaceful? Hearing this, Nagato was silent for a moment. Indeed so. So this approach was correct, but it just went bad later. Lin Mo chuckled and continued, when the 2 major families joined forces to establish the Hidden Leaf Village. The other 4 nations followed the example of the Fire Nation and established their own ninja organizations. Thus opening the era of the 5 nations unifying the ninja world. To this day, the 5 nations still unify the ninja world to this day. After the initial establishment of the 5 great nations, in order to discuss the distribution of the tailed beasts, Hashirama invited the 4 Kage from each country to participate in the unprecedented First 5 Kage Conference. In history, during which his younger brother Tobarama served as Hashirama's bodyguard. During the meeting, Hashirama followed his brother Tobarama's suggestion to exchange money for the tailed beasts. And distributed the 9 tailed beasts equally to the 5 major nations. As a result, the 5 Kage concluded the first peace agreement in the ninja world, and for the first time in this land. Comprehensive peace was achieved. But this peace has a time limit, which is Hashirama's lifespan. Once Hashirama dies, the countries will have no scruples, and the first ninja world war will break out. And what you have to do is to train a successor with the same will as you before you die. As Lin Mo said this, Nagato's pupils shrank suddenly. Lin Mo's words hit the nail on the head, pointing out the problem. According to Lin Mo, at present he only needs to suppress the entire 5 major countries with absolute strength and then establish order. At least the peace could be maintained while he was alive. And train successors within a limited time. Besides, in my jar, I can produce something good that will extend your life. Lin Mo smiled brightly, with your luck, if there is no problem, something similar will definitely appear, and you can live forever. Although I don't know if your thoughts will change in the future, at least for now, this is your best option to achieve peace. It's also the easiest thing for you to do. After hearing Lin Mo's words, Nagato fell silent. Indeed, according to Lin Mo, this method seems to be the best. So you must not leak the jar every week. After all, the jar can improve your strength. Lin Mo said slowly, you can go back and think about it carefully. If you want to collect the tailed beasts, you have to fight against other ninja villages. There is no need for this at all. As Lin Mo spoke, Nagato became more silent. Beside him, Tian looked at Lin Mo with suspicion. Although what Lin Mo said made sense, why did she always feel that Lin Mo wanted to sell more cans? That shouldn't be the case. I understand, I will go back and think about it carefully. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Uzumaki Nagato nodded slightly, as if he really listened to Lin Mo's words. By the way, Mr. Lin Mo. Is Uchiha Madara dead? There is a guy in my Akatsuki organization who calls himself Uchiha Madara. I don't think he knows him, but I still don't know his origins. Since Lin Mo knows a lot, he can just ask Lin Mo and get the news whether Uchiha Madara is dead or alive from Lin Mo. Oh, you mean that guy? Lin Mo was not surprised at all when he heard what Uzumaki Nagato said. Uzumaki Nagato will definitely ask Uchiha Obito. Lin Mo immediately said, Uchiha Madara is naturally dead, and the guy you are talking about is Uchiha Obito. What? The moment Uzumaki Nagato heard the name Uchiha Obito, his pupils suddenly shrank and the anger in his heart surged like a volcanic eruption. The originally calm face twisted in an instant, and the purple eyes of Samsara burst into angry light, as if the whole world was shaking with the shock in his heart. Uchiha Obito? A ninja from Konoha? He was not unfamiliar with this name. As an Akatsuki organization, collecting intelligence has always been their job. If he remembered correctly, wasn't this the name of a kid from Konoha village? A kid who is a few years younger than them. The funny guy who has been wearing a mask and pretending to be an Uchiha in the organization is a little Uchiha kid from Konoha? Thinking of this, Uzumaki Nagato clenched his fists. His knuckles made a creaking sound, and murderous aura spread all over his body, as if he could burst out with devastating power at any time. He recalled all the efforts he had made over the years for the so-called peace and ultimate goal, and the resentment and anger in his heart intertwined and turned into endless rage. Nagato's chest heaved violently, as if even the air had become hot because of his anger. When Lin Mo saw Nagato's reaction, he was not surprised but felt it was very normal. After all, during the Second Ninja World War, 2 senior ninjas from the Hidden Leaf Village broke into Nagato's house in order to search for food resources, and mistakenly thought that Nagato's parents were enemies and killed them. The frightened Nagato unconsciously opened his Rinnegan and killed the invader. Having lost his parents, Nagato lived a wandering life from then on. Later, he fainted on the road and was rescued by Konan, who passed by. She took Nagato to a base where he met Yahiko. The 3 of them, who were all war orphans, decided to depend on each other, and then they survived by stealing. A brat from the Uchiha clan. Konan stood beside Nagato, her pupils also shrank, and her usually calm expression became complicated at this moment. She and Nagato had come so far together, and made so many sacrifices, and yet the guy she was wary of was actually a brat from the Uchiha clan. Back then, this brat was a disciple of Yellow Flash, as I remember. Interesting. Recalling the detailed information within the Akatsuki organization about some famous ninjas in Konoha village, Uzumaki Nagato muttered to himself, and the expression on his face gradually became gloomy. At the same time, the light of the samsara eye in his eyes became brighter, and a strong murderous intent emanated from him, and the air seemed to tremble because of his emotions. He could hardly control his inner anger and wanted to tear that disgusting Uchiha brat into pieces immediately. He must pay for this. Nagato's voice was low and cold, revealing endless murderous intent. At this point, Nagato turned to look at Konan, his eyes burning with anger. Next, the Akatsuki organization must summarize some of the information from the past. Well, leave this matter to me. Hearing Nagato's words, Konan nodded, and the anger in her eyes was no less than Nagato's. Because the guy they had always been afraid of turned out to be a little kid from the Uchiha clan. Thinking of this, Xiaonan's face turned very dark. Lin Mo. Lin Mo looked at this scene and sighed in his heart. Konan and Nagato actually knew Uchiha Obito. You know, Uchiha Obito was not very old when he died. He also thought that Konan and Nagato would collect information about Uchiha Obito as soon as they returned. I didn't expect that the Akatsuki organization already had information about Uchiha Obito. Thinking this in his heart, Lin Mo stood calmly aside, looking at the furious Nagato and Konan in front of him. He didn't say anything more. Since Nagato didn't ask, he naturally wouldn't continue talking. At this moment, after a storm in his heart, Nagato gradually calmed down. He realized his previous gaffe, turned around and bowed deeply to Lin Mo, with an apologetic look in his eyes. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin Mo. Nagato's deep voice was full of sincerity and restraint. I lost my composure just now. I didn't expect that I would be deceived to this extent by the guy behind the mask. Having said this, Nagato let out a light breath, apparently suppressing the raging anger in his heart. Ah. In response to Uzumaki Nagato's words, Lin Mo nodded slightly, with understanding in his eyes. He doesn't talk much either. After all, these emotional fluctuations are normal for Nagato, and the shock of knowing the truth is enough to make a person lose his composure like this. Xiaonan, who was standing aside, also regained his composure. Although her expression was still somewhat tense, the anger in her eyes gradually faded, replaced by calm thinking and planning. Mr. Lin Mo, thank you very much for telling us the truth. Xiaonan also bowed slightly to express his gratitude. She knew that Lin Mo's appearance not only gave them the opportunity to solve Nagato's physical problem, but also revealed the truth that they had been kept in the dark about. Nothing. Lin Mo responded calmly, just be careful. Nagato nodded and then exchanged a glance with Konan. The two of them had obviously reached some kind of tacit understanding. Then, Nagato stood up straight, and his eyes regained their usual calmness and majesty. Then we'll take our leave, Nagato said with a firm tone. Xiaonan also nodded slightly to indicate their departure. Lin Mo smiled slightly and watched the two people leave the door of the jar shop, and couldn't help feeling a little curious. What will Nagato and Konan do next? Are we going to go directly and cause trouble for Uchiha Obito? Thoughts flashed through Lin Mo's mind. Lin Mo's expression became even more strange, and he felt that it was very likely. Come to think of it, these two people now know the truth. Not only did Nagato's body recover, but he was also extremely angry. I'm afraid he won't let go easily of Obito, who impersonated Uchiha Madara. If this is true, the situation within Akatsuki will probably undergo a huge change. Tisk, tisk. Lin Mo's gaze swept outside the shop again. The rain was still dripping on the street. The unique gloomy atmosphere of the rain village seemed to indicate that some uneasy turmoil was about to come. I hope they don't get too excited and cause any big trouble. Lin Mo pinched his chin, and a slight smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, but this good show might be a little interesting. There are other people in the Uchiha clan. Beside him, Tian was watching this scene with a look of extreme astonishment. She had been watching the conversation between Nagato and Lin Mo just now. I really didn't expect to hear such news. You know, there is only one guy left from the Uchiha clan in Konoha village now. There is also an S-rank renegade ninja who rebelled against the ninja village. Why not? Hearing Lin Motian's words, Lin Mo smiled faintly. By the way, who is Uchiha Madara? Who is this? Why did Uchiha Obito pretend to be this person? Isn't it written in your book? Hearing Tiantian's words, Lin Mo looked at Tian in surprise. When they were young, Madara and Hashirama joined forces to establish the first ninja village in the history of the ninja world, and Madara named it Konoha. There is such a thing. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Tiantian's eyes suddenly widened. That's not what the book says. Chapter 216. Lin Mo. Seeing Tian with wide eyes, Lin Mo nodded gently. I understand. Day by day. Come on, tell me what your books say. Do you have a book? Let me see it. Well, no. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Tian scratched his head, but I remember it very clearly. I have memorized it, I can tell you. When Tian said this to Lin Mo. The other side. Outside the jar shop, Uzumaki Nagato and Konan walked side by side on the slippery streets of Rain Village. The raindrops hit the two people's clothes densely, making a slight, padding, sound, as if playing a prelude to the brewing storm. The rain flowed down their robes, and their footsteps were light and firm. How dare the Uchiha brat from Konoha village impersonate Uchiha Madara? Nagato's voice was low and cold, as if the anger that had been suppressed for a long time was slowly burning. The rinnegan in his eyes flickered faintly, and the rain swirled in front of his eyes, but it could not erode his inner determination. Konan glanced at Nagato beside her, her eyes also filled with complicated emotions. She knew exactly where Nagato's anger came from. It wasn't just Nagato's parents who were killed by the ninjas of Konoha village. Over the years, they have been deceived by the guy who called himself Uchiha Madara, and even paid a lot for his so-called plan. However, the revelation of the truth was like a heavy hammer, striking at their deepest beliefs and determination. According to the information I have, Obito should not have returned yet. Xiaonan said softly, the rain forming a thin curtain of water in front of her, but, according to his usual habits, he should be here soon, we need to be ready before he comes back. Hearing this, Nagato paused slightly and looked into the distance with deep eyes, as if he saw the figure of the masked man through the rain. Even the core members of Akatsuki could not fully grasp his whereabouts. But now that the truth has been revealed, he can no longer allow this guy to continue to control the situation. It's time. Nagato muttered to himself, clenching his fists until his knuckles turned slightly white. We don't have time to wait, and we don't need to trust him anymore. Once Obito returns, act immediately, start preparations now and bring in the other members of the Akatsuki organization. Hearing Nagato's words, Konan nodded silently. She also understood the significance of this moment. If before they were acting in the name of the powerful Uchiha Madara. Now that they know the truth, there is no need for them to contribute to the plan promoted by Obito. No amount of conspiracy and betrayal could conceal the anger and determination in their hearts at this moment. Konan's eyelids twitched violently when she thought that they would be fooled by a kid from the Uchiha clan. I'll contact the others as soon as possible. Xiaonan said softly, it's not like no one has been interested in this guy before, we can just send them a message without worrying about it being leaked. Ah. Hearing this, Nagato narrowed his eyes and looked up at the sky covered with rain. The raindrops hit his face, but could not wash away the anger in his heart. Make a plan, when the time comes, we need to ensure that we kill with one strike, we must not give Obito any chance to escape. Hearing this, Xiaonan nodded, his eyes solemn and focused. She knew that this would be an earth-shaking action. Once the action begins, it is not only about getting rid of Obito, but also about considering how to deal with Uchiha's abilities and Obito's strange tactics. The two men continued walking as they talked, the sound of the rain beating against their cloaks muffled and heavy. Okay. Just as Konan and Nagato were walking towards the Akatsuki base, Konan suddenly paused and her expression changed slightly. Noticing her strangeness, Nagato slowly turned his head and asked, what's wrong? Xiaonan raised his head, his eyes slightly solemn, and slowly said, Nandu's group is back. Hearing this, Nagato narrowed his eyes slightly, and his lavender rinnegan flashed a cold light in the rain. Hoshigaki Kisame is a member of the Akatsuki organization. He forms a partnership with Uchiha Itachi and carries out a series of missions. But the timing of his return is obviously not a coincidence. Obito's return could happen at any time, and the appearance of Kisame forces Nagato to re-evaluate every next step. It's too early to come back today. This guy seems to have some relationship with Uchiha Obito. The image of Hoshigaki Kisame and Uchiha Obito walking together when the Akatsuki organization gathered flashed through Nagato's mind. I'll leave it to you, Conan. Randomly, Nagato said in a deep voice, his tone revealing an unquestionable determination. He knew that Xiaonan could handle the situation. He didn't want Kisame to notice before the plan was carried out. Understood, I'll make arrangements. Xiaonan nodded, and then regained his usual calmness and composure. He waved his sleeves lightly, turned around and walked towards another path. At the same time, the entrance of Rain Village. Hoshigaki Kisame and Uchiha Itachi had just finished their mission. They were wearing black robes with red clouds and walked slowly into the village in the pouring rain. As a ninja who is accustomed to the changing world, Kisame is always calm. But when he looked up at the sky above Rain Village, a rare look of astonishment appeared on his face. In his sight, huge, glowing vines climbed up and covered the sky of Rain Village. These vines meander like giant dragons, reaching straight into the sky, reflecting colorful light in the rain. This strange scene made Hoshigaki Kisame open his eyes wide and reveal an expression of disbelief. What's going on? Hoshigaki Kisame murmured softly, tapping the huge Samahata scabbard with his fingers, his heart filled with confusion and uneasiness. Even in the Akatsuki organization, he had never seen such a strange sight. Uchiha Itachi, who was standing next to him, still looked calm as usual, as if this sudden change did not have much impact on him. The red Sharingan turned slightly, scanning the surrounding environment, frowned and said, it's a vine, it may be some kind of ninjutsu. Ninjutsu? Hearing Uchiha Itachi's words, Kisame's voice was filled with a hint of surprise. Then he narrowed his eyes and looked at the vine swaying in the rain with a strange look on his face. Is there anyone in the Akatsuki organization who can do this? It seems that no one in the organization can possess wood release. And this kind of vine doesn't look like it was made by the guy I know. Uchiha Itachi did not respond to Hoshigaki Kisame's words. He just looked up and continued to observe, his eyes deep and calm, as if he was thinking about some deep secret. Kisame shook his head slightly, a smile curling up his lips. Anyway, this village has become interesting. The two continued to walk into the Rain Village, and the strange premonition in Kisame's heart became stronger and stronger. That's strange, is this an illusion? Kisame scratched his head in distress. Forget it, we'll know when we meet Miss Bai. But after not coming back for a while, the village has changed. While thinking this, Hoshigaki Kisame and Uchiha Itachi walked towards the base of Akatsuki. Along the way, Kisame's gaze swept across the sky from time to time. The vines densely covering the sky above the village made him feel a little doubtful, but he still maintained a calm smile on the surface. He followed Uchiha Itachi and moved forward steadily, as if this strange scene was just a trivial episode. Hoshigaki Kisame and Uchiha Itachi walked through the slippery streets with light steps, silently passing through the dark alleys of the Rain Village. Their black robes with red clouds formed a sharp contrast with the surrounding gray buildings, as if they were the only living things in this gloomy and rainy village. When the two arrived at the Akatsuki base, Kisame walked in first with his usual playful smile. In the hall, Xiaonan was standing in front of a huge table, bending over to sort out some scrolls, his face grim and focused. Hoshigaki Kisame saw her from a distance, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and then he strode forward. Miss Bai, the mission has been accomplished. Kisame spoke casually, glancing out the window as he spoke. By the way, what are those vines above the village? Hearing this, Xiaonan looked up at Kisame, his eyes as calm as water, and said calmly, it's just a ninjutsu experiment, don't worry. Her tone was calm, as if the vines were just some ordinary phenomenon. However, Kisame still frowned, obviously not believing this simple explanation. With his combat experience, he knew that it was no ordinary ninjutsu. Especially when the vines are so huge that they stretch across the entire sky, how could it be just an experiment? It's a ninjutsu experiment. The next second, Kisame grinned, revealing his signature sharp teeth, trying to hide his doubts. It's really a big deal, I thought there was a big problem in the village. Xiaonan didn't continue to explain, but nodded slightly, indicating that he could leave. She knew that ninjas like Kisame, although powerful, were not good at getting to the bottom of things, so it was not difficult to send him away. Kisame looked at her, said no more, turned and left. Although he had doubts in his heart, he did not force any further questions. However, Uchiha Itachi, who was standing aside, remained silent. His eyes were fixed on Konan, the red Sharingan in his eyes flashing thoughtfully. Itachi was clearly not entirely convinced by this explanation of a ninjutsu experiment. In particular, he observed the fleeting change in Xiaonan's expression, although it was extremely obscure, he still noticed the abnormality. Hoshigaki Kisame yawned casually, turned around and walked side by side with Uchiha Itachi. Although he still had doubts, he was not prepared to continue to dwell on them. Well, no matter what, I don't want to care about these, as long as there is no big trouble in the village, it's fine. Uchiha Itachi responded in a low voice, his eyes narrowed slightly, but his mind was working rapidly. He understood that some things were not as simple as they seemed. The vines outside the window may be related to some plan within the Akatsuki organization. However, Itachi decided to hold off for the time being, as his target was a more secretive existence. Under Hoshigaki Kisame's nonchalant attitude, the two left the base. Xiaonan watched them leave. End of this chapter. Chapter 217. I feel like the atmosphere in the village is weird after I came back this time. After walking out of the Akatsuki base, Hoshigaki Kisame looked at Uchiha Itachi next to him and said with a hearty smile, Mr. Itachi, do you want to eat meatballs together? No, you go first. Hearing what Hoshigaki Kisame said, Uchiha Itachi shook his head slightly. I also need to investigate the situation in the village. It is good. Hearing what Uchiha Itachi said, Hoshigaki Kisame nodded. Then he left. Uchiha Itachi also launched an investigation directly in the Rain Village. It didn't take long for Uchiha Itachi to understand the general situation. Did you show up today? It's strange, a crystal-like giant snake, this kind of spiritual beast, why haven't I seen it before? Uchiha Itachi frowned, thinking that the information he had received seemed strange no matter how he looked at it. Forget it, let's wait another month and send the message back. The Chunin exams are coming up, it's a shame I won't be able to see them. Uchiha Itachi stood on a high place in the Rain Village, looked up at the distant sky, but his heart could not calm down. Sasuke's image appeared in his mind from time to time. That younger brother is now working hard on his path to growth in Konoha village. However, he could only watch from afar and could not provide any direct help. Uchiha Itachi looked deep as he stared silently in the direction of Konoha, with a lot of thoughts in his mind. He understood that Sasuke's path to growth was destined to be full of thorns. But he believes that his younger brother will eventually find his own way. What I need to do is to pass the information here back. We also need to collect information about what happened in Rain Village today and send the message back. Thinking of this, Uchiha Itachi went back to his residence first. He wrote down the tasks he had carried out during this period, as well as the intelligence he had collected from other countries when he was out, and prepared to send a message back to Konoha. Time just passes quietly. In a blink of an eye, 4 days passed, and members of the organization returned one after another, and Itachi also thoroughly sorted out all the information. Boom! Just as Itachi was about to leave Rain Village, a deafening roar instantly tore through the sky of Rain Village. The huge noise seemed to come from the sky, shaking the entire Rain Village. Many ninjas and residents of Rain Village looked up and around in astonishment, trying to find the source of the sound. What happened? It came from the tower. For a moment, whispers of doubt and confusion rang out on the street. The people of Rain Village looked at each other in panic. The Rain Village, which had been orderly, suddenly fell into turmoil. The ninjas of Rain Village quickly gathered towards the tower. It's at the base. Uchiha Itachi stood in front of the window with a frown on his face. He could clearly feel the powerful chakra fluctuations, and without any hesitation, Uchiha Itachi set off immediately. When Uchiha Itachi arrived at the top of the tower, what he saw was a tense situation. On the top of the tower, many members of Akatsuki have gathered together, and everyone has a look of confusion and shock on their faces. In the middle, Pain and Konan are facing the masked man, Afei. The atmosphere between them was tense and it seemed that a fight would break out at any time. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Itachi narrowed his eyes slightly, and his Sharingan quickly captured every subtle change in the field, but he could not immediately understand the cause of the conflict. It seems that Konan and Pain attacked Afei. At this time, Deidara was standing not far away with a confused look on his face, his eyes full of doubt and confusion. He and Scorpion had just returned to base after completing a mission. He didn't even have time to organize his thoughts. Unexpectedly, as soon as he returned here, he was greeted by an attack from the leader Pain. And the target of the attack was not him, but another guy, a Fae. This guy is already a candidate member of Akatsuki, but he doesn't have a ring yet and is currently in the Akatsuki organization's probation period. Sometimes Scorpio doesn't have time to complete the mission with me, and this guy will assist me. It is said to be assisting, but in fact it means doing nothing and just following. As a result, this sudden scene made him a little confused. Although he and Fae were not too close, he had never expected such a situation to happen. At this time, Pain's expression was cold, the Rinnegan in his eyes flashed with overwhelming majesty, and the attack in his hands was ready to strike at any time. Conan stood next to Pain, her expression equally solemn, her eyes fixed on Fae. Hey, why did you suddenly attack me out of nowhere? Isn't that too much? Although Fae was being stared at by Conan and Pain, he did not show any fear at all. Instead, he kept screaming. Pain, what is going on? At this time, Deidara couldn't help but ask loudly. However, there was no response. Pain and Conan still stared at Uchiha Obito, as if waiting for an opportunity. Other members of Akatsuki also gathered around, each with a complicated expression, completely unaware of the cause of this confrontation. Because given the leader's position, it was too strange for him to suddenly attack this guy Fae. Especially Hoshigaki Kisame and Uchiha Itachi, they couldn't help but narrow their eyes. Isn't this guy Uchiha Madara? Especially Hoshigaki Kisame, who looked at Uchiha Obito with suspicion. He was invited by this person in the first place, and this person even used the Sharingan to confirm his identity to Kisame. Kisame agreed with his Moon Eye plan and joined Akatsuki without hesitation, and became the new master of Samahata. Unexpectedly, this guy is now attacked by Conan and Pain from the Akatsuki organization. Hoshigaki Kisame was confused. As for the one who was even more confused, it was Uchiha Itachi. As far as he knew, this organization was established because of Uchiha Madara. Why would Pain and Conan attack this person first? While Hoshigaki Kisame and Uchiha Itachi were deep in thought, Pain looked at Uchiha Obito and said coldly, "You little brat of the Uchiha clan, you have been hiding from us long enough." Ah! Uchiha brat? You're talking about me? He really didn't expect that Pain would speak like this. Did you know his identity? This is impossible. The moment Uchiha Obito finished speaking, Pain did not give him any more chances and directly burst out with powerful chakra, and the terrifying Shinra Tensei burst out in an instant. Boom! As Pain waved his hands, the air around him suddenly tightened, as if the entire space was distorted in an instant, erupting with an invisible and huge repulsive force. All nearby objects were blown away, the ground shook, and the walls collapsed. Shinra Tenjing. Pain spat out these 4 words coldly, and his voice pierced everyone's ears like ice. The air in front of Uchiha Obito suddenly exploded, and his body was severely blown back by the power of Shinra Tensei. The ground under his feet instantly cracked, and he was blown several meters away, heavily hitting the wall of the tower. But despite this, Obito still maintained a calm expression. Although his mask covered his face, judging from his still steady posture, the attack did not cause him a fatal blow. Uchiha Obito, your identity has been exposed. Pain's voice was cold and firm, and the Rinnegan in his eyes flashed as if he could see through everything. These words echoed throughout the tower like a thunderclap. The eyes of the Akatsuki members instantly widened, and their expressions changed from shock to disbelief. Uchiha Obito was also stunned for a moment, a hint of astonishment flashed across his eyes, and his heart was pounding. How can it be? Pain actually knew his true identity? Various thoughts flashed through Uchiha Obito's mind as he tried to figure out who had leaked all this. In the distance, Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame's expressions changed drastically the moment they heard the name Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Itachi frowned, his eyes revealing deep disbelief. He originally thought that Fae was Uchiha Madara, but it turned out to be Obito. It's not like he doesn't know the name. Hoshigaki Kisame also showed a shocked expression. He was usually calm, but at this moment he couldn't hide his shock. He never thought that this always careless guy would actually be Uchiha Obito. Boom! However, before they could react, Pain and Conan had already launched an attack. Conan's pieces of paper turned into countless sharp blades, sweeping towards Uchiha Obito like a storm. The Rinnegan flickered in Pain's eyes, and powerful chakra surged, erupting with an extremely terrifying sense of oppression, and even the air seemed to be distorted under his power. You little brat of the Uchiha clan, you deserve to die. Pain's voice was as cold as a knife, mixed with endless murderous intent. However, the next second, Obito's figure shook slightly, and the whole person suddenly became blurred. His body seemed to have turned into nothingness, allowing Pain and Conan's attacks to penetrate him without leaving any scars. Really? Seeing this scene, Pain's expression remained unchanged. He already knew this guy's abilities. This time, we fought with Xiaonan just to test how long this guy can maintain this state. After becoming a hollow, Uchiha Obito stood there, letting the attack pass through his body, with a headache. No wonder they attacked me. Although I don't know how you know my identity, but can you really kill me? It's troublesome. Uchiha Obito really didn't expect that Pain would actually call out his name. And it's the real identity. Pain's expression remained cold in response to Uchiha Obito's words. He raised his hands again, and the terrifying gravity and repulsion continued to surge between his palms. Konan did not give up either. She spread her wings and the paper behind her rushed towards Obito like a wave, but no matter how she attacked, Obito remained unharmed. Terrifying explosions continued to sound from the high tower. Boom! The sound of battle on the high tower roared like thunder, constantly echoing over the entire Rain Village. The terrifying power fluctuations accompanied by the explosion shook the surrounding buildings, as if even the earth was shaking. The people on the streets of Rain Village looked terrified and no one dared to approach. They could only look at the direction of the tower from afar. An astonishing battle was breaking out over there, and they couldn't imagine what kind of powerful ninja could create such a commotion. In the end, what happened? A villager asked in a low voice, his eyes full of fear. That's where God is. Why is there such a big battle noise? God shouldn't be in trouble, right? The rain hit the ground, making a rapid drip sound, and the whole village seemed to be caught in some unknown sense of oppression. No one dared to approach the tower, and everyone could only watch from afar. Some people even began to leave the area in a hurry, fearing that they would be caught up in this invisible disaster. At the same time, Lin Mo and Tian, who were walking on the street, were also attracted by this scene. The two walked out of the jar shop and strolled around the food stores in Rain Village. Now when they saw the noise, they stopped and looked up in the direction of the tower. What happened? Why is there such a big noise? It looks like there are powerful ninjas fighting. Lin Mo pinched his chin, his face looked strange, and he had some vague guesses in his mind. Such a fierce fight, it was obvious that Pain took action. What he had thought before really came true. Konan and Nagato attacked Obito without hiding anything. But as far as he knew, Uchiha Obito at this time did not seem to join the Akatsuki organization as a masked man and appear in the Akatsuki organization. Is there any information deviation? Uchiha Obito officially appeared in the Akatsuki organization in the form of a masked Fae. It was obvious that he joined as a newcomer after the death of Scorpion. But Nagato had asked him about Uchiha Obito before. This proves that Uchiha Obito, wearing a mask, has appeared in the Akatsuki organization. Somewhat strange. Although he had long expected Nagato to attack Uchiha Obito, he did not expect that the battle would be fought so openly on the high tower of Rain Village. With Nagato and Konan's current strength, they cannot defeat Uchiha Obito. The blur alone is enough to give me a headache. When Lin Mo thought so. The huge explosion and chakra fluctuations from the tower continued for a long time and still did not end. The surrounding villagers became more and more panicked, and some of them had already started rushing home, fearing that the battle would affect them. Seeing this, Lin Mo shook his head gently, go back first. Whatever the case, it has nothing to do with him. Hold head high. After hearing Lin Mo's words, Tian immediately followed. Time flies. It didn't take long. The battle on the tower gradually subsided and the deafening explosions finally stopped. The originally noisy sky gradually returned to its tranquility. The rain still fell silently, as if covering all the chaos and fluctuations in the rain curtain. At the top of the tower, Pain stood there with a cold expression, and the Rinnegan in his eyes revealed a chill. Konan, on the other hand, still maintained her fighting stance, her wings fluttering slightly in the rain, pieces of paper scattered around her. Not far away, the hollowed-out figure of Uchiha Obito slowly appeared. He was still standing there unharmed, with the spiral mask still on his face. Despite the fierce attacks from Pain and Konan, he remained calm and did not show any panic. You really can't bear it. Uchiha Obito's voice sounded coldly, with a hint of sarcasm through the mask. However, even if you know my identity, it won't change anything, I will come back again. As soon as he finished speaking, Uchiha Obito's figure disappeared again. With a wave, Uchiha Obito quickly disappeared from the tower and completely disappeared from the sight of the Rain Village. Pain stood there, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. Even though Xiaonan and I fought against him, we couldn't cause any harm to this guy at all. This ability is simply outrageous. I just don't know if the store owner knows this guy's abilities. It should be possible. After all, he even knows information about Uchiha Obito. Next time I go to open a jar, I need to ask Lin Mo. Thinking of this, Pain looked coldly at the members of the Akatsuki organization behind him and said in a deep voice. From today on, Uchiha Obito's true identity has been exposed. He is a ninja from Konoha village and a former member of the Uchiha clan. This news must be spread throughout the 5 major nations as soon as possible. All members of the Akatsuki organization will hunt down Uchiha Obito with all their strength from now on. All subsequent plans are cancelled and are on hold. After hearing what Pain said, the Akatsuki members present looked at each other in bewilderment. By the way, who is Uchiha Obito? Deidara scratched his head in annoyance. I've never heard of this name. Is there such a guy in the Uchiha clan? Information about Obito will be sent to you later, you can find out for yourselves. After hearing what Deidara said, Conan said in a deep voice, now, this guy is a traitor to the Akatsuki organization, that's it, the meeting is adjourned. After saying that, Conan and Pain turned and left. This is really incredible news. Hoshigaki Kisame scratched his head with emotion. I thought this guy was Uchiha Madara, but I didn't expect that he would be a kid from the Uchiha clan. The leader said so. Could it be that this guy is not even older than me? It's strange, even if it's Uchiha Obito, Akatsuki can tolerate him. Why did the leader and Conan take action against this guy? Did he do something outrageous? It's not like we don't have Uchiha clan members in our organization. As he said this, Deidara looked at Uchiha Itachi suspiciously. This guy is also from the Uchiha clan. In Deidara's opinion, Uchiha Obito was just impersonating someone else, so there was no need for the leader and Conan to be so angry, right? Isn't Akatsuki an inclusive organization? Obviously, something happened that we were not aware of. Kakuzu said, no matter what, let's pass on this message first, although I don't think it's any use passing on this message. After all, I haven't even heard of this guy's name. What he didn't understand was why Conan and Pain wanted to spread Uchiha Obito's information to the 5 major countries. Did this guy do something extraordinary? While everyone was chatting, Uchiha Itachi turned around and a cold light appeared in his eyes. Everything that happened today was really beyond his expectations. Uchiha Obito, if he remembered correctly, was a student of Minato Namikaze. Kavin end of this chapter. Chapter 218. At this moment, a paper crane flew from a distance and landed on Uchiha Itachi's shoulder. Find me. Seeing the message on the paper crane, Uchiha Itachi frowned slightly. Is there anything that can't be said just now? Why do you have to go and say it in private? Although he was confused, Uchiha Itachi left first and walked in a direction where Conan and Pain left. No matter what, let's deal with the scene first. Watching Uchiha Itachi leave, Scorpion of the Red Sand said calmly, the base is broken, and we can't let the leader do the reconstruction. Ugh. Hearing this, Deidara sighed. Really, I have to start rebuilding the damaged place. After all, if they don't rebuild this place, Pain and Conan will also give orders. Fortunately, he is also proficient in Earth Escape. When Deidara and others used Earth-style ninjutsu to repair this place. The other side. Uchiha Itachi, who had already left, followed Conan and Pain to an open place. This guy is from your Uchiha clan, so I'll leave the task of hunting him down to you. Looking at Uchiha Itachi who arrived, Pain looked at Uchiha Itachi calmly. All your missions are cancelled, all you have to do is hunt down and investigate this guy, is that okay? No. Hearing Pain's words, Uchiha Itachi's eyes moved slightly and he nodded slightly. Uchiha Obito is not so easy to hunt down. With that kind of elusive ability, even if he wanted to fight that guy now, he was not sure. The ability to make the body become empty is very strange. However, if I go out to the Rain Village and hunt down Uchiha Obito, I will have a lot of room for maneuver. For example, he could stay outside, collect intelligence, transmit intelligence, or even go back to Konoha village. Thinking of this, Uchiha Itachi felt that this was an opportunity. That's it, when you leave the village, please also spread this guy's information. Pain said slowly, as a member of the Uchiha clan, you should know him better than us. Although the Akatsuki organization has information about this guy, it is not much. But I believe it will be no problem for you to collect this information. After all, he was once a ninja of Konoha village. I see. Hearing Pain's words, Uchiha Itachi nodded slightly. He then said goodbye to Pain and Conan and left quickly and decisively. Now, if we completely send this guy out, do you think they can continue to cooperate? Watching Uchiha Itachi leave, Conan turned to look at Pain and said thoughtfully, the destruction of the Uchiha clan in Konoha village could not be solved by him alone, he cooperated with that Uchiha Obito. It doesn't matter. Pain said calmly, that Uchiha brat has a plan, but the plan is implemented by the organization, all he did was just working for you and me. There is no chance in the ninja world for him to start another Akatsuki organization. As long as the rebels in the organization are still here, it will be impossible for that guy to realize his plan. Now that my true form has not been exposed, as long as we are given time to open the jar, we will have a chance to completely get rid of that guy. You know, his original form has been restored. Although the consumed life force was not replenished, other aspects have been restored to their heyday. This is a trump card. Ah. Hearing what Pain said, Xiaonan nodded slightly. Then Conan began to take charge of the situation in Rain Village. Everything that happened in Rain Village today spread in all directions like a storm, allowing all the major ninja villages to learn about the situation in Rain Village within half a day. The Land of Earth. Iwagakure Village. Iwagakure Office. Anoki looked at the latest intelligence and narrowed his eyes. Internal strife in the Akatsuki organization. Pursuing Uchiha Obito with all their might. There are still some members of the Uchiha clan who have escaped the net. Why does this name sound so familiar? This name sounds familiar. Grandfather. Hearing Anoki's words, Kuratsuchi, who had short black hair, black pupils, a delicate face, and slender white thighs, whispered. During the Third Shinobi World War, the Tusher Jonin successfully forced the Konoha Defense Force led by Mamura Yamaki into a predicament with only 4 people left. They were later defeated by Minato Namikaze, who arrived at the battlefield in time. At that time, Oishi used the ninja technique, camouflage hidden, to make his body transparent, and successfully abducted Noara Rin from Konoha village, and cut Kakashi's left eye. He was later killed by Obito, who opened the double seduction Sharingan and held a kunai. That Uchiha Obito was a Firelight Jonin who used Earth Style, Rock House Collapse to cause the rocks in the cave to collapse instantly, killing that guy. Now it seems that the guy was not dead at that time, he just hid. I see. Hearing what Kuratsuchi said, Anoki narrowed his eyes. I remember the battle at Kanabi Bridge. Interesting, was that kid rescued by anyone? Or has it been hidden by Konoha all along? Konoha, you hit it deep enough. Still talking. For a moment, Noki was lost in thought. This guy is in the same organization as Deidara-san. Should we in the Iwagakure take action as well? After all, if we hunt this guy down, we should be able to get information about Deidara from the Akatsuki organization. Don't mention that bastard. Hearing what Kuratsuchi said, Anoki's face darkened. Seeing this, Haida lowered his head and stopped talking. Fire Nation. Konoha Village. In the root base. The lights were dim and there was a tense atmosphere in the air. Danzo sat in the same chair as always, a gloomy look on his face. The root subordinates in front of him were reporting the latest intelligence to him. And today's intelligence particularly caught his attention. Master Danzo, I just received news that the Akatsuki organization has issued a wanted order for the entire ninja world. They want to hunt down a ninja who impersonated Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Obito. Obito Uchiha? Hearing this name, Danzo frowned suddenly, and his cold eyes revealed a hint of doubt and confusion. Are you sure it's Uchiha Obito? The brat from Konoha village? He is very familiar with this name. Yes, Lord Danzo. According to intelligence, Akatsuki has confirmed that this person is not Uchiha Madara, but Uchiha Obito, a former ninja from Konoha village, and he has asked Konoha village for an explanation. At this point, the root ninja looked strange. They said that my Konoha village is very well hidden. The moment Danzo heard these words, he froze, as if his heart was struck by thunder. What? Danzo suddenly stood up from his seat, his eyes flashing with shock and anger. This unbelievable feeling made him speechless for a moment. The scene of working with the masked man in the past flashed through my mind. And now, he was told that the guy was actually Uchiha Obito. That little brat whom I never took seriously. What a joke. Danzo slammed his fist down on the table, his roar echoing throughout the root base. The papers and information on the table shook and scattered to the ground. The captain was almost gritting his teeth in hatred, and every muscle on his face was twisted with anger. He, Danzo Shimura, was actually being played around by a brat from the Uchiha clan. That bastard had deceived him from the very beginning. As the consultant of Konoha village, he was actually used by Uchiha Obito for so long. You beast! Uchiha Obito! How dare you, little devil, fool me like this? Danzo's eyes were filled with anger and murderous intent. He gripped the cane so tightly that the veins on the back of his hand were exposed. The anger in Danzo's heart almost made him lose his composure. He wished he could take action immediately to hunt down Uchiha Obito. All this is because of the damn Uchiha clan. How dare you do this to me, Uchiha Obito? Thinking of his previous negotiation with that guy, the sound of Danzo's gritting his teeth sounded like an uncontrollable roar of anger. The captain only felt his anger continuing to burn, and a strong desire for revenge rising in his heart. At this moment, Danzo even impulsively wanted to gather the power of the root immediately to hunt down that bastard Uchiha Obito and completely wipe out the remnants of this family from the ninja world. We can't let the Uchiha clan continue to disrupt the ninja world. Danzo's heart was filled with cruelty and anger, as if his only goal at this moment was to completely eradicate everyone related to the Uchiha. However, he knew that he could not act rashly now. Uchiha Obito's identity had been exposed, which would inevitably attract the attention of various countries. The current Konoha village, including myself, must respond with caution. Be patient, everything is still under control. The one who should be having a headache now should be Hiruzen, not me. Danzo suppressed his anger and slowly sat back in his chair, calmly thinking about his next plan. The guy who pretended to be Uchiha Madara turned out to be that brat Uchiha Obito. Really interesting. Did Uchiha Itachi know about this before? Have the root ninjas continue to keep a close eye on Uchiha Sasuke and Konoha's movements, report any unusual movements to me immediately. As he thought so, Danzo gave the order in a deep voice, his voice revealing endless murderous intent and conspiracy. The only person still alive in the village is Uchiha Sasuke. Yes. Hearing this, the root ninja nodded. Leave as soon as possible. And at this moment. In front of Might Guy's house. In front of the Scion training machine. Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto sat under a big tree, looking a little depressed and distressed. Because today is the day they open the can. After the visit, I found that the store had disappeared. Thinking about what they had seen and the information they had received, the two remained silent. Occasionally they looked up at the sky, or looked at each other, with a hint of helplessness. I really don't understand why Mr. Lin Mo's shop suddenly disappeared. Naruto finally couldn't help but sigh and ruffled his hair in annoyance. I'm so ready to open the jar and get stronger. The store is gone, what should I do now? I'm almost opening the exquisite jar. Now even the delicate jars can't be opened. Beside him, Uchiha Sasuke glanced at Naruto calmly. Although he didn't complain as impatiently as Naruto, his heart was also filled with helplessness and confusion. For Lin Mo, his jar shop is an excellent way to improve his strength in a short period of time. However, now that the store has suddenly disappeared, he feels that his plans have been disrupted. I wanted to open the jar earlier, now that the jar shop is gone, can I still kill that man? Sasuke thought to himself, clenching his fists and looking gloomy. Hey, Sasuke, do you think Mr. Lin Mo's shop will be back? Naruto asked, with a hint of anticipation and anxiety in his tone. Sasuke shook his head, I don't know either. He was also extremely confused about Lin Mo's departure. Just as the two fell into silence, Kakashi and Might Guy came over and talked to each other. Seeing this, Naruto and Sasuke looked at each other and pricked up their ears to eavesdrop. It's indeed a bit strange that Mr. Lin Mo's shop suddenly disappeared. Kakashi walked over with a calm expression, touching his chin with his right hand, but I think he will come back sooner or later. After all, such a mysterious shop wouldn't leave without a reason. Might Guy crossed his arms over his chest, nodded, and continued, yes, Mr. Lin Mo's store is indeed mysterious, but I believe that his disappearance is not permanent. Maybe he's just going to do something else temporarily and will be back soon. After all, his students Tian are gone too. I even went to the ninja tool shop to inquire about the information. I heard from Tian's parents that Tian might be back in about a month. And Tian followed Lin Mo away. This also means that Lin Mo will definitely come back. After hearing these words, Naruto and Sasuke both had a glimmer of hope in their eyes, and their originally depressed mood improved a little. Really? Naruto couldn't wait to stand up and asked quickly, will Mr. Lin Mo really come back? Kakashi nodded slightly, his eyes revealing a hint of certainty. I think so, people like Mr. Lin Mo will not disappear easily, his shop is likely to have just moved to another place temporarily. Might Guy laughed heartily and said, yeah, kids, don't worry too much, just focus on training. When Mr. Lin Mo comes back, you will naturally have the opportunity to continue opening jars to improve your strength. Besides, you can't just stop training when you leave Mr. Lin Mo's shop, don't keep pinning your hopes of becoming stronger on the jar. Strength is ultimately your own, if the jar can be improved, then it will be improved, if it cannot be improved, you still have to rely on yourself. As Might Guy spoke, Sasuke frowned. Although he still had doubts in his heart, he seemed relieved after hearing this analysis. Kakashi and Might Guy's analysis gave him a glimmer of hope. At least he was no longer as confused and helpless as before. Then I can only hope this one can come back soon. Sasuke spoke softly, and although there was still a hint of unwillingness in his words, he seemed to be beginning to accept this current situation in his heart. Naruto patted his cheeks and forced himself to cheer up. Well, in that case, we can only wait for Lin Mo to show up again. Teacher Kai is right, during this period, we can't just sit idle, I still have to continue to become stronger. After all, he needs to practice taijutsu before that guy comes back. I still have some training to do. The two of them gradually regained some fighting spirit. Although Lin Mo's shop disappeared temporarily, they knew that they could not stop pursuing power. After all, this ninja road will never stop because of changes in the outside world. The two were very eager for the jar, but they also knew that a ninja ultimately has to rely on himself. When Naruto thought so. Among the Hyuga clan, Hinata Hayashi was sitting in the spacious hall, looking out the window with deep eyes. The sunlight shone through the window onto the floor, illuminating his thoughtful expression. He had just learned the details of Lin Mo's situation from Tintian's parents. Now that all the doubts in his mind had finally dissipated, he felt a lot more relaxed. I see, it turns out that Mr. Lin Mo's shop has temporarily left Konoha village. Hinata Hayashi whispered to himself, the heaviness on his face gone, replaced by a relaxed look. He was previously worried about the sudden disappearance of the store, fearing that it would affect the future and development of his family. But after learning the details, he finally realized that Lin Mo's mysterious shop was not gone forever, but was just moved temporarily. As long as we wait for a while, Lin Mo will definitely return to Konoha village and bring back the mysterious jar shop. It seems that I just need to wait patiently, Hinata Hayashi chuckled. Then he stood up and walked outside the Hyuga clan. This news must also be told to Tsunade. Thinking of this, Hinata Hayashi went straight to the KTV. When he reached the door of the KTV, Hinata Hayashi paused, knocked on the door, and pushed it open and walked in. The lights were dim and warm, and Tsunade sat alone in the center, looking relaxed. She held a glass of sake in her hand and had a faint smile on her face. It's Hayashi. Noticing someone coming in, Tsunade looked up and was slightly surprised to see it was Hinata Hayashi. She knew that Hinata Hayashi was usually serious and would not easily appear in such a place. So he put down his glass and stopped smiling. Any results? Hearing Tsunade's words, Hinata Hayashi nodded and said, Lady Tsunade, I just got the news from Tintian's parents. I have a detailed understanding of the disappearance of Mr. Lin Mo's store. When Tsunade heard the name Lin Mo, her eyes immediately flashed and she sat up straight. The news that Lin Mo's shop suddenly disappeared made her feel uneasy. Especially those of her who rely on jars, she is even more confused. But he also knew that he couldn't alert the enemy, so he could only suppress his confusion. Hinata Hayashi said there was a way, and now he has found it. Thinking of this, Tsunade whispered, Tell me, what's the situation? There was a hint of anxiety in Tsunade's tone as she spoke. After all, the jar is related to whether his brother can be resurrected. According to Tintian's parents, Mr. Lin Mo's shop did not disappear permanently, but temporarily left Konoha village. Hinata Hayashi explained the situation clearly, because Tenten has left as well, his absence this time is only temporary, and he is expected to be back in a month. Chapter 219. Hearing this, Tsunade frowned slightly, but she was also relieved in her heart. Great, we'll come back. She was worried that Lin Mo would not come back. In such a big ninja world, she didn't know where to find Lin Mo. When Lin Mo appeared in Konoha village before, she didn't know about this magical shop. If Shizun hadn't obtained a devil fruit by chance, she wouldn't have known about it until now. And Hyuga Hayashi continued to say softly, Sama Tsunade, if Mr. Lin Mo takes the store, I will report to you as soon as possible. Ah. Hearing what Hinata Hayashi said, Tsunade smiled slightly, with a satisfied look on her face. You did a good job, Hayashi. Lin Mo is a mysterious person, it is indeed a good thing to confirm that he will come back. Tsunade-sama. Just then, the door of the KTV was suddenly pushed open, and Jingyin rushed in with a panicked look. Before Tsunade could speak, Shizun stood in front of Tsunade and Hyuga Hayashi, panting, and said in an urgent voice, Tsunade-sama, Hayashi clan leader, there is urgent information. News came from the Rain village that the Akatsuki organization is hunting down a traitor with all their might, Uchiha Obito, who is pretending to be Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Obito? Hearing this name, Tsunade and Hyuga Hayashi were both stunned, with shock on their faces. Obito? Tsunade spoke first, frowning and thinking deeply. This name, if I am not mistaken, it is one of the disciples of the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze. The look on Hinata Hayashi's face beside him also became serious. I have the same impression. He was originally a disciple brought up by Minato Namikaze, and was originally believed to have died in the Battle of Kanobi Bridge. But if this news is true... Shizun said quickly, according to the news from Rain Village, the man who calls himself Uchiha Madara is actually Uchiha Obito. They have already launched a manhunt for him throughout the ninja world. Here's some of his stuff. He likes to wear a spiral mask. As she said that, Shizen quickly handed the information and photos in her hand to Tsunade and Hinata Hayashi. After they looked at it, their faces became extremely serious. Obito Uchiha. How did this guy survive that battlefield? And he hid for so long. This is a doubtful point. She knew the Battle of Kanobi Bridge very well. The final result was that Minato Namikaze led Kakashi to destroy the Kanobi Bridge, but Obito's whereabouts were unknown in the Battle of the Kanobi Bridge and was presumed dead by Konoha. Hatake Kakashi obtained the Sharingan and now is known as Sharingan Kakashi and is feared by the ninja world. That little devil, isn't he dead? She also knows the information about Akatsuki. All members wore black windbreakers embroidered with red clouds and hats with wind chimes tied to them. The nails were painted with nail polish and there was a scratch on the forehead guard. Usually, two people work together when performing tasks. Orochimaru once joined the Akatsuki organization. Later, he became a traitor to Akatsuki and was hunted down by the organization. It was an organization filled with S-rank rebel ninjas. There is no weak member among them. At least he is an S-rank rebel ninja. Uchiha Obito was actually among them. That little devil. Next to him, Hinata Hayashi, who had already read the information, changed his expression and whispered. If it is really Uchiha Obito, then when the Nine Tails was rampaging in the village, the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze sacrificed himself to seal the Nine Tails. And it was rumored that the mysterious man who controlled the Nine Tails was wearing a mask. Could it be that the masked man was this Uchiha brat? Thinking of this, Hinata Hayashi's face became solemn. How long was that time? He knows some information about the Night of the Nine-Tailed Fox. The fourth Hokage fought against a masked Uchiha clan warrior. If it was Uchiha Obito at that time, how could that kid have grown to that stage? How long has it been since then? If that's the case, it's horrible. Hearing what Hinata Hayashi said, Tsunade's voice became low, and she obviously realized the seriousness of the matter. Even she had heard about the information on the Night of the Nine-Tailed Fox. As one of the three legendary ninjas, the information she obtained was naturally unknown to ordinary ninjas. Shizun, continue to pay attention to the movements of Rain Village and Akatsuki. Tsunade's eyes flashed with sharpness, and she said in a deep voice, if you have any new information, report to me immediately. Yes. Hearing Tsunade's words, Shizun nodded. And at this moment. The other side. Deep in a cave. The damp and cold air echoed in the dim cave, and the water drops dripping from the stone wall made a tick-tick sound from time to time. The dim candlelight flickered weakly. Uchiha Obito sat cross-legged in front of the fire, his hands clenched into fists, veins bulging on the back of his hands, and his eyes burning with uncontrollable anger. Behind the mask, a pair of Sharingans burst out with deep anger and confusion. What exactly went wrong? Uchiha Obito gritted his teeth, his voice low but full of anger. Why was my identity leaked? He thought over every step he had taken in the past, recalling his careful actions and disguises over the years, making sure that no flaws had been revealed. He thought he had hidden his identity perfectly. But now, Akatsuki organization has openly announced its plan to hunt him down. Some even call him Uchiha Obito. All this was completely incomprehensible to him. How did Pain Xiaonan and the others know this? Uchiha Obito clenched his fists suddenly, his eyes cold. He was sure that it was impossible to know his identity before. Although Pain and Konan would doubt his identity and wonder if he was Uchiha Madara, they would never know that he was Uchiha Obito. But now, how do you know? Damn it! Ju, who was standing next to Uchiha Obito, was also lost in thought at this moment. As a close partner of Uchiha Obito, Zetsu was also extremely confused. When Uchiha Obito turned his head to look at him, before he could ask, Zetsu's voice was filled with hesitation and helplessness. I don't know, this matter is completely beyond my expectation. Akatsuki's actions were so fast that I didn't notice any signs at all. Hearing this, Uchiha Obito was stunned, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Even you don't know? Zetsu nodded silently. I have been monitoring the movements of the Akatsuki organization, but this action did not have any advance warning. It was like a sudden storm. Both Pain and Konan seem to have information that we don't know. Hearing this, Obito felt even more confused and uneasy. He was very familiar with Zetsu's abilities. Zetsu's intelligence network covered almost the entire ninja world and was able to monitor all potential threats and movements at any time. But if Lien Ju was completely unaware of it, then the problem was probably much more complicated than he imagined. So, who is it? Who revealed my identity to them? It's definitely not something they guessed, we must find this guy. Thinking that all his hard work over the years might be destroyed in an instant, his eyes flashed coldly and murderous intent rose. After hearing what Uchiha Obito said, Ju remained silent, as if he was recalling the clues he had overlooked. But after a long while, I still couldn't figure it out. So what do you want to do next? Now that it has happened, all the ninja villages in the world have already known this information. Hearing this, Obito took a long breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, and slowly stood up. We have to get to the bottom of this. Uchiha Obito said coldly, Pain and Konan must have heard about me from other people, so let's find out who is behind this, and then, settle accounts with them one by one. I just don't believe it, there is no situation, you have to help me check it out. People leave traces when they pass by, and wild geese leave their voices when they pass by. I see. Hearing this, Ju took it very seriously. She also didn't believe that this incident happened out of nowhere. There must be a reason. You should do a thorough investigation yourself. When Ju responded. Rain Ninja Village. The rain was still falling tirelessly from the sky, the streets were washed clean by the rain, and the air was filled with a moist and cool breath. Lin Mo stood at the door of the jar shop, his eyes sweeping over the notices posted on the walls on both sides of the street. Printed on it were Uchiha Obito's portrait and information, as well as an order to hunt him down, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Konan and Pain's methods are really simple and straightforward. Even the Rain Village had to post notices. Speaking of which, Obito had been in the Mist Village before, creating the Blood Mist Village. Zabuza and Haku's defection was all Obito's fault. It was also Obito's fault that Vulpix defected. It's also Obito's fault that the Mist Village is extremely hostile to the Uchiha. The time when Hinata was captured by the Cloud Village was also Obito's fault. All the unrest in the ninja world originated from Uchiha. No wonder the second generation hates the Uchiha. When Lin Mo was thinking this, a figure walked towards him from a distance, causing Lin Mo to raise his eyebrows. It turned out to be Xiaonan. Xiaonan, who was walking over, was actually holding a black umbrella. Raindrops were dripping down the edge of the umbrella, and there was a thoughtful look in her eyes. When he noticed Lin Mo's gaze, he nodded immediately. What happened? Looking at Xiaonan who came in, Lin Mo was a little surprised. Today is not the time for you to open the can. Uchiha Obito has been playing tricks on us, we think it's useless to chase him. Xiaonan said softly, this time I came to you mainly to ask questions. Buzz. Just as Xiaonan opened his mouth and hadn't finished speaking, a dazzling white light suddenly appeared, instantly attracting the attention of Lin Mo and Xiaonan. I saw it in a small jar shop. Jintian's elf egg was placed on the counter of the shop, and it was emitting a soft light at the moment. Faint lines appeared on the eggshell, and the light became brighter and brighter. Seeing the appearance of the elf egg, Tian was surprised and looked at Lin Mo. Lin Mo, this elf egg is about to hatch, right? Hearing Tian's words, Lin Mo nodded, it's about to hatch, when it hatches, you will be able to meet a brand new partner. Great. Tian looked excited after receiving Lin Mo's affirmation. And Xiaonan also narrowed his eyes. Elf? The crystal rock snake that Nagato opened was an elf, and now this child also has an elf. Under the gaze of Xiaonan, Lin Mo and Tian. The light of the elf egg gradually changed from strong white light to soft. The lines on the eggshell gradually cracked, making a slight, cracking, sound. With the last flash of light, the eggshell finally cracked completely, and a pale red figure emerged from it. Woo! With a soft cry, a little elf with 6 tails appeared in front of everyone. Its body was covered with fiery red fur, its tail swayed gently like a flame, and there was a hint of lively light in its eyes as it looked around curiously. This is Vulpix. Looking at the elf Vulpix, Jintian's eyes were full of surprise and love. He immediately squatted down and gently reached out to stroke the warm hair. Vulpix showed no resistance to Tenten. Instead, it sniffed her hand obediently with its little nose, made happy noises, and wagged its tail. Jintian's face was full of excitement. He suddenly thought of something and quickly raised his head to look at Lin Mo. Lin Mo, the spirit beast can open the jar, so the elves can also open the jar, right? Lin Mo smiled slightly, nodded and said, of course, elves are also a kind of life, and they are also qualified to open the jar. Whether it is a psychic beast or an elf, they can open the jar. When Tian heard Lin Mo's answer, his eyes lit up immediately and he picked up Vulpix excitedly. Great, Vulpix, we can open cans together in the future. Xiaonan, who was standing by, was also surprised when he heard Lin Mo's words, spiritual beasts can also open jars. She didn't know this news. Lin Mo nodded, yes, psychic beasts also have their own potential and room for growth, by opening the jars, they can also get various upgrades and enhancements. The surgical fruit that Shizun had obtained before was obtained through Tunton. After Xiaonan heard Lin Mo's words, his eyes suddenly brightened. This is interesting. If the summoned beast can also increase its strength by opening jars, then for her, it will undoubtedly be an additional way to improve her combat effectiveness. Besides that, you can open more cans. The human heart cannot be grasped. But isn't it easy to sign a contract with a summoned beast? Especially Nagato. Thinking of this, Xiaonan's breathing became rapid. Lin Mo looked at Xiaonan, who was breathing rapidly, and thought of something. He raised his eyebrows and continued, whether it is an elf, a spirit beast, or any other existence with a contract or partnership, they can all grow through the jar. If he remembered correctly, Nagato had quite a few summoned beasts. After hearing Lin Mo's words, Xiaonan's eyes became brighter. After taking a deep breath, Xiaonan nodded to Lin Mo with a hint of gratitude in his eyes. Mr. Lin Mo, thank you for the information you provided. I have to go back and tell Nagato this news, he will definitely be very interested. Well, let's go. Hearing Xiaonan's words, Lin Mo smiled indifferently and watched Xiaonan turn around and leave. And Xiaonan quickly spread out his paper wings, which fluttered gently behind him, causing pieces of paper to scatter in the rain, forming beautiful patterns. Xiaonan didn't bother to move, and directly chose to take off into the air and fly towards the tower. As they flew, Xiaonan became more and more excited. She knew that this news was definitely good news for Nagato. This little jar shop is a huge treasure. If they can utilize the psychic beast's ability to open jars, they will have more resources and possibilities. It's just that the spirit beast can open the jar. Are you so happy? In the jar shop, Tian scratched his head as he watched Xiaonan leave, somewhat confused. There's no need for the psychic beast to be so happy when it opens the jar. You do not understand. Hearing Tian's words, Lin Mo shook his head and laughed, feeling a little hot in his heart. Nagato has quite a few summoned beasts under his control. Maybe, today I can make Nagato meet the conditions for getting my exclusive jar. Akatsuki is not short of money. There is no shortage of psychic beasts. It can be said without exaggeration that the number of jars opened by Nagato's summoning beasts is probably more than the number of jars opened by the ninjas in Konoha village in a week combined. When Lin Mo thought so, Conan had quickly reached the top of the tower and walked into the room where Nagato was sitting. Nagato saw Conan coming back and whispered, "Conan, any good news?" "There's good news." Xiaonan adjusted his breathing slightly, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Mr. Lin Mo told me that the spirit beast can also open the jar. Not just humans, any being with a contract or partnership can grow through the jar. What? Upon hearing the news, Nagato's eyes suddenly lit up. Really? Can a psychic beast open a jar? Xiaonan nodded vigorously, his eyes firm. Yes, Mr. Lin Mo told me personally. This means that our Akatsuki organization can use the contracts of summoning beasts to multiply our ways of obtaining resources. Very good. Hearing what Conan said, Nagato clenched his fists slightly, his eyes lit up with excitement. This is great, this is undoubtedly a huge opportunity. Next, we must make full use of this advantage and elevate our strength to a new level. Let's go, Xiaonan. Nagato's voice was filled with urgency. Let's go to the jar shop now. Nagato's voice sounded a little impatient, as if every second of waiting was a torture. For Nagato, he has many powerful summoning beasts. If these psychic beasts could gain power by opening jars, it would completely change their power structure. Not only psychic beasts, it would be more comfortable if you could get all kinds of things. Hearing Nagato's words, Conan nodded and followed Nagato without hesitation. After walking out of the room, Nagato's face showed a firm and cold expression. He had never been so anxious and expectant. He was originally still racking his brain over how to open more cans, but unexpectedly, the opportunity came. He and Xiaonan quickly passed through the interior of the tower and came to the exit. The rain was still beating against the outer walls of the tower. Nagato looked up at the sky, as if checking the situation around him. Without any hesitation, he summoned a huge bird-shaped summoning beast, leaped onto it lightly, and then stretched out his hand to signal Xiaonan to follow. Chapter 220. Tin-Can Shop. Lin Mo looked at Nagato, who came down directly on the bird-like spiritual beast, and his face was strange. Nagato was too impatient. Mr. Lin Mo, the spirit beast can open the jar. My puppet has signed a spirit beast contract, so I can summon it easily. As soon as Nagato landed, he immediately said hurriedly, so you can open the cans too. On the way here, he even had a plan. First open all the jars of your own animal realm's spirit beasts. Then he would directly use the reverse spiritualism technique to go to the world of spiritual beasts and capture those spiritual beasts. Can. Hearing Nagato's words, Lin Mo nodded. As long as it is a creature with wisdom, it can open the jar. However, some experienced light balls can only be opened to allow the spirit beast to merge on its own. You must be clear about this. Having said this, Lin Mo paused. Uzumaki Nagato suddenly narrowed his eyes. He naturally understood what Mr. Lin Mo said. This also means that the summoned beast can become stronger and even break free from its own restraints. After all, the magic jar could contain something that could cancel the contract with the psychic beast. But in Nagato's opinion, all this is within controllable range. Because a spiritual beast can only open 10 ordinary jars. Even if these 10 ordinary jars were open to the sky, it would be impossible for them to become powerful beings in one go and escape from his control. With his current strength, he can defeat even the tailed beast in front of him. How powerful can these psychic beasts be if they become stronger by opening jars? Thinking of this, Nagato nodded slightly and said, I understand. Having said that, Nagato did not hesitate any longer and quickly formed seals with his hands, with powerful chakra surging through his body. Then he slapped the ground suddenly, and a low spell echoed in the air, the art of spiritualism. Boom! As a thick white smoke spread out, a deafening roar, and the shaking of the ground made the entire area around the jar shop seem to be in a state of earthquake. The next second, after the white smoke dissipated, several huge psychic beasts immediately appeared in front of the jar shop. There are giant crabs, giant lizards, and huge strange monsters with multiple eyes. Each of the summoned beasts was extremely large, with scales on its body flashing cold light, as if a terrifying army was gathering in front of the jar shop. Lin Mo. Looking at these psychic beasts, Lin Mo pinched his chin and recognized them instantly. These are the 6 summoned beasts, the split dog, the hell crab, the chameleon, the yatagarasu, the bull, and the panda. This is not all. The female animal path can summon centipedes, rhinos, and 2 kinds of psychic beasts. This means that 80 ordinary jars can be sold quickly. At this time, Nagato stood in the center of these summoned beasts, commanding them calmly. Every ferocious summoned beast obeyed Uzumaki Nagato's orders and sat down in order, like a well-trained army. Everyone line up for me. Nagato's voice was calm and authoritative. Go in and open the cans one by one. As Nagato spoke, Konan beside him also prepared the money and handed it to the summoned beasts. Under Uzumaki Nagato's command, these huge monsters obediently lined up in neat rows, stretching from the front to the end of the street in front of the jar shop. As huge summoned beasts appeared in front of the jar shop one after another, these huge figures and the roaring sounds that had been heard before quickly attracted the attention of the ninjas from the Rain Village in the distance. The Yumming village saw from afar this row of summoned beasts, which were as neatly arranged as an army. They all opened their eyes wide with an expression of disbelief. What's going on? Why do so many psychic beasts suddenly appear? A ninja from the Rain village swallowed subconsciously, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. You know, there was a battle at the tower not long ago. Now there are so many spirit beasts appearing and gathering. For a moment, he nervously clenched the weapon in his hand, his eyes full of vigilance. Could it be that another battle is about to happen? The other ninja from the Rain village had shock and anxiety written all over his face. If it wasn't a battle, why would such a large number of summoned beasts appear? Not only the ninjas of Rain village, but also the villagers of Rain village saw it. Some villagers from Rain village looked at the summoning beasts lined up like a long dragon on the street ahead, and their faces were full of panic. What's going on? Why are there so many terrifying psychic beasts? A villager subconsciously pulled the child beside him closer and spoke in a trembling voice. Could it be that God is fighting again? Another elderly villager looked terrified, as if the scenes of past battles had reappeared before his eyes. Although the rain continued to hit them, their attention was completely drawn to the row of huge psychic beasts in front of them. The spiritual beasts were huge in size, and their scales gleamed with a cold luster under the baptism of rain. There were giant split-headed dogs and rhinos, whose huge figures looked particularly terrifying in the rain. It shouldn't be a battle. If it was a battle, the messenger of God would not have failed to inform the villagers. Yes, it shouldn't be a battle, otherwise we would have received the notification long ago. Could it be that God is conducting another experiment? The ninjas and villagers of Rain Village couldn't help but speculate in low voices. Although no one dared to approach the team of the spirit beast, some people left. But there are also those who are brave enough to look away. Similarly, some people hurriedly ran towards the tower, trying to report the situation to Pain. In front of the jar shop, Xiaonan looked at the huge summoning beast and said softly to Nagato, "It's too noisy, but it's still under control, I'll go deal with it first." Having said that, Xiaonan left decisively. Is that the leader's summoned beast? Damn it, why are so many psychic beasts summoned out? At the high tower of Rain Village. After the Akatsuki members barely finished building a complete base, Deidara and others immediately looked towards the place where a group of summoned beasts gathered. The moment each summoned beast appeared, they sensed a huge chakra fluctuation spreading. They recognized it straight away. But why would the leader suddenly summon so many psychic beasts out of nowhere? Crash! At this time, one paper crane after another flew from afar and landed in front of Deidara and others. Is the leader training the spirit beast? Looking at the information on the paper crane, Deidara was shocked. Why do I not believe it? Training summoning beasts, training in the village. You can train outside the village. Since it's not a battle, I'll go and rest. Beside him, Kakuzu said calmly, building this base is very tiring for me. Having said that, Kakuzu left. How about, Scorpion, let's go take a look. Watching Kakuzu leave, Deidara subconsciously looked at Scorpion. He was quite curious about the gathering of so many spiritual beasts. Don't go. Scorpion responded coldly and turned to walk towards his room. Do you know what the hell is the dull pain in the little finger of my right hand from time to time? It has lasted for several days. The pain becomes very uncomfortable after a while. It recurs throughout the day and it hurts to touch the mouse. Chapter 221. Seeing that Scorpion was unwilling to go, Deidara had no choice but to give up temporarily. He really wanted to go over and take a look, but he felt it would be boring to go alone. After thinking about it, Deidara decided not to go. If you're not going, come over and polish my puppet. Before Deidara could speak, Scorpion, who had already left, suddenly stopped and spoke without turning his head. Deidara was stunned and said quickly, no problem. Having said that, Deidara quickly followed Sasori's steps. And at this moment, Lin Mo looked at the spiritual beasts that were constantly selecting jars and opening them, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. He didn't expect that the biggest jar guest who came to the Rain Village would actually be a summoned beast. Seeing these summoned beasts being released from their summoning magic by Nagato after opening the jars, Nagato continued to summon another summoned beast to line up outside. Lin Mo sighed with emotion. I never thought that one day selling jars would be so easy. While sighing, Lin Mo was constantly checking the jars opened by the spirit beasts, explaining and introducing them to the spirit beasts. The summoned beast summoned by Nagato also has intelligence, at least not weaker than the previous pig. Think about it too. Nagato would not contract a weak summoning beast. Time just passes quietly. In a blink of an eye, half a day passed. A dozen summoned beasts opened the jars and all kinds of things came out, but many of them were experienced light balls and chakra light balls. Congratulations on successfully selling 500 ordinary jars. You will be rewarded with 2 exclusive jars. They have been automatically saved. Please check them yourself. Congratulations on successfully selling 500 ordinary jars. The number of jars you receive as a reward for signing in every day will be doubled, and the quality of the jars will be improved. The next exclusive jar reward pre-task is open, 50 million taels required. When another spiritual beast opened the jar, 3 lines of words that only Lin Mo could see suddenly appeared, causing Lin Mo's heart to beat violently. The task of selling the jars has been completed again. Compared to the hint you got the first time, this time you'll get 2 exclusive jars. I got 1 exclusive jar for the first mission, and I can get 2 exclusive jars after completing the second mission. If I do it the next time, won't I be able to get 3 exclusive jars? Also, the third line of words has changed this time. Just to start this mission, 50 million taels will be required. No wonder, I said the money I got from the jar was enough to make me worry-free, but it turned out to be a necessity to unlock the exclusive jar mission. Looking at the 3 lines of words that only he could see, Lin Mo squinted his eyes, with a myriad of thoughts in his mind. The information he obtained after completing this mission was beyond his expectations. There are 2 exclusive jars alone. When he first obtained his first exclusive jar, he was immediately tasked with selling 500 ordinary jars. If you want to make this task happen this time, you will need to spend 50 million taels. It can be said without exaggeration that these 50 million taels are the selling price of these 500 ordinary jars. If I had spent money recklessly at that time, I wouldn't even be able to unlock the mission for the third exclusive jar. Everything in this store really has a meaning. I thought that even if I had 50 million taels, I wouldn't be able to complete this mission. During this period, the number of jars you sell will not be counted in the number of jars in the next exclusive jar task. Mr. Lin Mo, my spirit beast has finished opening the jar, so I'll take my leave now. At this time, Nagato watched the last summoned beast leave, and whispered, in a few days, I will bring another summoned beast with wisdom to open the jar. Although he had many summoned beasts in the animal realm contract, the number did not exceed 20. Because to him, who is a being of the animal realm, contracting a weak summoning beast is completely meaningless. Now, he had opened all the jars of the spirit beasts he could summon and obtained various things. These things were also put into the storage ring by him and Xiaonan. Even some psychic beasts opened up storage rings. Therefore, Nagato has decided to go to the world of summoning beasts to make a contract with those intelligent summoning beasts. Well, let's go. Hearing Nagato's words, Lin Mo nodded. This time, Nagato summoned a summoned beast to open the jar. There were some good things that came out, but not much. There is not a single thing like senzu beans or devil fruits. But some strange props do exist. Lin Mo, I want to go to the Akatsuki base with Sister Xiaonan. Next to him, Tian hurriedly said, it's a good opportunity to ask Sister Xiaonan to introduce where to eat and drink in Rain Village, as well as where to buy things. I have been in the Rain Village these days and the environment is not familiar at all. She even wanted to buy food but had nowhere to buy it. So when Conan invited her to introduce the Rain Village to her, she agreed without hesitation. Thinking about what he had eaten these days, Lin Mo was silent for a moment and nodded slightly. The environment of Rain Village is far inferior to that of Konoha. The food is even more difficult to describe. As for the ingredients sold in the 1 or 2 shops I encountered while walking through the streets of Rain Village these days and every day, they were not fresh at all. He was already prepared to eat instant noodles. Now that I follow Conan every day, I can get fresh ingredients through the Akatsuki organization, which makes me feel very comfortable. In just a few days, he already missed a Chiraku ramen in Konoha village. Aha! Tian was excited to see Lin Mo agreed. And a smile appeared on Xiaonan's face. It's a good sign that this little girl is willing to follow me. Then, Nagato left. Xiaonan also left with Tian. Lin Mo was the only one left in the jar shop. After taking a look at the task, Lin Mo did not choose to open it immediately, but decided to knock open the 2 exclusive jars first. With a thought, 2 golden exclusive jars appeared out of thin air in front of him. Looking at the 2 golden jars in front of him, Lin Mo smiled brightly. The previous exclusive jar allowed him to obtain one of the 72 earthly evil spells. If 2 more of these 2 exclusive jars are opened, won't it take off? As he thought about this, Lin Mo moved his mind, and instantly a special jar shattered silently. Suddenly a white ball of light fell down. Calling the wind and rain in the 36 methods of the Heavenly Gang after integration, you can master the art of calling the wind and rain in the 36 methods of the Heavenly Gang, which can control the wind and rain to sweep over all things. Can summon strong winds, bring down heavy rain, and even disperse the clouds and stop the rain. It can also cause heavy snow or frost, and the method of moving clouds and rain. Really? Looking at the white ball of light, Lin Mo narrowed his eyes. It turned out not to be one of the 72 earthly fiends, but one of the 36 heavenly stars. In essence, this ability is even better than the 72 earthly fiends. Without any hesitation, Lin Mo decisively reached out and touched the white ball of light. In an instant, a powerful energy suddenly surged into his body. Lin Mo only felt as if countless tiny particles in his body began to become active, as if every cell was vibrating. Then, a large amount of knowledge about calling the wind and rain directly poured into his mind. This power. Lin Mo's pupils suddenly contracted, and a look of shock appeared on his face. He felt as if he had become a part of nature and could clearly sense the free wind elements and water molecules in the air around him. The elements seemed to become docile under his consciousness. As long as he thinks about it, they will obey his commands. With the help of a mysterious force, his entire body seemed to be reshaped, becoming more friendly to wind and rain. So that's how it is, this is one of the 36 heavenly powers, calling the wind and rain. The corners of Lin Mo's mouth twitched slightly as he felt this huge and mysterious power. Lin Mo raised his hand and clenched it slightly. In an instant, the raindrops outside the store stopped in the air, as if they were suspended in mid-air by an invisible force. As he moved his fingers, the raindrops gathered together again, forming a water dragon in the air, circling and swimming. The breeze also swirled around him according to his thoughts, gently brushing his face. Close your eyes and try to expand your thoughts to a farther place. He could feel the flow of rain throughout the streets of Rain Village. Even the howling sound of the wind in the distant mountains and forests outside the Rain Village could be clearly heard. As long as he wanted, he could mobilize these natural forces and make a storm come in an instant. This is truly a great magical power. Lin Mo couldn't help but secretly marvel. This kind of power is not just a simple ninjutsu, but more like a kind of control over the natural world. As long as they are within a certain range, he can control the wind and rain almost at will. Whether it is a storm or a calm, it is all under his control. But the next second, when Lin Mo tried to expand his thoughts to a farther place, he clearly felt a resistance. Obviously, mobilizing these natural forces over long distances consumes mana, which forces him to use it with caution. He could feel that the farther and larger the scale of the weather changes, the more magical power would be needed. Although this great magical power is powerful, it is not without cost. It's equivalent to a domain, but outside the domain, you need to consume the cost. But even so, it's terrifying. If it's in the sea or in a windy and rainy environment, it's like a perpetual motion machine. Thoughts one after another emerged in Lin Mo's mind. This sense of control over the forces of nature filled his heart with unprecedented joy and wonder. Next second. Lin Mo waved his hand gently, and all the raindrops floating in the air instantly returned to their original trajectory, turning into fine raindrops again, and falling calmly on the ground. He knew that he now had the ability to truly control the heavens and the earth. And at this time, inside the high tower of Rain Village, Nagato, who had just returned, had not yet used the reverse summoning beast to go to the world of summoning beasts when his brows slightly frowned. He has been monitoring the entire Rain Village through the Rain Tiger Freedom technique, and every drop of falling rain is an extension of his perception. However, just a moment ago, he suddenly felt an inexplicable force sweeping over him, completely depriving him of his control over the rain. What happened? Nagato's pupils suddenly contracted, and a trace of uneasiness passed through his heart. The aura was vast and boundless, as if it was a power beyond his cognition. He could even feel the invisible pressure, like a huge mountain, which made it almost impossible for him to breathe. Although it was Pain who performed the Rain Tiger Free technique, he was actually the one controlling it. Nagato immediately tried to control the rain through chakra and cancel the performance of Rain Tiger Free technique. But no matter how hard he tried, that force still firmly bound the rain like an iron chain. For a moment, Nagato's expression changed drastically and his face became extremely solemn. He has always relied on this technique to keep track of all the movements in the village and has never encountered a similar situation. How is this possible? My magic has never failed. There was a light of disbelief in Nagato's eyes. What kind of power can completely deprive me of control? Countless questions arose in Nagato's mind. This unknown force made him feel deeply uneasy and insecure. However, in the next second, that vast feeling of oppression suddenly disappeared. The rain returned to its original state and was back under Nagato's control. It was as if nothing had happened. What is going on? Nagato frowned, and was completely confused. The next second, Nagato tried to sense the rain. Everything returned to normal, as if the powerful force just now was just an illusion. Did I neglect it? Or is there something else going on? Nagato muttered to himself, a hint of suspicion flashing in his eyes. This was all too weird for him to understand. He has been using his magic in the Rain Village for countless years and has never encountered such a situation. Rain Tiger Freedom technique has always been his key means of sensing and controlling the Rain Village. How could it fail for no reason? Could it be Mr. Lin Mo? Or is it something strange that caused it? Soon, Nagato thought about the current situation in the entire Rain Village and had a rough guess in his mind. He prefers something from a jar shop. After all, when the psychic beast opened the jar before, it got a lot of props with special functions. If someone uses this prop, it can indeed be done. For a moment, Nagato thought of Tenten who was following Conan. Was it that kid who did it? Thinking of this, Nagato stopped thinking about it for a moment and decided to use the reverse summoning technique to go to the world of summoning beasts. And the other side. Tenten and Conan were walking on the streets of Rain Village, chatting with Xiaonan every day. A few days ago in the jar shop, there was no one else except Lin Mo. It didn't appear very often, so Tian felt depressed. Now seeing the very friendly sister Xiaonan, Tian seems to open up and start talking. You are actually a genin from Konoha. When Conan asked about Tenten's situation, he planned to find out more, but he didn't expect that Tenten was from Konoha village. Yes. Hearing what Conan said, Tenten nodded as a matter of course. I am a genin of Konoha village, but I will be a chunin in another month. Chapter 222. Why a month later? Hearing Tenten's words, Conan raised his eyebrows slightly. To become a chunin, don't you just need to complete the mission and have the strength to apply to become a chunin? This is how ninjas are promoted in most ninja villages. As long as you have completed a certain number of tasks and are strong enough, you can apply. After passing the examiner's assessment, you can become a chunin on the spot. Chunin is not a jonin, so it does not require such complicated conditions. Because of the Chunin exams. Tenten scratched his head and said, our Konoha village held the Chunin exam, only candidates who achieved good results in the exam can become Chunin. The teacher said that this kind of Chunin is more valuable and can also bring fame. The second and third Chunin exams are 1 month apart. I need to go back in a month and take part in the third Chunin exam. If I get a good score, I can become a Chunin. Go back to Konoha village in a month. Hearing what Tenten said, Xiaonan's eyes lit up slightly. In other words, if I want to open the jar in a month, I can just go directly to Konoha village. She and Nagato were worried originally. After Lin Mo's shop left the Rain village, it appeared here. How should I find it? After all, they couldn't open the delicate jars in the 1 month they spent in the Rain village. If you want to open exquisite jars, you must know where Lin Mo's store will appear next month. Now I actually learned from Tenten that the jar shop will appear in Konoha village. This is great news. Yes. Hearing what Xiaonan said, Tian nodded and said, there is nothing to hide, because Lin Mo's shop originally came from Konoha village. If you want to open the exquisite jars in a month, ask Lin Mo, and Lin Mo will definitely tell you. Although I don't know if Lin Mo will leave Konoha village after returning to it, he will definitely stay for a while. Because many people have opened jars in Lin Mo's shop, Mr. Lin Mo will definitely stay since he wants to sell jars. Ah. Hearing Tiantian's words, Xiaonan smiled. Knowing where Lin Mo's shop would go next, she and Nagato made preparations. It is a good choice to invite everyone to come out every day. By the way, Sister Xiaonan, do you know where I can buy fresh ingredients? Tenten was curious and asked. How do you guys in the Akatsuki organization usually eat and drink? I'm going to be in Rain Village for a month, so I'll definitely need to cook for myself. Some of the restaurants here are terrible. At the end, Tian looked distressed. That thing can't even be called food. Being alive and living are two different things. If you want ingredients, I can deliver them to you on my way every day. Hearing what Tian said, Xiaonan narrowed his eyes slightly and said softly, I purchased all the ingredients for the Akatsuki organization, so I can just drop by and deliver them to you. Although he had never purchased food or anything, he always asked Kakuzu to do the shopping. But how could I miss the opportunity to come to the jar shop every day when it is so close? In addition, you can also go to the store to see who will open the cans. Who else has opened something? She was worrying about how to build a good relationship with Lin Mo, and even understand what others saw in the jar shop. Unexpectedly, her daily communication with her led her to discover a good opportunity. Is this okay? Tian was stunned when he heard Xiaonan's words. Is it too much trouble for you? Will not. Xiaonan shook his head and laughed, for me, the distance is just a short flight, can you fly? That's right. Tenten's face suddenly puffed up when he heard what Conan said. Indeed so. I can't even fly. Sister Xiaonan can also fly, so she can move around much more conveniently than me. Then it's settled. Tian laughed, that's good now, we don't have to worry about not having good food to eat. If you have fresh ingredients, then your cooking skills can be fully developed. At least I can live a good life in the next month. When I think like this every day. In the jar shop. Lin Mo has already set his sights on the second exclusive jar. He was looking forward to what kind of magic this jar could bring him. Thinking of this, Lin Mo moved his mind, and the second exclusive jar suddenly shattered silently. In an instant, a piece of cloth fell down. Lin Mo was shocked to see the piece of cloth falling. What the hell? Why isn't it one of the 72 earthly evil spells or the 36 heavenly spells? Was my original guess wrong? Looking at the piece of cloth in front of him, Lin Mo fell into deep thought. This time, the exclusive jar contained this thing. Foodie's tablecloth. Just say the name of the food you want to eat in your mind, and the tablecloth will turn into food. The food that turns out is real, completely free, and unlimited, limited to ordinary food. Seeing this gourmet tablecloth, Lin Mo touched his chin. It's nice to have this thing. Eat whatever you want, unlimited supply. Lin Mo was not surprised at all that they were limited to ordinary food. After all, if there were no such restriction, he could directly eat all kinds of dragon livers and phoenix marrows. Although it's different from what I thought, it's not a big deal, on the contrary, it can help me. With this gourmet tablecloth, I don't have to worry about eating and drinking next time. Thinking of the magic of this gourmet tablecloth, Lin Mo thought about his life in Rain Village for the next month. Also, after returning to Konoha Village, he no longer needs to worry about crises like shops being closed and having no food or drink. Coupled with the power he possesses, he can advance and retreat freely. Thinking of some familiar delicacies, Lin Mo decisively said to the gourmet's tablecloth, "Give me a bucket of family bucket fried chicken, hot pot beef, and a portion of rice." Bang bang bang. As soon as Lin Mo finished speaking, 3 white mists appeared out of thin air. Then 3 things appeared out of thin air on the spread-out gourmet tablecloth. A family bucket of delicious fried chicken, a hot pot of beef, and a serving of rice, all served steaming hot, as if they were fresh out of the oven. Yeah. Seeing these 3 things that appeared, Lin Mo's smile became brighter. Really? Not only the ordinary food in this world, but any ordinary food that he knows about can be transformed. Now, I can eat a variety of dishes. Lin Mo decisively picked up a portion of beef rice and started eating. While eating, an extremely rich aroma spread out. Outside the jar shop, 2 ninjas from the Rain Village who were walking towards them instantly noticed the strong fragrance. What smells so good? It's a scent I've never smelled before. Smelling the rich and fragrant aroma, the 2 ninjas from the Rain Village swallowed their saliva and their stomachs made growling sounds. Then they looked in the direction of the fragrance. I saw it in front of Lin Mo's table in the jar shop. There was food they had never seen before. There is also a constant stream of hot steam wafting out, which is extremely delicious. They knew each other except for the meal in Lin Mo's hand. I don't recognize the other 2 and have never seen them. The extremely rich aroma made them swallow their saliva frantically. The 2 looked at each other. When did a restaurant open here? There has never been such delicious food in Rain Village. Immediately, 2 Rain Village ninjas came in and asked, "Hello, are you selling food here?" No. Hearing the words of the Rain Village ninja, Lin Mo raised his eyebrows. This is a kin store. Not selling food. Hearing Lin Mo's words, the 2 Rain Village ninjas were stunned. I subconsciously looked at the environment inside the store. There was indeed no sign of any restaurant or food or drink, and they understood it instantly. A Rain Village ninja immediately said, "Excuse me for disturbing you." Having said that, he quickly pulled his companion away. "No, why are you so polite?" Seeing his companion dragging him away, another Rain Village ninja was very dissatisfied. "That person is just an ordinary person, we can ask him where he bought his food." Idiot, the God's messenger and God summoned beast appeared on this street before. The Rain Village ninja who had been pulling people in at the beginning whispered, "We came here just because we were curious about this, there is absolutely no need to create unnecessary trouble. The food was delicious and something I had never seen before, but I took a quick look and saw beef and fried chicken, he must have cooked it himself. It's better to have less trouble than more, it's just food, there's nothing to ask about. Okay, let's go, don't forget to guard this street. It is definitely not simple for the messenger of God and the spirit beast of God to appear on this street, we must maintain due respect." 2. Hearing his companion's words, the dissatisfied Rain Village ninja immediately restrained the expression on his face and nodded. It is indeed not easy for God's messenger and God's spiritual beast to appear on this street. The least they have to do is maintain order on this street. As they left here while chatting, Lin Mo was very satisfied after eating and drinking, and lay lazily on the sofa. This meal was truly the most satisfying one he had had during his time in Rain Village. When Lin Mo was resting, Tenten, who had been following Conan, came to the base of Akatsuki and looked around curiously. As Tenten arrived, Deidara, who had just walked out, was suddenly surprised when he saw Tenten. What the hell is this little girl? Why did she come to their base? You know, only members of the Akatsuki organization can come to the Akatsuki base. Now Xiaonan has brought a girl here. Is she a new member of the organization? After feeling the aura of Tenten, Deidara's expression became more and more strange. So weak. The other party doesn't have much chakra. This girl is probably only in her teens. Could this be a new member? This is the clothes I gave you, it will be much more convenient for you to wear this clothes when traveling in Rain Village in the future. Conan ignored Deidara and took Tenten to her room. She took out several sets of Akatsuki uniforms and handed them to Tenten. She said softly, "Although the Rain Village is orderly, it is definitely not as good as the Konoha Village. In the Rain Village, only we can wear this set of clothes, and any Rain Village ninja who sees the wearer of this set of clothes must maintain due respect. No one would have the guts to wear and make this kind of clothing privately, so this clothing will only benefit you and not harm you. If you don't want to wear it, you don't have to wear it. Anyway, you can store them in the storage ring and take them out whenever you want to wear them, I can't take care of you all the time, so I will give you a few sets of this set of clothes." Oh, that. After hearing what Xiaonan said, Tian understood. Isn't this equivalent to a pass to Konoha Village? Although for the ninjas of this village, the ninja forehead protector is the best proof. But you also need to look at the identity pass information. It was issued for people in the village who were not ninjas, and for people from other ninja villages. But the Rain village doesn't need these. Just this set of clothes. Speaking of which, this dress is pretty nice. She had been in the Rain village these days and had only seen it on Conan, Nagato, and Pain. No one in other parts of the Rain village was wearing this kind of clothes. Sister Xiaonan, you are so nice. Immediately, Tian took it with a satisfied look on his face, and then put it on simply. Then, Conan took Tian to visit the Akatsuki base, familiarized Tian with the structure of the Rain village, etc. And finally arranged for 2 ninjas from the Rain village to send Tian away. Every time I left, I took a lot of fresh ingredients. Also, that kid is our new member. With a new member, shouldn't we call a meeting to let everyone get to know him? Akatsuki hasn't had any new members in a long time. Even if there are new members, a meeting will be convened as soon as possible and everyone will be in the right place at the same time. Otherwise, there's no reason for him to visit the entire Akatsuki base. That's my disciple. Conan said calmly, she is not a member of the Akatsuki organization, so she does not have a ring, but in the Rain village, she has the same status as me. You've accepted a disciple. When Deidara heard what Conan said, he looked as if he had seen a ghost. This woman accepted a disciple. This is a big deal. Why does the way this woman speaks seem like she is talking about a trivial matter? I'll talk about it briefly at the next meeting, don't pay attention to it. Xiaonan shook his head and said, you guys take a rest first, the organization will assign you tasks later. Alright. Deidara sighed after hearing what Conan said. And at this moment, Ten, who has already left the Akatsuki base, is wearing a black robe with red clouds. With the respect of the 2 Rain village ninjas, they returned to the jar shop. Lin Mo, I'm back. As soon as we entered the kin shop, Tian jumped in excitedly, look at the new clothes that Sister Xiaonan gave me. From now on, I will be a person of status in the Rain village. And I got a lot of fresh ingredients, I can show off my cooking skills tonight. And Sister Xiaonan also said that she would bring us the ingredients on the way, are you hungry now? I'll cook for you now. As soon as Tian came in, he started chattering, which made Lin Mo raise his eyebrows and look at him twice. When Lin Mo saw Tian's black robe with red clouds, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Has this child joined the Akatsuki organization? However, seeing that Tian had already brought out fresh fruits and vegetables one after another, Lin Mo shook his head and said. You don't have to cook, it will be very convenient for us to eat and drink for the next month. As he spoke, Lin Mo walked to the table next to him and sat down, and ordered, give me a family bucket of fried chicken, a portion of kung pao chicken, 2 portions of rice, and a portion of tomato egg soup. Bang bang bang. As Lin Mo opened his mouth, the food he mentioned appeared one after another on the table covered with a gourmet tablecloth. For a moment, white-hot mist and an extremely rich fragrance spread out. What? Seeing this scene, Tian was shocked. Tian looked at the table that was empty just now, and suddenly 5 dishes appeared on it. He was stunned. What is going on? Why does something pop up as soon as Lin Mo talks about it? And what was said was something she had never heard of before. I only know tomato egg soup and rice. Fried chicken, I have never heard of kung pao chicken. Smells so good. Is this a restaurant? The Lord Messenger of God ordered us to send this Lord Tian back, could it be that this Lord runs a restaurant? In front of the jar shop, there are 2 ninjas from the Rain village who just sent Tian back. I hadn't walked too far when I smelled the scent. I swallowed for a moment. Looking back, I saw a rich fragrance coming from the shop. Their stomachs instantly started growling. It shouldn't be a restaurant, if it is a restaurant, it wouldn't be arranged like this. Forget it, let's go eat too, the adults may eat different food than us, but we have to remember this place. Well, the Lord God's messenger said that meeting this Lord is like meeting the Lord God's messenger in person. The 2 ninjas from the Rain village swallowed their saliva while chatting, and decided to leave quickly. They really couldn't stand staying here any longer. Especially since they had the order from Lord Xiaonan, they dared not show any disrespect to the people who came to the shop every day. Lin Mo, who had already sat down, looked at Tian who looked confused and chuckled, sit down and eat, why are you standing there? Lin Mo, how did you do this? Tian sat down and touched the steaming family bucket. It was hot, as if it had just come out of the oven. He looked at Lin Mo with a confused expression. How did Lin Mo make food appear out of thin air on the table? If it appeared out of thin air, there was no need to go out for dinner before. Thinking of this, Tian puffed up his face. Gourmet tablecloth, just say the food you want to eat to this tablecloth, and it will appear out of thin air, out of nothing. Lin Mo smiled faintly. I just remembered that there is such a convenient thing. So amazing. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Tiantian's beautiful big eyes showed surprise. It is another method of creating food out of nothing. Chapter 223. The next second, Tian looked excited and asked with a smile, is it an unlimited supply? It would be really nice if there was an unlimited supply. This means that I don't need to cook for the next month. Just shout and food will appear. Lin Mo nodded, it is an unlimited supply. The jars in the jar shop contain all kinds of props, which I have seen every day. There is no need to hide this kind of thing. It's not that you don't want to use it. Amazing. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Tian sighed, with such a magical tablecloth, I can open a restaurant and supply unlimited quantities. I'd like a bowl of Ichiraka ramen, a bowl of snail rice noodle, and a big grilled fish. As Tian opened his mouth, 3 delicious dishes suddenly appeared out of thin air on the gourmet tablecloth. Exactly the same. Looking at the familiar Ichiraka ramen and snail noodles and smelling the familiar scent, Tian is excited. Amazing. Before, Sister Acaris only prescribed delicious recipes. But now, Lin Mo can make delicious food come true. This means that no restaurant can resist Lin Mo's tablecloth. If Lin Momo used this gourmet tablecloth to open a restaurant and supply it in unlimited quantities, it would easily bankrupt countless food restaurants. After all, this is an unlimited supply. You ordered so much, can you finish it? When Lin Mo saw Tian called out 3 more dishes, his eyelids twitched. He looked Tian up and down and said seriously, if you can't finish it later, I will force you to eat it. Tian, who was laughing excitedly, suddenly froze when he heard Lin Mo's words. Tian looked at the dishes in front of him and swallowed his saliva. It seemed like she really couldn't eat so many dishes. Lin Mo, if you give me the same bottle of medicine as Hinata, I can definitely take it. Didn't Hinata get that slimming and digestion pill before? With that, I can definitely eat it. When Hinata opened the jar, she found out that she could take a slimming pill that would keep her stomach in a special state for an hour. Everything you eat during that period will be digested and disappear instantly. There is no need to worry about gaining any weight from what you eat during this hour. Then is there any meaning in your eating and drinking? Lin Mo pinched his chin and said, besides, you have such a good relationship with Hinata, didn't you ask Hinata for it? As Hinata's good sister, Ten often takes things from Hinata. Hey, who knew something like this would come in handy? Hearing Lin Mo's words, Tian sighed. As he spoke, he picked up a piece of fried chicken. As soon as he took a bite, Tiantian's eyes suddenly showed joy. What delicious stuff. She had never eaten anything like this before. Seeing this scene, Lin Mo also felt a little emotional. The charm of fried chicken. Soon. Time flies. Tian, who had already eaten and drunk his fill, was lying on Lin Mo's recliner. He touched his slightly swollen belly, with a distressed look on his face. He looked at Lin Mo pitifully as he said. Lin Mo, I can't eat any more, I really can't eat any more. On the gourmet's table, there is also a bowl of steaming Ichiraka ramen and snail noodles. These 2 dishes are eaten every day and never touched. Because I am dazzled by fried chicken every day and I stare at it crazily and eat it. A big bucket of fried chicken went into Tiantian's stomach, making him burp and unable to eat. Lin Mo picked up the Ichiraka ramen with an expressionless face and continued to stuff it into Tiantian's mouth, saying expressionlessly, I told you, if you can't eat it, I will force it into you even if I force it. I ordered so much, but ended up not eating any of it. This day is just a waste. Don't you know that wasting food is shameful? You. Tian was just about to speak when Lin Mo stuffed his mouth with his mouth again. He wanted to speak but couldn't, and could only whimper. After finally swallowing it in one gulp, Tian blushed with embarrassment. Then he shook his head frantically, no more, no more. As he spoke, Tian struggled to get up. At this moment, she only felt that her stomach was full. She felt like her stomach would explode if she ate any more. I'll let Vulpix eat it. Tian hurriedly picked up the Vulpix next to him and motioned for Vulpix to eat. Vulpix? Vulpix, who was held by Tian, had a confused look on his face. Then she made 2 sounds towards Lin Mo. Lin Mo, dot. Seeing that the Vulpix really wanted to eat, Lin Mo pinched his chin and said, let's see how much you little guy can eat. As he said that, Lin Mo placed the Ichiraka ramen in front of Vulpix. Vulpix sniffed the Ichiraka ramen in front of him, his big watery eyes suddenly lit up, his little nose twitched, and then he let out a happy cry and lowered his head to start eating. Its little tongue flexibly rolled up the noodles and took a sip, sucking the whole noodle into its mouth. Then he held up the edge of the bowl with his little paws and licked the ramen soup happily. Vulpix made a satisfied sound, which made Tenten look surprised. How cute. Lin Mo, Vulpix actually likes to eat ramen. At this moment, Tiantian's eyes sparkled when he saw this scene. He clapped his hands and said excitedly, "It seems that this guy is destined to be with me." Lin Mo also nodded, his eyes full of curiosity and appreciation. TSK, this little guy has a good appetite. After finishing Ichiraku ramen, Vulpix licked the soup from the corner of his mouth, obviously not having eaten enough. Tian then placed a bowl of snail noodles in front of it and said with some anticipation, "Come on, Lu Wei, try this too." Lu Wei stared at the snail noodles in the bowl, sniffed it gently, and then, as if he had discovered a new continent, he grabbed the edge of the bowl with his two little paws, suddenly lowered his head, opened his mouth and started eating. The spicy and sour taste stimulated its taste buds. Its tail kept wagging in excitement and it was eating with great concentration. Wow, Vulpix also likes to eat snail noodles. Tian watched this scene every day and almost jumped up with excitement. She felt that the rapport between her and Vulpix was simply unmatched. That's great. This way, you don't have to worry about wasting food. Seeing Lu Wei eating so happily, Lin Mo couldn't help but pinch his chin and said with a faint smile, "This little guy has a really big appetite, he can eat 2 bowls without any problem." Lu Wei enjoyed the meal very much and finished all the snail noodles in a short while. The next second, Vulpix raised its head, squinted its eyes in contentment, burped, made a pleasant sound, and looked very energetic. "You are so awesome, Vulpix. You literally saved me today. You should know to control yourself when you eat tomorrow." Lin Mo looked at Tian and spoke calmly, which made Tiantian's face stiffen. "I see. I feel a little embarrassed every day." Then, after resting for a while, Lin Mo decisively closed the door and went to sleep. "I sleep on the floor every day as usual." But this time, Tian was quite happy sleeping on the floor with Vulpix's company. Lin Mo went straight back to bed and fell asleep. Silent all night. The next day, Lin Mo got up as usual. His eyes subconsciously swept towards Tian on the ground. She was seen lying there with her limbs spread out, without any scruples, her sleeping posture casual and relaxed. Her clothes were in a mess, the hem of her pajamas had rolled up to her chest, revealing her snow-white belly, and even a slight waistline could be seen. Her hair was disheveled, as if blown by the wind, covering her face. Seeing this scene, Lin Mo shook his head. He casually covered her with the quilt again and pushed the hair away from her face, revealing her peaceful sleeping face. After covering himself with the quilt, Lin Mo went downstairs and opened the door of the shop. The morning breeze mixed with the moist scent of rain blew in my face. What Lin Mo saw was Xiaonan standing at the door. Conan was wearing Akatsuki's black robe with red clouds, her long hair draped over her shoulders, her face stern and delicate. "Come so early?" Seeing Xiaonan at the door, Lin Mo raised his eyebrows slightly, feeling a little surprised. "Early in the morning, as soon as I opened the door, I saw Xiaonan waiting at the door." Conan nodded and said, "Nagato is not here, so I brought Crystal Rock Snake and 2 other summoned beasts to open the jars today, and I also brought some food ingredients." As he spoke, he took out a large bag from his storage ring. The bag is closed, but you can vaguely see various fresh ingredients. Although Lin Mo didn't need the ingredients now, thinking of the conversation between Tian and him yesterday, Lin Mo nodded and motioned Xiaonan to come in first. Just enough to sell 20 more jars. Thinking of the Crystal Rock Snake and the 2 summoned beasts that Xiaonan brought to open the jar, Lin Mo thought of the words that appeared at the beginning. However, with just a thought, he spent 50 million to unlock the prerequisite task of the exclusive jar reward. But in a moment, only a line of words that Lin Mo could see appeared. Requirements for the next exclusive jar reward: sell 1,000 ordinary jars and 100 exquisite jars. Lin Mo's eyelids twitched when he saw the reward conditions for this exclusive jar. Not to mention 100 exquisite jars, there are also 1,000 ordinary jars. That would require 100 people to open the jars. Along with it comes a lot of money. This 3rd exclusive jar mission is not so easy to accomplish. When Lin Mo was thinking this, Xiaonan had already used the summoning beast skill to make 2 summoned beasts appear. As soon as the 2 spirit beasts appeared, they very sensibly handed the prepared money to Lin Mo. Obviously, Xiaonan had told him so before coming. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes as he looked at the 2 spiritual beasts. If nothing unexpected happens, these two summoned beasts should be the ones that Xiao Nan had just contracted. I don't remember Xiao Nan having any summoned beast. As for the crystal rock snake, it was a Pokemon created by Nagato. When the two spirit beasts are choosing jars and opening them. The second floor. Tian opened his eyes and yawned. Cuckoo. The next second, Tian's stomach made a rumbling sound. So hungry. Feeling relieved from the hunger in my stomach, Tian rubbed his stomach. She woke up from hunger. Go downstairs, and eat. Thinking of the fried chicken he had eaten yesterday, Tian yawned, opened the door, rubbed his eyes and walked out. She didn't care that her clothes were messy and her hair was disheveled. She just felt very hungry. Just in time to eat. Thinking of this, Tian slapped his mouth, yawned, and walked downstairs to the second floor. However, as soon as she walked down the stairs, she was stunned when she saw two half-human high summoned beasts and Xiao Nan. Why is Sister Xiao Nan here so early in the morning? And he also brought two spiritual beasts to open the jars. Tian's appearance was also noticed by Xiao Nan. When Xiao Nan saw Tian walking down from the building wearing messy clothes and yawning, he suddenly fell silent. She was just wondering why Tian was not in the store. It turns out that Tian was also sleeping in this store. And he came down from upstairs. The most important thing is that his clothes are so messy. Xiao Nan glanced at Lin Mo without leaving a trace, and fell into deep thought. Are all children so precocious these days? Tian looked like he had just woken up, and his clothes were very messy. Xiao Nan was thoughtful. Could it be that Mr. Lin Mo likes this? Of course, you may also want to check it yourself. There is a bonus room upstairs. Xiao Nan had a lot of thoughts in his mind, but he didn't think about it anymore. Miss Xiao Nan. Tian looked at the way Xiao Nan looked at her, and thought of her current appearance. Her face turned slightly red, and her heart suddenly began to beat with shyness. But the next second, Tian pretended to be calm and walked down. She stretched herself, looked at Xiao Nan with a comfortable expression, and said with a smile, "Good morning, Sister Xiao Nan." "Morning." Hearing Tian's words, Xiao Nan nodded. Then Tian tidied up his clothes, walked straight to the table covered with a gourmet tablecloth, sat down, and said, "Give me a portion of fried chicken, a small cake, and a bowl of vegetable, tofu and bone soup." Under Xiao Nan's gaze, Tian spoke to a table and named several servings of food. Before Xiao Nan could show his surprise. The next second, puffs of white mist appeared on the table. Along with the appearance of white mist, there is also an extremely rich and sweet smell. There was also steam rising from it, which made Xiao Nan's pupils shrink suddenly. What's happening here? How come food appears just by talking to the table every day? It was the first time she had seen such an outrageous method of creating something out of thin air. Looking at the steaming, delicious food on the table, Xiao Nan looked at Tian, then at Lin Mo, and finally at the ingredients he brought, and fell into deep thought. With this kind of stuff, do you still need to bring your own ingredients? But yesterday I complained to myself that I had nothing to eat. Mr. Lin Mo, what is this? With a myriad of thoughts running through his mind, Xiao Nan looked at Lin Mo and spoke softly. It's a small prop. If you want to eat something, just say it and it will appear. Have you eaten? If not, you can sit down and eat. Xiao Nan. Xiao Nan's eyes widened when he heard Lin Mo's words. There are such magical props. Can you create food out of thin air? It's not like she hadn't seen the magic of the jar before. But now, there is something even more magical. Just shout to the table and steaming hot food will appear. I dare not even think about this kind of thing. If I had this kind of thing when I was a kid, I would never have been hungry. Thinking of this, Xiao Nan's expression became complicated. The jars here by Mr. Lin Mo are truly magical. Even steaming hot food can be produced anytime and anywhere. And you can change whatever you want. Chapter 224. Tian also quickly asked Xiao Nan to sit down. You probably didn't eat this morning. I just knew that Lin Mo had such a magical thing yesterday. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have bothered you yesterday. As he said that, Tian picked up a piece of fried chicken and stuffed it into Xiao Nan's hand. After hearing what Tian said, Xiao Nan looked down at the fried chicken in his hand. The golden skin has an attractive luster and exudes a rich aroma. The slightly undulating wrinkles on the surface look like they have been carefully fried, and you can vaguely see the slight luster left after being soaked in hot oil. Seeing Tian's expectant look, Xiao Nan smiled calmly and nodded slightly, then I'll give it a try. As he spoke, Xiao Nan gently tore open a small piece of fried chicken. The crispy skin made a slight crackling sound, and the aroma suddenly became stronger. The crispy feeling of the fried chicken's outer layer came from her fingertips, as if telling her that this was definitely not an ordinary ingredient or craftsmanship. When Xiaonan put the fried chicken into his mouth, the moment he bit it, the crispy skin was accompanied by a slight sound, and the aroma of the meat inside instantly overflowed. Mixed with the crispy outer layer, it had an intoxicating salty and delicious taste. At this moment, Xiaonan only felt that the tip of his tongue seemed to be wrapped in a layer of warm and delicious meat. The fried chicken was tender and completely unlike any chicken she had ever eaten before. This smell. Xiaonan's eyes froze slightly, and a trace of shock flashed through his heart. This taste is so amazing. She could almost feel the tender meat spreading gently in her mouth. Every bite seemed like a feast for her tongue and taste buds. However, Xiaonan did not show much emotion, but just chewed as if nothing had happened, suppressing the shock deep in his heart. After swallowing the fried chicken, she nodded and smiled faintly. It tastes really good, I like it very much. Isn't it really delicious? I told you, this fried chicken is absolutely amazing. I ate a whole bucket of it yesterday. Hearing Tiantian's words, Xiaonan raised his eyebrows slightly, keeping a calm expression. Well, it is indeed a little different. This fried chicken is crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, it doesn't feel dry, nor is it too greasy. It's really magical. As he spoke, Xiaonan looked at the gourmet tablecloth. It's incredible no matter how you look at it that something can create such delicious food. How did this happen? You know, this kind of fried chicken is not only delicious, but also full of layers of flavor in every bite. The crispy outer layer, the tender inner layer, and the fusion of fat and seasoning, each flavor fits perfectly in her mouth, forming an indescribable deliciousness. Can this really be conjured up at random? Even a chef might not be able to make this kind of food. Thinking of this, Xiaonan silently tore off a piece and savored it carefully. Although thousands of thoughts and admiration surged in her mind, she still maintained a calm attitude. Xiaonan just chewed gently, savoring the fascinating aroma, as if every chew was unlocking the secret of this deliciousness bit by bit. Seeing that Sister Xiaonan couldn't refuse the fried chicken, Tian continued to eat it with big mouthfuls, and hurriedly said. Sister Xiaonan, you must come more often in the future, I promise that I can let you eat such delicious food every time. Okay. Hearing Tiantian's words, Xiaonan smiled and nodded. While Xiaonan was having a simple meal of fried chicken, the two summoned beasts finished opening the cans. After continuing to command the crystal rock snake to open the jar and taking out some things, Xiaonan said goodbye to Lin Mo and left. I didn't get many props from opening the cans today. Most of them were experience balls, but there were also some scattered things. Watching Xiaonan walk out of the can shop, Lin Mo looked at Tian, who was lying on his recliner, rubbing his belly without any image. He immediately pulled Tiantian's face with both hands and said, You lay on my recliner again. There is only one recliner in the store. He lies down every day and can only sit on the sofa. Woo woo. Being pulled by Lin Mo suddenly, Tian whimpered, I'm full, so I need to take a rest. I'll get up after I've rested. When talking, Tian didn't want to move at all. She ate too much and needed to lie down to digest it. Seeing Tiantian's unkempt appearance, Lin Mo shook his head. Forget it, I won't bother with this kid. Lin Mo picked up a chair and placed it at the door, looking at the rainy day outside leisurely. Time passes unconsciously. Down one day. No one came to open the jar. Instead, Lin Mo discovered that from time to time, ninjas from the Rain Village or residents of the Rain Village passed by and looked at his shop. The gazes towards him were full of respect, politeness, and even fear. Seeing this scene, Lin Mo knew that Xiaonan had already given instructions here. It doesn't mean anything. Until the store closed late at night, Lin Mo sighed inwardly. The environment of the Rain Village is too depressing and terrible, and it cannot be compared with the Konoha village at all. Lin Mo felt helpless when he thought that such days would have to continue for another month. Shaking his head, Lin Mo stopped thinking about it and went straight upstairs to sleep. Silent all night. The next day. When Lin Mo was still sleeping, he felt someone shaking him. When I opened my eyes, I realized that it was Tian who hadn't slept in. Lin Mo, today is my time to open the can. Tian was now full of excitement, and looked at Lin Mo expectantly. Get up, get up. Lin Mo. Seeing Tiantian's excitement and the dark circles under his eyes, Lin Mo suddenly fell silent. You didn't sleep all night, did you? Look at Tian, she has dark circles under her eyes, it's obvious that she didn't get enough rest. Could it be that when I rested last night, I hadn't rested every day? Sleep and sleep. Tian quickly said, it's just that I don't sleep enough. Today is my time to open jars, Lin Mo, I open exquisite jars. Why are you in such a hurry? The jar can't run away. Seeing the anxious Tian, Lin Mo rubbed his eyebrows. But time really flies. It's amazing that someone opened the exquisite jar so quickly. Lin Mo, in consideration of my accompanying you these few days, can you allow me to use something that will dramatically increase my strength? Tian pulled Lin Mo's collar with anticipation, sat on top of him, and said excitedly, it would be great if I could become a shadow-level warrior. Lin Mo stood up calmly and picked up Tian casually, I am also looking forward to what you will get out of the exquisite jar, but I can't control this kind of thing. If I could control it, I would have had someone open the jar and get the chakra of a Kage-level expert on the first day. I don't need to worry about Danzo and Sarutobi Hirozen. Love. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Tian sighed with disappointment. Sure enough, Lin Mo said the same thing as he thought. She wants to become stronger. Immediately after Lin Mo went downstairs, Tian followed hurriedly. Seeing Lin Mo open the door first, Tian looked at the counter where there was only one exquisite jar, and asked quickly, Lin Mo, I want to open 10 exquisite jars, but there is only one exquisite jar here. Well, I haven't put it up yet. Hearing Tian's words, Lin Mo, who had already opened the door, said without turning his head, because no one has been able to open the exquisite jar before, I am too lazy to put extra ones in. I see. After hearing Lin Mo's words, Tian suddenly understood. Xiaonan, who was standing at the door of the jar shop, felt something in his heart and a look of joy appeared in his eyes. This morning I came to deliver the ingredients like yesterday and ate fried chicken at the same time. I actually saw Tian opening exquisite jars. Xiaonan was glad that his trip was not in vain. At this time, Lin Mo also saw Xiaonan at the door and nodded immediately as a greeting. I saw Xiaonan when I opened the door yesterday, so it's not surprising to see Xiaonan again today. Now in the Rain Village, Conan has nothing to do. It's normal to have time to come here every day. Morning, Sister Xiaonan. Tian's face lit up when he saw Xiaonan coming in, and he quickly greeted her. Good morning. Xiaonan nodded slightly, I came to deliver the ingredients, but I didn't expect that you would actually open the exquisite jar, I didn't know this before. Yes. Hearing Xiaonan's words, Tian chuckled and said, I followed Lin Mo here just because I wanted to open the exquisite jar. Lin Mo, exquisite jar, I decided to have breakfast after opening the jar. Before changing it, she couldn't wait to make the gourmet tablecloth turn into delicious food. But now, she just wanted to open the exquisite jar first. As Tian started to speak, Lin Mo just waved his hand. Suddenly, one exquisite jar after another appeared out of thin air and landed on the shelf. The shelf that originally had only one exquisite jar was instantly filled with glittering jars. So many exquisite jars. Seeing Lin Mo casually making dozens of exquisite jars emerge, Xiaonan's heart moved. How many exquisite jars does this shop owner have in his hands? Dozens of exquisite jars flew out so casually. Let's make adjustments in the afternoon. After taking a look at the shelves that contained half ordinary jars and half exquisite jars, Lin Mo decided to set up a shelf for exquisite jars in the afternoon. When Tian saw this, he quickly handed a sealing scroll to Lin Mo and said, Lin Mo, this is the money I need to open the exquisite jar. It can be said that this sealed scroll contains all the belongings given to her by her parents. In other words, after opening all those exquisite jars, she had almost no money left. There is not even enough money to open a regular jar. But if something good comes out of the exquisite jar, then it's really worth it. It can be said without exaggeration that in order to open a fine jar shop, her family's ninja tool shop really went bankrupt. But she couldn't say that. Ah. After hearing Tian's words, Lin Mo took the sealed scroll from Tian's hand, feeling the money contained in it, and nodded slightly. When Tian chose to leave Konoha village with him, he knew that when Tian went back, his parents would definitely prepare money for him to open a jar. Under the gaze of Lin Mo and Xiaonan, Tian excitedly picked out 10 exquisite jars. One exquisite jar is worth 10 ordinary jars, but I must get something good out of it. Looking at the 10 exquisite jars in front of him, Tian clasped his hands together and muttered to himself. Next to him, Xiaonan, who heard Tian mumbling, suddenly twitched his eyelids. One exquisite jar is worth 10 ordinary jars. Doesn't that mean 1 million taels each? Thinking about what he got out of ordinary jars, Xiaonan became more and more curious about what he could get out of the exquisite jars. Under the gaze of Xiaonan and Lin Mo, Tian has already smashed open the first exquisite jar. Boom! The first exquisite jar broke, and a palm-sized dark blue knife fell out. What? Seeing this thing, Tiantian's eyes lit up. Weapon. I finally got the weapon out of Lin Mo's jar. Ever since her iron spear was cut off by a sword, she has been eager to get a weapon out of Lin Mo's jar. I opened a delicate jar today and it actually came out. But she knew that although this weapon was small, it could grow larger if touched. And she fell in love with him at first sight. Immediately, Tian reached out to touch it. The moment we touched, this palm-sized knife instantly became longer and thinner, and in almost the blink of an eye it turned into a knife that looked very good. Zanpakuto, Sugano, a Zanpakuto from a certain world, forged with the soul of the god of death itself as the prototype. Once it is opened, it binds to the opener, awakening the name in the Zanpakuto and gaining powerful strength. After Shirkai, the Zanpakuto's attack power is increased, and the power becomes extremely huge. Once Bankai is used, the holder's power is several times greater than before. At this moment, Lin Mo looked at the Zanpakuto and narrowed his eyes. The first exquisite jar actually revealed a Zanpakuto. Is this the gold content of the exquisite jar? Especially when looking at the name of this Zanpakuto, Lin Mo's eyes narrowed even more. It turned out to be this Zanpakuto. The Grim Reaper who wields this knife doesn't seem to be that good. But it's not bad. If he remembered correctly, once the knife was released, it would turn into a trident-shaped spear with a spiral cone at the end. Lin Mo, how about this weapon? Is the material very good? Does it have any special effects? But I know that some of the weapons contained in the jars here by Lin Mo have so-called special features. Also, I felt a strange sensation after I touched the knife. At this point, Tian hesitated for a moment and said hesitantly, "This feeling is like a feeling of mutual attraction, it makes me feel that this knife is very important to me." I didn't have this feeling originally, but after touching this weapon, this feeling suddenly appeared in my heart. I feel that this knife is very important to her. Although the knife was very beautiful and she liked it very much, this feeling was really strange. This is indeed not an ordinary weapon. Hearing Tiantian's words, Lin Mo nodded and said, "It is a weapon from a certain god of death." Grim Reaper. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Tian was stunned. What god of death? Next to him, Xiaonan, who was also looking at the knife that was taken out of the exquisite jar, couldn't help but shrink his pupils. Is this the god of death that I imagined? According to the intelligence gathered by the Akatsuki organization, the Uzumaki clan, which had long been extinct, possessed ninjutsu related to the god of death. She didn't know the details. But she knew that it seemed to be a sealing technique. Lin Mo looked at Tian who was stunned, and continued, "You can understand it as a kind of living being that is cultivated from the souls of the dead. After a person dies, the soul will go to a certain place. They also have a way of cultivation. As they become stronger through cultivation, they will be awarded the title of God of Death. This weapon is forged from their own souls." What? Hearing this, Tiantian's eyes widened. There is such a thing. People can actually practice cultivation even after they die. And he can also become the so-called God of Death. This weapon was forged from the soul of a God of Death. Why does this sound so incredible? I am confused every day. It's not that she hadn't read some comic books and some strange stories, but she had never heard of this kind. Can people go to another world to practice after death? She only knew that when people died, they were gone. Could it be that the ninjas who died in the ninja world would practice in another world of death? Really? Every day, I subconsciously choose not to believe. But this thought only appeared for a moment and then disappeared. From the jar he opened himself, everything proved that Lin Mo would never tell lies. And there was no reason for Lin Mo to lie to her. Next to him, Xiaonan's eyelids were twitching wildly. Even she had never heard of such an incredible thing. How can a person go to another world to practice after death? As you become stronger through practice, will you also be awarded the title of God of Death? And now, every time you open a can, you get the weapon used by the God of Death. Anyway, this is complicated to explain, you can understand that this is not the God of Death of this world. Looking at the confused Tian and the surprised Xiaonan, Lin Mo shook his head and said, "You just need to know that each Zanpakuto has its own name. When fighting, you can call the name of your sword to release the sword and release more powerful power to fight. And the release is divided into Shirkai and Bankai. After the release, the shape, size and ability of the sword will vary depending on each person's situation and personality. You need to be aware of one thing, that is, every Zanpakuto has its own soul, thoughts, and personality. Don't think of it as just a weapon. The Bankai of this sword is to transform it into a trident-shaped spear with a spiral cone at the end. It's the type of spear you like. To be specific, you still need to communicate with the soul inside this Zanpakuto. It will know everything you know." Lance. Tiantian's eyes lit up when he heard Lin Mo's words. I just like using guns. Can this knife turn into a gun? Chapter 225. But the next second, Tian looked at the knife in his hand seriously. It was the first time she heard that weapons also have souls. This weapon, just from Lin Mo's words, sounds so extraordinary. You can try to communicate now. Looking at Tenten who was examining his Zanpakuto, Lin Mo chuckled and said, use your spirit to communicate with this sword. It is good. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Tian nodded. He immediately followed what Lin Mo said and tried to communicate with the knife with his mind. Next to him, Xiaonan also looked over. Under the gaze of the two, time passed slowly. After a while, Tian opened his eyes in surprise. Water and sky roll back, twist the flowers. Boom. As Tenten recited the release words of this Zanpakuto, as if responding to her call, a terrifying aura instantly erupted, and the Zanpakuto in his hand changed its appearance instantly. A trident-shaped spear appeared in Tiantian's hand, with a spiral cone at the end. At this moment, the air around her seemed to be torn apart, and a huge stream of water gushed out from the trident in her hand. Along with the strong shock wave, the rain outside the store was also scattered by this terrifying momentum. Crash! Torrents of water spread out from the trident and rushed out of the jar shop. Apart from this, Tian exudes an incomparably strong aura. This power makes Tian look more majestic and noble. At this moment, Tian was like a descending god of war, with a powerful aura surrounding him. That aura even caused the surrounding space to tremble slightly. The rich aura surged like ocean waves, and the mighty currents swirled under her control, as if the entire world was under her control. I've become so strong. Feeling the power bursting out from her, Tian excitedly clenched the trident, feeling the terrifying power spreading from her arms to her whole body, filling her whole body and mind with the pleasure of power. This. Xiaonan, who was standing next to him, had a flash of astonishment in her eyes. Feeling the strong spiritual pressure coming towards her, she couldn't help but take a step back. This aura, is it shadow level? According to Xiaonan's perception, Tiantian's aura was almost the same as her own. Even more fierce at certain moments. The force, like the raging waves of the deep sea, made her feel fearful. Can the so-called Shikai of a Zanpakuto increase its strength to this level? At this moment, Xiaonan was extremely shocked. Although she knew the information about Zanpakuto, she felt that although Zanpakuto was very powerful, it was ultimately just a weapon. Unexpectedly, this talented girl who was proficient in ninja tools and physical techniques actually possessed such terrifying power in an instant with the blessing of this Zanpakuto. This power is in no way inferior to that of a shadow-level powerhouse. The magic of the exquisite jar. Thinking of this exquisite jar, Xiaonan's heart also became excited. The value of the exquisite jar is too great. It's just a weapon, but it can instantly elevate a person to the level of a shadow. At this moment, Tian was feeling the pleasure of being filled with powerful strength, and his face looked even more delighted. She could feel that if she maintained this state, she would become extremely strong. Is this the movie level? I have already felt the power of this Zanpakuto, it is so strong. Tenten said excitedly, this is the power that unlocks your Zanpakuto. And the Zanpakuto has a second stage of release, I will become even stronger then. You know, this is only the initial liberation. She didn't even dare to think about the second stage of liberation. Don't be too happy too soon, this is only temporary. Looking at the excited Tian, Lin Mo shook his head slightly and said. Although there is no strict time limit for the Shikai of Zanpakuto, after the Shikai, you can maintain the Shikai state according to your wishes and chakra level, as long as you have enough chakra and can concentrate, you can maintain the Shikai form for a long time. But maintaining the Shikai state will consume a certain amount of chakra, especially when frequently using the special abilities of your Zanpakuto in battle. If your chakra is exhausted, or you are unable to continue maintaining it due to injury, fatigue, etc., you will be forced to release the Shikai. Yeah, I understand. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Tian nodded quickly and said, the duration of the first release depends on my own ability and state, not a fixed time limit, but I feel. But even if it's temporary, it's still very strong. Tiantian's face was full of excitement, I think in my current state, I can beat 10 Kai teachers. Lin Mo. Seeing Tiantian's inflated remarks, Lin Mo's face turned strange. The premise is that Might Guy does not open the 8 gates. Satisfied. At this moment, Tian excitedly released himself from the state of Shikai. The trident in his hand turned into a knife again and hovered in front of Tian. Looking at the Zanpakuto in front of him, Tenten felt extremely happy. This exquisite jar is really worth it. $1 million to get such a terrifying weapon is simply a huge profit. Not to mention 1 million, even 10 million can't buy it. That's movie level. Once you become a Kage level strongman, you will be standing at the pinnacle of the ninja world. She didn't expect that she would reach this stage when she was just a teenager. It was really cool. With such strong strength, I won't have to worry about my own ninja tool shop when I return. She has the right to say no to that bastard Danzo. Thinking of this, Tian became excited and couldn't wait to return to Konoha village to find advisor Danzo and beat him up. Let that bastard take his own ninja tools without paying. Call. After briefly calming himself down, Tian looked at the remaining 9 exquisite jars with excitement. The first exquisite jar alone produced such good things, and I wonder what good things these 9 exquisite jars will produce. Thinking of this, Tian immediately smashed open the second exquisite jar. The second exquisite jar broke, and with a sudden bang, an egg with brown patterns fell out. Elf eggs? Looking at the egg, Tian was stunned, hesitated for a moment and looked at Lin Mo. Is this an elf egg? It is similar to Vulpix's Pokemon egg, except for the different patterns on the surface. Good. Lin Mo nodded and said, this is a flying elf egg, a bird elf egg called Bobo. As he spoke, Lin Mo looked at the elf egg. Bobo elf egg, a pet egg from a certain world. The pet that hatches out is a kind of bird with a very gentle personality. It will try its best to avoid fighting. When it encounters an enemy, it will hide or create dust and use it to escape. After a simple introduction and a glance, Lin Mo introduced him to Tian. When Tian heard that he could fly, he was very excited. There are 2 more stages of evolution. You know, her Vulpix is only at the first stage of evolution. But Lin Mo said that this Bobo has 2 stages of evolution. Lin Mo nodded and said, in the last stage of evolution, not only will the bird become prettier, but it will also become larger, 5 meters tall and weighing about 40 kilograms. You can sit or stand on it to fly. The bird will also become very powerful, with excellent eyesight, able to spot prey at an altitude of meters. A 5-meter bird. After hearing Lin Mo's words, Jintian's breathing became rapid. That's more than just being able to sit one person. After all, his height alone is 5 meters, not to mention when his wings are spread out. The stuff that comes out of this exquisite jar is so worth it. Thinking of this, Tian touched the Bobo elf egg and continued to smash open the next exquisite jar. The third exquisite jar was knocked open, and a long roll of something fell out. It is white all over and looks like a roll of paper, but it is very thin and long. When Tian reached out to touch it, the roll of paper suddenly grew larger in an instant and became more than 1 meter high. When touching it, Tian even felt that it felt very good, just like a blanket. But this blanket is completely white, without any hair at all. Is this a blanket? Touching the blanket in front of her, Tian found it very smooth and comfortable to the touch against her skin. She began to guess with curiosity. Is this a blanket? It feels like it, but it's not. Water blanket. Spread this blanket on the water surface. People will not sink when sitting on it. It is also called a sea blanket. A water blanket. Looking at the introduction of this water blanket, Lin Mo smiled faintly. Spread it on the water or the sea, and you won't sink when you sleep on it. It can be used as a travel tool. This thing is still somewhat practical. But it is not tried on the sea. Because the ocean is so vast, there are creatures wandering around from time to time, and they may even attack ocean-going ships. Using this thing on the ocean is really seeking death. Sounds great. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Xiao Nan beside him whispered, whether it is on the sea or on the river, it is a good help for ninjas. Because ninjas can use chakra to run on the sea. You must rest when you are tired. And this thing is just right for resting. Yeah, that's right. Hearing what Xiao Nan said, Tian nodded. With this thing, it will be convenient to go to the water country to play in the future. Keep going. As he spoke, Tian continued to knock open the 4th exquisite jar with excitement on his face. The 4th exquisite jar shattered, and a ball of blue light fell down. A ball of chakra light from a special jonin. Looking at the blue light ball, Lin Mo smiled faintly and spoke. So far, this thing has only been opened once. Tian is the second one to bloom. A ball of chakra light at the level of a jonin. Jintian's breathing became rapid after hearing Lin Mo's words. In other words, as long as you touch this chakra light ball, the chakra and veins in your body will increase and expand rapidly. This also means that if she releases her Zanpakuto, it will last longer. Without any hesitation, Tian immediately reached out and touched it. But in just a moment, she felt a huge amount of chakra rushing into her body and shaping the veins in her body. Anyone who touches this can become a jonin. Next to him, Xiaonan saw this scene and exclaimed in amazement. A jonin. Even in the Rain Village, there are not many jonin outside the Akatsuki organization. Nowadays, a jonin can be created from a fine jar. And the price was only 1 million taels. This is so worth it. Any jonin is a top-level fighter in any ninja village. It's so cool. Tian has already integrated this jonin-level chakra light ball and his face is filled with excitement. If I could become a jonin in one leap and then use my Zanpakuto, I would be able to maintain my strength at the Kage level for a long time. Beautiful. Although these 4 exquisite jars cost her 4 million taels, they were totally worth it. Without any hesitation, Tian immediately smashed open the 5th exquisite jar. This time the jar broke and a pile of golden gold fell out. Yes, 50,000 taels of gold. After taking a look at the gold, Lin Mo nodded, good luck. 50,000 taels of gold. Hearing this, Qintian's breathing became rapid. Isn't this almost as expensive as an exquisite jar? Worth it. The blood is recovered. The blood is recovered. Tian immediately put the pair of gold into his storage ring. After doing all this, Tian continued to smash open the 6th exquisite jar. The 6th exquisite jar shattered, this time revealing an antique bronze ring. Storage ring. When Tian saw the storage ring, he recognized it immediately and looked at Lin Mo. Lin Mo, is the space in this storage ring very large? The storage ring space in an exquisite jar must be larger than the storage space in an ordinary jar. Ah. Hearing Qintian's words, Lin Mo nodded and said, 10 cubic spaces. Comfortable. Hearing the capacity, Tian immediately put on the storage ring with a satisfied look on his face. A storage ring with 10 cubic spaces is not small. Then, Tian looked at the remaining 4 exquisite jars and smashed 2 of them at once. Suddenly, a blue light ball and a white light ball fell down. Jeet Kyun masters 10,000 Jeet Kyun experiences. A Jeet Kyun master from a certain world, with 10,000 Jeet Kyun experiences, can master the Jeet Kyun skills proficiently after touching and integrating them. This is a combat experience group called Jeet Kyun Do. Glancing at the experience light ball, Lin Mo chuckled and said, after fusion, you can master the Jeet punch technique, as for the other part, it is a Chunin-level chakra light ball. Ouch. After hearing Lin Mo's words, Tian suddenly understood. Then he stretched out his hand and gradually merged the 2 light balls. Soon, Tian completed the fusion and looked very happy. Then continued to crack open the 9th exquisite jar. Boom. The 9th exquisite jar broke, and a can of something the size of a Coke bottle fell out. Unlike Coke, this can has 2 curved arrows painted on it. Is this a drink? Tian was surprised to see that this can looks a bit like a Coke bottle. How to open a drink from an exquisite jar? It's such a loss. You know, an exquisite jar costs 1 million taels. Subconsciously, Tian reached out and picked it up. But as soon as I touched it, this thing suddenly grew bigger. Forehead. The sudden gravity made Tian suddenly silent. Can it get bigger? Heaven and earth reversing oil. After pouring the oil out, the person who is splashed will instantly feel dizzy. It has the function of reversing the direction of gravity and lasts for 5 minutes. It is also known as the heaven and earth reversing oil. This is not a drink, this is the heaven and earth reversal oil. Lin Mo took a look at this thing, raised his eyebrows, and then began to introduce it to Tian. Tian scratched his head after hearing this. What a strange thing. Reversal of gravity? It seems strange no matter how I think about it. There is one last exquisite jar left. Looking at the last exquisite jar, Tian took a deep breath and then smashed it open decisively. The 10th exquisite jar broke and a white coin fell out. White coins. Seeing the white coin, Qintian's face darkened. No way. White coins, this is such a loss. This is made of silver, and it's not that much money. I spent 1 million taels and got this thing. Although the things that have been opened before are already worth it. But now that I have to give out something so worthless, I still feel heartbroken every day. Compared to Qintian's heartache, Lin Mo's expression was a little strange. Coin containing superconducting electromagnetic cannon. A magical coin from an unknown world, which contains a superconducting electromagnetic cannon. Normally, it needs to be charged with lightning chakra. When it is full, it can be guided by the power of lightning chakra to make this coin emit a superconducting electromagnetic cannon. The moment you throw the coin, the shooting direction of the superconducting electromagnetic cannon is controlled by you. Looking at the coin, Lin Mo narrowed his eyes. This coin containing a superconducting electromagnetic cannon is not simple. This is equivalent to a superconducting electromagnetic gun that can be recycled infinitely. When it is not normally used, you only need to use the power of lightning chakra to charge it. Lin Mo could imagine that he would take this thing and shoot it everywhere every day. Is there any legend about this coin? Xiao Nan noticed the look on Lin Mo's face and immediately asked softly. She thought that this coin must be unusual. Tian, who was sighing, heard Xiaonan's words and his eyes lit up. Right. The things Lin Mo has here are quite unusual. Subconsciously, Tian immediately looked up and glanced at Lin Mo, looking forward to Lin Mo's explanation. This is called coin containing superconducting electromagnetic cannon. Hearing Xiaonan's words and looking at Tian who was expecting him, Lin Mo smiled faintly and said, "It is a very powerful means of attack." As he spoke, Lin Mo introduced this thing, and Tian's breathing suddenly became rapid. It's actually a means of attack. Electromagnetic gun. It doesn't sound easy. Wait, lightning attribute chakra. Is it okay if it's not lightning attribute chakra? I don't have lightning attribute chakra. Does this mean that she can't use this thing? Xiaonan. After hearing Tian's words, Lin Mo suddenly fell silent. I remembered. Tian does not have any significant chakra of lightning attribute. It's okay, you can ask someone with lightning chakra to charge your coin. Lin Mo's face was calm. After all, anyone can use this thing. Chapter 226. Day by day. After hearing Lin Mo's words, Tian suddenly fell silent. She also doesn't know any ninja who can possess lightning attribute chakra. None of the peers with whom I have a good relationship have mastered the rare lightning attribute chakra. Sister Xiaonan, do you have lightning attribute chakra? Subconsciously, Tian looked at Xiaonan with anticipation. If Sister Xiaonan has lightning attribute chakra, then she can definitely ask Xiaonan for help. No. Xiaonan shook her head slightly. She only had 3 types of chakra: wind, earth, and water. Ugh. Hearing this, Tian sighed. What can we do? But Nagato does. And Conan chuckled and said, I can let Nagato help you. Hearing this, Tian's eyes lit up. Is that the red-haired guy who came with you before? Good. Conan nodded and said, and it's not just Nagato. There are also people in the Akatsuki organization who can master the changes in the nature of lightning attributed chakra. I can ask them to lend a hand to help. As long as you trust me, give me this coin. No problem. Hearing Xiaonan's words, Tian nodded and agreed without any hesitation. It's great that this problem has been solved. Hey, all 10 exquisite jars have been opened. Tian looked very satisfied. Starting next week, I won't open any more exquisite jars, just the things I opened today are worth every penny. Just for the Zanpakuto, I need to continue to practice and become familiar with it. I will be busy next. Then, Tian asked Xiaonan to sit down and have breakfast together. After Xiaonan had eaten and drunk his fill, he left with the coin containing a superconducting electromagnetic cannon that he had opened every day. Ten, on the other hand, continued to communicate with the consciousness in her Zanpakuto seriously. Time passed quietly. Before I knew it, more than 20 days had passed. This day, Lin Mo stood in front of the counter of the shop, looking through the door at the still dense rain curtain outside, with a satisfied smile on his face. Before I knew it, a month had passed. Today, I can return. Counting the days that have passed before, and the 23 or 25 days that have passed, it's almost time. Can we go back today? Hearing Lin Mo's words, Tian, who was lying next to him, scratched his head and said, I don't know if there will be any exams in the Chunin exams. Is this exam still important to you? Hearing Tian's words, Lin Mo looked strange. During this month, after Ten opened his Zanpakuto, he went straight to the Akatsuki organization to spar with Conan. He was even given special training by Xiaonan. Nowadays, most of the people have reached the level of Shadow. The reason why I say most of them is because Tenten's real strength is above the level of Jonin and below the level of Kage. Only after activating the Zanpakuto can one fully become a Kage. Moreover, compared to when he opened his Zanpakuto more than 20 days ago, it will take longer for a Kage-level strongman to maintain it. With such strength, if Ten goes back to take the Chunin exam, he will still be bullied by an adult as a child. That's right. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Tian's face suddenly froze. My strength has improved by leaps and bounds in this month, and I can fight back and forth with Sister Xiaonan in a short period of time. The Chunin exam was indeed not important to her. Then go back and find your parents. Immediately, Tenten narrowed his eyes and said, let's see how much money the root still owes my ninja tool shop. This time, she is going to take them all back when she returns. Seeing Tiantian's decision, Lin Mo pinched his chin and fell into deep thought. With Tenten's current full strength, he should be able to kill Danzo. Then, Lin Mo decisively chose to return, but returning also takes time. It only takes half a day. In an instant, Lin Mo's shop disappeared silently. Not long after Lin Mo's shop disappeared, two figures came over. But just as he walked over, a figure stopped. What's wrong, Itachi-san? Seeing Itachi stop beside him, Hoshigaki Kisame looked curious. Why did you stop suddenly? Is there a shop here? Itachi, who had just returned, looked at the place where the kin shop disappeared and pondered for a moment. I also came back once during this month. When he came back and heard that the leader's spirit beast came to this street every now and then, he came to take a look, but found nothing special. Because Xiaonan would sometimes come over and announce that this street would become a restricted area. The reason was that he accepted a disciple. They didn't care. But when he came again today, Itachi always felt like something was missing. Is there any? Hearing Uchiha Itachi's words, Hoshigaki Kisame scratched his head in surprise. No, I don't remember. Maybe I remembered it wrong. Itachi shook his head gently. Forget it, let's go, the leader was not in the village a few days ago. We will go to the water country next, the Uchiha Tai is hiding there. You are familiar with the water country, this is why I came back to find you today. Ah. Hearing what Uchiha Itachi said, Hoshigaki Kisame nodded. As the two of them left the rain village while talking. The border of the Fire Nation. In a certain forest. Nagato, who had been waiting here, narrowed his eyes when he saw a summoned beast appear beside him. Mr. Lin Mo has left the rain village, let's continue on our way, it will take at least half a day to get to Konoha village, which is just in time for us to open the jar. After learning that Lin Mo would leave the rain village and return to Konoha village in a month. After opening the jar a few days ago, he and Conan decisively left the rain village and headed straight for Konoha village in the land of fire. Because they have to control the time well, so that they can arrive at Konoha village and open the jar before Lin Mo returns to Konoha village. Otherwise, if they waited for Lin Mo to leave before leaving, it would be impossible for them to cross the big country quickly and reach Konoha village in a short period of time. So after opening the jar, they left the rain village as soon as possible, left behind a summoning beast, and then went on their way. At present, the spirit beast has returned to his side, which means Lin Mo has left. And today is the day for them to open the can. It would only take them half a day to get to Konoha village and open the jar. The timing was just right. After opening the jar today, you can open the exquisite jar next week. When Xiaonan heard what Nagato said, she nodded and said, we got a lot of good things by opening jars this month, but none of them are as good as the exquisite jars opened by Tenten. Even during this month when she, Nagato, and a bunch of summoned beasts opened jars, they were only ordinary jars. Although there are many good things that came out, they are nothing compared to Tenten's Zanpakuto. And Uzumaki Nagato was also very eager for the exquisite jar. Well, there are many ninja villages that have been renovated, this time we will come to Konoha village to see the scale, and then go back to renovate it. And hasn't Konoha village already started the Chunin exams? That's great, let's see if we can get rid of Danzo. The two chatted as they headed towards Konoha village. The other side. Konoha village. The venue for the third Chunin exam official match. After defeating Niji Hyuga on stage, Uzumaki Naruto returned to the candidate room and the first thing he did was look at Might Guy. No way, I've already finished a match, why hasn't Tenten come back yet? Does she not want to take part in the Chunin exam? You know, if he doesn't come every day, it means that Mr. Lin Mo hasn't come back yet. He was still thinking about finishing this fight and then going to Mr. Lin Mo to open the can. The prerequisite is that Mr. Lin Mo comes back. After all, a month has passed. Alas, Tian this child hasn't come back yet. At this time, Might Guy had been squatting at the entrance leading to the outside of the venue. When he found that Tian had not come yet, he frowned. You know, if Tian leaves with Mr. Lin Mo, he will come back in a month. As a result, the Chunin exam has already begun, but he hasn't returned yet. If you don't come back, you will lose the qualification to take part in the Chunin exam. Fortunately, there is Kakashi's student, Uchiha Sasuke, who serves as a precedent. Do you think that child will open fewer jars this month with Mr. Lin Mo? Looking at the frowning Might Guy, Kakashi said in a deep voice, this month, he has opened at least 40 ordinary jars, and even some exquisite jars, this kid's strength is no longer that of a genin. When he was in the village before, he was already firmly ahead of the Chunin. Do you think it's necessary to fight this kid again? Forehead. Hearing Kakashi's words, Might Guy's face froze and he nodded. You are right, but no matter how strong he is, it is still a loss for this child if he does not participate in the Chunin exam. By the way, your student Uchiha Sasuke hasn't arrived yet, are you ready to give up? While speaking, Might Guy looked at Kakashi suspiciously. He can understand why Tian didn't come. Mr. Lin Mo did not come back. But Uchiha Sasuke, who was brought by Kakashi, hasn't come yet, and he doesn't understand why. This kid should make it in time. After hearing what Might Guy said, Kakashi was silent for a moment, then slowly said, at worst, the game can be delayed again. Okay. As he was talking, Kakashi sensed Sasuke's chakra and immediately smiled and said, isn't it coming? While Kakashi was speaking, he saw Uchiha Sasuke walking in from behind. Sasuke. Seeing Sasuke appear, Uzumaki Naruto immediately waved his hand excitedly, come on stage quickly. When Uchiha Sasuke arrived, he greeted Kakashi immediately, nodded to Uzumaki Naruto, and went straight to the venue. He came. Looking at Uchiha Sasuke coming on the court. On the other side. Gaara, who was already waiting, narrowed his eyes immediately, stood up decisively, and walked towards the passage of the competition venue. However, after walking in for a while, they were blocked by two ninjas. Kid, a low-level competition like the Chunin exam is very suitable for gambling, several daimyo came here just for this. So, in this match, you have to lose this match on behalf of your Sand village, okay? The two ninjas stared at Gaara with disdain, their tone full of commanding indifference and contempt. They thought that the kid in front of them was just an ordinary ninja and would never disobey their requests. One ninja even raised the corner of his mouth with a contemptuous smile, as long as you do it, you will get benefits afterwards, we are working for the daimyo. However, Gaara did not respond. Instead, his eyes were cold and empty, as if he was looking at two lifeless corpses. The next second, Gaara raised his hand slightly, and a cloud of dust suddenly rose in the air. Sand quickly gathered from all directions, surrounding the feet of the two ninjas. What? A ninja noticed something strange and his expression suddenly changed. However, before he could finish his words, the sand had quickly climbed up his legs. Then the waist and chest, until the whole body was completely covered with sand. How dare you? We have orders. The other ninja yelled in fear, but it was too late. Sand-bound coffin. Gaara spat out these words coldly, with no mercy in his eyes. Crash. The sand surrounded the two ninjas like a ferocious beast, and their struggles seemed insignificant under the pressure of the sand. Crack. Boom. With a crisp cracking sound, the sand tightened instantly, crushing the bodies of the two ninjas into part of the sand and completely swallowing them up. Without the slightest pause, Gaara walked towards the arena with a calm expression, his steps steady and indifferent, as if the tragedy just now had never happened. Anyone who dares to stand in his way will be wiped out by him. Even daimyo are no exception. When I walked onto the field, Uchiha Sasuke was already waiting. Game start. Upon seeing this, Shiranui Genma immediately made the announcement and instantly disappeared from the spot. Shoo. At this moment, Uchiha Sasuke rushed out like an arrow. He was extremely fast and approached Gaara in almost the blink of an eye, and a kunai in his hand stabbed Gaara's chest mercilessly. However, just as the kunai was about to hit, a stream of sand suddenly surged up and quickly formed a barrier, perfectly blocking Sasuke's attack. The moment the kunai pierced the sand wall, Sasuke's movements paused and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Sand shield. Kankuro, who was in the audience, saw this scene and smiled, Gaara's absolute defense. On the field, Sasuke's eyes focused and he launched another attack without hesitation. He jumped up nimbly and formed seals with his hands. Fire style, great fireball technique. Billowing flames spewed out of Sasuke's mouth and rushed straight towards Gaara. However, the moment the blazing flame approached Gaara, it was quickly wrapped by the sand and turned into invisible ashes that scattered in the air. Ah! Gaara looked at him coldly, and with a sudden wave of the sand in his hand, the sand turned into countless tentacles and pounced towards Sasuke. Seeing this, Sasuke quickly retreated, using his agility to avoid being surrounded by the sand. He dodged on the field as fast as the wind. With a disdainful smile, Gaara raised his hand slightly and controlled the sand to launch a more violent attack. The sand was like waves, constantly pouring towards Sasuke from all directions. The battle on the field became more and more intense, with dust flying and air waves rolling. The audience around was watching intently. When the two men fought, everyone present was watching. Teacher, when does the program start? Kankuro watched the situation on the field while whispering to Maki beside him, "Gaara's condition is very wrong, it seems that he killed someone before coming up. It's troublesome." Hearing Kankuro's words, Maki frowned and whispered, "Now I just hope Gaara can remember the plan. Gaara was not in this state when he came on the field before. How come someone was killed and blood was seen just by walking in a corridor? Who was killed? If it weren't for the importance of the plan, he would have gone to that corridor to check the situation." However, after seeing the Umbu ninjas patrolling everywhere, he gave up the idea. The status of the Sand Village is precarious, and they must break the alliance treaty with Konoha and attack Konoha to shock the country's prestige. However, now there is a problem with the plan, and he is a little worried about what will happen next. Under Maki's worried gaze. Not long after the game, changes occurred. As the Uchiha was unable to break Gaara's absolute defense, the chakra condensed into lightning-like light in his hands. Under the gaze of everyone, Uchiha Sasuke's feet moved quickly, and his figure was like a black shadow, rapidly approaching Gaara under the gaze of all the spectators. As Sasuke shouted angrily, "Chidori!" the thunderous sound resounded throughout the arena, and dazzling blue and white lightning instantly lit up. The thunderous force hit Gaara's sand shield without any hindrance. The sand was instantly torn apart by the powerful impact force, just like paper being torn into pieces by the electric current. Gaara's eyes widened, the sand finally couldn't stop Sasuke's attack. His body was hit, blood splattered, and he took several steps back with an unprecedented expression of pain on his face. Maki, who had been paying close attention, saw this scene from the stands and his face darkened. "Oh no! How come?" Kankuro's eyes widened in shock, how could he break through Gaara's defenses? At this moment, a sky full of feathers suddenly floated above the stadium. Feathers fell from the sky, soft and beautiful, like a quiet dream. As the feathers slowly fell, the ninjas and villagers in the audience fell into sleep one after another. The originally noisy arena gradually became silent, with only a few ninjas remaining awake. "It's an illusion." A Chunin noticed something was wrong and shouted, but it was too late, more people fell to the sound of his voice. At the same time, the atmosphere on the platform suddenly became tense. Orochimaru, disguised as the Kazekage, glanced at the guards and spectators around him who were in a coma, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth, and a hint of cruelty flashed in his eyes. Sarutobi Hiruzen was frowning and observing the situation on the field when he suddenly felt murderous intent approaching from the side. He turned back suddenly, his eyes sharp as a knife, Feng. At this moment, Orochimaru no longer concealed his true intentions and attacked boldly. Orochimaru's movements were as fast as lightning. The moment Sarutobi Hiruzen turned around, he had already taken out a smoke bomb from his sleeve and threw it to the ground. The thick smoke spread instantly, billowing over the platform and covering the entire area. The smoke obscured the vision of those who had not yet fainted, and became thick and sticky, making it difficult to even breathe. At the same time, Maki, who was standing in the audience, saw this scene and his pupils suddenly shrank. He knew the time to act had come. Without any hesitation, he raised his hand decisively and issued an order to the sand ninjas present: "Action begins." Hearing this, the sand ninjas who had already gathered could no longer suppress their nervousness and excitement, and immediately jumped up from their positions like wild beasts ready to attack. In the smoke, one could vaguely see groups of ninjas from the sand village taking quick action. Armed with weapons, they moved like ghosts through the smoke and between the auditoriums, quickly occupying advantageous positions. At the same time, the sound ninjas who had been lurking in various places in the venue also began to take action. Disguised as Konoha villagers, they threw flaming detonating tags in the smoke, instantly turning the stadium and the audience seats into a chaotic battlefield. Ah! What happened? Some people who were not asleep panicked and fled in all directions, trying to avoid the sudden battle. Those Konoha ninjas who were not affected by the illusion also responded quickly and tried to control the situation. But they were caught off guard by the sudden chaos and smoke. Chapter 227. Boom! Under the sky of Konoha village, a deafening roar suddenly erupted from the Chunin examination hall, shaking the entire village as if it were shaking. The buildings on the ground were torn apart, large areas of houses turned into ruins, and dust was flying. In the sight of countless people, 3 huge psychic snakes slowly emerged from the smoke and dust. The sturdy bodies are like small mountains, towering into the clouds. Their huge bodies meandered through the village, causing devastating damage wherever they went. Buildings were crushed into powder, the streets were covered with dust, and a doomsday scene enveloped the entire Konoha village. The 3-headed giant snake let out a low roar, cold and harsh, and there was a terrifying murderous intent in its huge snake pupils. Every time they moved, the ground shook violently, as if the entire earth was trembling under their roar. Where did the psychic beast come from? It's over at the Chunin examination hall. What happened over there? Why is there an explosion? Team 1 goes up, Team 2 goes down, quickly evacuate the villagers. Outside the Chunin examination hall. One by one, the villagers panicked and fled in all directions. The ninjas arrived quickly, but even the most determined warriors were shocked in front of these huge monsters. But they also evacuated the crowd as soon as possible. In the midst of this chaos, a ray of light quietly appeared in a corner of Konoha village. Lin Mo's shop arrived silently, standing at the edge of the chaotic street, as if out of place in this broken battlefield. However, this did not attract the attention of others. At this moment, everyone was shocked by the threat of the 3 giant snakes. What? Just as the shop arrived, Tian, who was standing at the door of the jar shop, had no time to be happy about coming back, when he saw the figures of the giant snakes not far away and could not help but exclaimed. How is this going? How could there be a spirit beast destroying the village? Tian widened his eyes and looked at the terrifying giant psychic beast in the distance in disbelief. She had never seen such a terrifying creature. The giant snake's huge body was like a moving wall, gradually pressing forward, as if ignoring any blocking force. And the most important thing is destruction. Looking at the giant snake's huge bodies that almost covered the sky, the oppressive feeling was like a mountain pressing down on one's head, and Tian couldn't help but gasp. What the hell? Why is there such destruction in the village? Orochimaru's summoning beast. Lin Mo looked at those psychic giant snakes that were wreaking havoc with a strange expression on his face. It can't be such a coincidence. Just came back and encountered the collapse of the Chunin exam. Those 2 snakes are moving towards us. Tian looked at the chaos on the battlefield in the distance with an anxious look on his face. The situation over there was intense, with those psychic beasts and giant snakes ruthlessly destroying everything in front of them. Some ninjas from Konoha village have begun concentrating their firepower to fight back. However, in front of the giant snake's huge body, their attacks seemed to be just futile struggles. And many buildings were destroyed. It's even sweeping towards this side. No need to worry. Hearing Tian's words, Lin Mo shook his head and said, the store will not be damaged at all. I need to go out and lend a hand, many buildings in the village are damaged. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Tian spoke quickly. While speaking, Tian looked at Lin Mo with hope, as if waiting for Lin Mo's agreement. No need to look at me, just do whatever you want. Seeing Tian looking at him, Lin Mo burst out laughing. Then I'll go out and help now. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Tian ran out immediately. We must get rid of these psychic snakes first and not let these psychic beasts cause damage. Lin Mo looked up at the direction of the Chunin examination hall and raised his eyebrows. Orochimaru's summoning beast has appeared, so, has Orochimaru already started a fight with the 3rd generation during the Chunin examination? When Lin Mo thought so. At the top of the tower where the Chunin exams are held, the wind is rising and the clouds are surging, and the fighting spirit fills the entire space. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared quietly at Orochimaru, who was strangling him. Orochimaru, disguised as the Kazekage, showed his sinister smile, with a dangerous light flashing in his eyes, like a lurking poisonous snake, ready to strike a fatal blow at any time. Sarutobi Hiruzen was calm and resolute, not shaken by the other party's threats at all, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised, with a hint of unyielding sarcasm in his tone. Orochimaru, I knew this day would come, but do you think it would be so easy to take my head? Hearing this, Orochimaru raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a sinister sneer, and his tone was grim with an undisguised madness. 3rd Hokage, don't you realize that you can no longer change anything? I told you a long time ago that the successor to the 5th Hokage should be determined as soon as possible. Now it seems that my advice was too kind. Orochimaru leaned forward slightly, his voice low and piercing, as if carrying a suffocating chill, because, you are about to die here, 3rd Hokage. Having said that, Orochimaru's tongue stuck out of his mouth and slowly licked his lips, with a bloodthirsty light flashing in his eyes. That sinister and twisted expression seemed as if he was enjoying the praise struggle before death. The air seemed to be frozen by an invisible murderous intent. Orochimaru's laughter echoed above the tower, full of mockery and arrogance. His sharp gaze was filled with contempt for Sarutobi Hiruzen, as if Sarutobi's resistance was nothing more than a dying struggle in his eyes. Boom! A deep sound shook the entire top of the tower. The next second, 4 sound ninjas quickly stood in the 4 directions of east, south, west and north, with seals made with their hands and cold expressions on their faces. The talisman of the 4 purple flame formation was instantly activated, and the purple flames seemed to ignite from the void, along with the twisting fluctuations of the surrounding air. Four dazzling purple flame pillars rose into the sky and then intersected in the air, forming a rectangular barrier that completely enclosed Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Zitzi. The purple flame burned slowly along the walls of the barrier, making strange crackling sounds, as if any object that dared to approach would be reduced to ashes in an instant. The flames moved around the edge of the barrier like snakes, exuding a deadly heat. This cage is very suitable for us. Orochimaru looked at the purple flame barrier rising in front of him and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He didn't care about the third Hokage who was instantly out of his control. Instead, he slowly turned around, licked his lips, his eyes flashing with unconcealable excitement and cruelty. His eyes fell on the third Hokage, as if he was staring at prey that was about to be toyed with to death. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had just broken away, narrowed his pupils slightly, and glanced coldly at the four purple flame formations, with a slight frown on his brows. For purple flame formation, it seems you are well prepared, Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was low and calm, and he was not shaken at all by the eerie fire barrier. He was very familiar with this formation. The strength of this barrier cannot be broken by ordinary ninjutsu. One must find a flaw or defeat the caster in order to escape. Looking at the Umbun ninja who was blocked outside and unable to provide support, Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly straightened up and stared at Orochimaru with eyes as sharp as a knife. It seems that it will not be easy for the short to leave this barrier. Do not talk like that. Orochimaru sneered, his tone full of contempt. For you, if you let them in, it will only prevent you from dealing with me with your full strength. As the words fell, Orochimaru slowly pulled out a sharp Kusanagi sword from his mouth. The sword was shining coldly, as sharp as the fangs of a poisonous snake. Just then, a roar suddenly came from a distance. Accompanied by the chakra fluctuations faintly surging in the air, this power is strong and strange. It was as if a long-dormant beast suddenly awakened, making the air around it extremely heavy. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru stopped their actions almost at the same time and looked at each other, with a hint of confusion and vigilance in their eyes. This chakra is impossible. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and felt heavy in his heart. As the Kage of a village, he immediately determined that the level of this chakra was not something that ordinary people could achieve. This is definitely a shadow-level chakra fluctuation. For a moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression became more and more solemn. Damn, how could a strange Kage-level expert suddenly appear in Konoha village? Could they be invaders from other ninja villages? Orochimaru's helper. Orochimaru also frowned and looked at the direction where the wave came from. Although there was still a playful smile on his face, his eyes had become cold and sharp. This is unexpected. I didn't expect that there would be a third party in the duel between me and Sarutobi-sensei. Unfortunately, the other party cannot enter this four purple flame formation. There was a cold light flashing in Orochimaru's eyes, with a hint of impatience and excitement. It was beyond my expectation. Unexpectedly, a strange Kage-level strongman also exploded, and Konoha was more likely to collapse. But the next second, Orochimaru saw a swift figure shuttling between his three-headed giant snakes like a ghost. The figure was lithe, yet carried incredible power. She just raised the blade in her hand and chopped it down with ease, causing the huge psychic snake to let out a roar. With blood splattering everywhere, it was cut into two halves in an instant. The child? Seeing this scene, Orochimaru's pupils shrank sharply. Isn't that the kid from the third preliminary round of the Chunin exam? How could such terrifying power be unleashed? He had watched the Chunin exam preliminaries on site. The boy's gun was cut off by his sword. The strength at that time was not that good. How could such terrifying power erupt now? For a moment, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and did not take action immediately. Instead, he watched the battle in the distance with a hint of interest. In the air, the sharp blade and smooth movements appeared extremely skillful. Obviously, it showed no fear at all in the face of Orochimaru's summoned giant snake, as if it was born to adapt to this kind of battle. That is. Sarutobi Hiruzen also noticed this scene, and his eyes revealed unprecedented astonishment. How could this child be so powerful? It's not that she doesn't know Tian, she also knows her own A-level ninja tool control ninjutsu. But why does he have such a powerful chakra fluctuation? A giant psychic snake that is not afraid of Orochimaru and can even kill him. Sarutobi Hiruzen was extremely shocked and even distracted. And this scene was also captured by Orochimaru. For a moment, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. Teacher Sarutobi, it seems that you don't know either. At this point, Orochimaru's mouth curled up into a sneer, his eyes cold and meaningful. It's getting more and more interesting. He licked his lips gently, and a dangerous gleam flashed in his eyes. And at this moment, On the other side of Konoha village. Above the Hyuga clan's residence. Hinata Hayashi was calmly observing the situation in the village. Suddenly, he felt a strong chakra fluctuation coming from a distance. Although this fluctuation was powerful, it carried a familiar aura that made him look at it immediately. When he saw Tenten, Hinata Hayashi's pupils shrank slightly, and shock was revealed in his eyes and face. This chakra has actually reached the level of Kage? This child is only 1 month old, how could this happen? The next second, an expression of joy that was hard to conceal gradually appeared on Hinata Hayashi's face. Mr. Lin Mo is back. But he knew that Tian left with Mr. Lin Mo. Now that he appears every day, Mr. Lin Mo should have come back. Lin Mo's jar shop may come to Konoha village again. Thinking of this, Rizu couldn't help but feel excited, and even wanted to go and confirm it in person immediately. At the same time, at the Chunin exam venue. Kakashi and Might Guy, who were fighting with Maki and the Otogakure ninjas, also felt this powerful chakra fluctuation and saw Tenten. Kakashi still looked calm, scratched his head slightly, and said to himself with a helpless smile, sure enough, this kid has been following Mr. Lin Mo for a month, and his strength has improved to this extent, is he stronger than me? But Might Guy, who was standing next to Kakashi, was completely different. When he saw Tian, Might Guy's eyes widened and his face was full of shock and excitement. His whole body seemed to be on fire, he couldn't help but clench his fists tightly, his face full of excitement and joy. Tian has reached this level. And... At this point, Might Guy patted Kakashi's shoulder vigorously, his eyes shining. Kakashi, this means that Mr. Lin Mo is really back. That means we can keep opening jars too. Kakashi looked at Might Guy's excitement and shrugged helplessly, yeah, it looks like we have a chance to improve our strength, but before that, we need to deal with these sound ninjas in front of us first. While speaking, Kakashi looked at the ninjas from the sound village and the sand village in front of him who had also stopped and were attracted by Tenten's attention. That kid. Maki looked at Tian in shock. How could this child be so powerful? However, upon noticing Kakashi's gaze, Maki immediately came to his senses and said coldly, everyone, come back to your senses. She's just a little girl of shadow level. As long as Gar displays that state, he is no more than Kage level. But Konoha is really scary. When Maki's heart sank. The base of the roots. The atmosphere was tense and depressing. Danzo was standing in the dim light, his eyes as sharp as an eagle, waiting for information from outside. Suddenly, he sensed a strange and powerful chakra fluctuation coming from above the village. This force was full of oppression and almost suffocated him. Is this the chakra of a Kage-level expert? Danzo's face suddenly darkened, and a trace of anger and fear flashed in his eyes. In addition to Orochimaru, there was actually a strange chakra fluctuation of the Kage level in Konoha village. Which bastard is this again? If they were invaders, they would be a huge threat to Konoha, and he had to find out as soon as possible. Damn it! Could it be that Orochimaru invited people to invade Konoha? Danzo gritted his teeth and whispered to himself, his face so gloomy that water seemed to be dripping out of it. There aren't that many powerful Kage-level people. How come they appear one after another? Without any hesitation, Danzo immediately waved his hand and ordered in a deep voice, all the root members sent out should withdraw immediately to avoid unnecessary consumption. We are not responsible for Konoha's safety, preserve our strength and be prepared to guard after the disaster is over. After hearing Danzo's words, the root ninjas immediately obeyed the order and quickly began to retreat. Danzo stood deep in the base, his eyes flashing with deep calculation and coldness. The situation is becoming more and more complicated now. He must be more cautious and not show up rashly. No matter who is fighting outside, it cannot affect his plan. Orochimaru. Thinking of Danzo's actions, Danzo's eyes were cold, but there was also anticipation in them. At the same time, in the four purple flame formation, Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hiruzen confront each other. The air was filled with the smell of gunpowder and murderous aura. Even the air around them seemed to be stretched taut and could explode at any time. Okay, stop looking, third generation, today is the day you die. The next second, Orochimaru sneered. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly raised his hand, and several giant black snakes shot out from his sleeves and headed straight for Sarutobi Hiruzen. It was his signature, Shadow Snake Hand. Ninjutsu, Tile Shuriken. Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted in a deep voice and quickly formed a seal. Suddenly, the surrounding tiles began to float up and turned into sharp shurikens, flying towards Orochimaru. However, Orochimaru's figure made an elegant and strange dodge in the air, easily avoiding Sarutobi's attack. The shadow of a snake passed by, and the sharp teeth of the giant snake went straight for Sarutobi Hiruzen. Facing this dangerous attack, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not flinch. He quickly formed seals with both hands and said in a deep voice, "Earth-style, earth-flowing river." Crash! The ground suddenly became soft and a stream of mud surged out from the ground, rushing towards Orochimaru, trying to knock him down. However, Orochimaru quickly retreated, smiled coldly, and formed a seal at an extremely fast speed, Earth Substitute Jutsu. In an instant, Orochimaru left a soil substitute in place and easily avoided the earth flow attack. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen's attack did not stop, and he immediately used Earth-style, Earth Dragon Bullet. A huge Earth Dragon rose from the ground and rushed towards Orochimaru with a roar. Orochimaru still sneered, and calmly jumped up to avoid the Mud Dragon's attack. Fire Release Fire Dragon Bullet. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes were as sharp as torches. He pointed his finger quickly, and a stream of blazing flame spurted out of his mouth. He turned into a fire dragon and pounced towards Orochimaru. The flame carried a strong breath of heat, and there was even a burning smell in the air. Orochimaru smiled coldly, and his figure disappeared in the flames again. The fire dragon hit his earth stand, and it instantly burned into a ball of flames. Chapter 228. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to growl and quickly formed seals with his hands. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. Suddenly, countless shurikens split into shadow clones and swept towards Orochimaru. These shurikens poured down like a rainstorm with the sound of breaking through the air. However, Orochimaru didn't care at all and showed a sinister sneer. While quickly forming seals with both hands, he slammed them heavily on the ground and said coldly, "Summoning technique, impure world reincarnation." Boom! The next moment, the ground shook violently and dust flew everywhere. Two heavy coffins slowly rose in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen, blocking the shurikens that covered the sky. Seeing this scene, Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils shrank sharply. When he saw a third coffin rising from the ground, Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly formed hand seals and continued to use the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique to block it. At this time, the two coffin lids that had appeared slowly slid down, revealing the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, inside. Their eyes were empty and their faces expressionless. The former guardian of Konoha village has now become Orochimaru's puppet and a tool to be controlled. Really? Seeing this scene, Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart trembled suddenly, and his eyes revealed deep pain. Orochimaru, how dare you defile their souls? That is the first and second Hokage-sama. Not only Sarutobi Hiruzen was shocked and angry, but also the ninjas who were confronting him outside the barrier. When they saw the situation inside the barrier, their faces changed drastically. And at this time, the entrance to Konoha village. Tian, who had led the giant snake summoning beast here to be dealt with, breathed a sigh of relief. Finally it's dealt with, otherwise, if this guy continues to destroy things, more buildings will be destroyed. Tian was just breathing a sigh of relief, but at this moment, his body suddenly shook. Subconsciously, Tenten immediately turned around and looked in the direction of the Chunin exam venue. Feeling several powerful chakra fluctuations in the air around me, they seemed to be rushing towards me like a surging tide. Tenten tightly grasped the Zanpakuto in his hand, with a look of astonishment on his face. Is this Kage-level chakra? Over at the Chunin exam venue, there's a new Kage-level warrior fighting. The two chakra fluctuations that Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hiruzen had fought before were different from these two. This means two more strong ones. Just as Tian was hesitating whether to go over to check, the next moment, his eyes were attracted by a figure passing by quickly. In the distance, Ino and others were rapidly chasing the ninjas from the sand village. When he saw Tian, he was surprised and said hurriedly, Tian, hurry up, don't let the ninjas from the sand village run away. They attacked Konoha, we can't let them evacuate. Hearing this, Tenten instantly saw Temari and Kankuro quickly evacuating the village with Gaara, who was covered in blood. I even noticed that Gaara had a painful expression on his face, and there seemed to be a hint of struggle and anger in his eyes. And that unstable aura gradually overflowed from his body. Before Tian could think about it, she suddenly felt an unprecedented evil aura, as if it was coming from the depths of hell, with the impulse to destroy everything, heading straight for her. This kind of breath. Feeling this breath, Tian's expression changed. What an evil chakra. Tenten instantly discovered that the aura was emanating from Gaara's body. Along with this, a tremendous murderous intent was released from him, and the air was filled with uneasy restlessness. Roar. The next second, with a low and ferocious roar, the huge figure of the one-tailed Shikaku gradually appeared in the sand and dust. Its shadow blocked out the sky and the sun, and its huge tail swung wildly, bringing up a fierce gale. The surrounding buildings and the ground trembled slightly under its momentum. The yellow sand and its huge body intertwined with each other, forming a terrifying scene that made people shudder. This is a tailed beast. That guy, is he transforming into a tailed beast? Tenten recognized it immediately when she saw the giant shadow of the tailed beast appear behind Gaara, instantly transforming Gaara into a tailed beast. After following Sister Xiaonan in the Akatsuki organization for a month, she learned a lot of knowledge. Know about the tailed beast transformation. This guy is actually the tailed beast Jinchuriki. That guy is the tailed beast Jinchuriki. Quickly intercept them, damn sand ninja, how dare they attack Konoha with the tailed beast Jinchuriki. Has the sand ninja gone mad? Even the tailed beast Jinchuriki came to Konoha's Chunin exams and attacked the Chunin exams. Not only did Tenten recognize it, but some Umbun ninjas also had their pupils shrink and their faces shocked when they saw this scene. That's the tailed beast Jinchuriki. The sand village was actually brought out like this. And used to attack Konoha. Roar. At this moment, Gaara, who had transformed into a tailed beast, had a ferocious look in his eyes, with a strong murderous intent in his pupils, as if he was a wild beast that had completely lost its mind. He suddenly raised his hands, and the surrounding sand and dust were instantly controlled into huge sand claws, which slammed down towards the sky with overwhelming momentum. Boom! Wherever the sand claws went, the ground shook and the air was filled with a suffocating murderous aura, as if it wanted to crush all living things. A hoarse voice roared out from Gaara's mouth when he transformed into a tailed beast. There was no emotion in it, only pure desire for destruction. Facing this oppressive feeling, Tenten looked grim, and without hesitation, he tightly grasped his Zanpakuto and shouted in a low voice, "Sui ten Nikan, twisting flower." As soon as she finished speaking, a mighty torrent burst out from her body, surging like a tide. The Zanpakuto in his hand instantly turned into a trident-shaped spear, with a sharp cold light emitting from the end, as if ready to attack at any time. The air around her seemed to be frozen in an instant, and the water flowed around her, forming a thin water shield that protected her. The water flowed like a dancing dragon or snake, entwining Tiantian's weapon and spinning around it, bringing with it unparalleled coldness and sharpness. At the same time, Tiantian's aura once again instantly rose to its limit. This kid has gotten stronger again. Is that Tian? Seeing this scene, Yamanaka Ino's eyes widened with an expression as if she had seen a ghost. They are all genin taking part in the Chunin exam, so why can the other party burst out with such terrifying momentum? As for the ninja who came from afar, his face was also shocked at this moment. How come this child is so strong? Tenten, who had released her Zanpakuto, did not hesitate at all. She swung the trident in her hand and suddenly released a water blade toward Sandclaw. The sharp stream of water mixed with biting cold air instantly slashed toward Sandclaw. The moment the sand claws collided with the water blades, a deafening explosion sounded in the air. The water and sand collided violently, instantly splashing water mist and dust all over the field, as if two huge forces were wrestling silently. Gaara, who transformed into a tailed beast, did not retreat, but became even more violent. With a roar, the tailed beast's chakra overflowed, and the sand and dust condensed into more sand claws, attacking Tenten wave after wave. Even though he had freed his Zanpakuto, Tenten's expression remained solemn as he raised his trident to fight, wielding his water blades in a head-on confrontation with the sand claw. Boom! Boom! Every collision was like a thunderous explosion, and the shock wave it brought spread out, causing the surrounding buildings to shake and even crumble. Every swing of Tian was as precise and fierce as a rainstorm, defeating the sand claws and preparing for the next wave of attacks. This kid completely overwhelms the sand ninja who transformed into a tailed beast. A direct confrontation with the tailed beast Jinchuriki. Seeing this scene, the ninjas who were gradually taking control of the situation looked horrified. How could it be so easy? What weapon is this child holding? Many of them discovered that Tiantian's strength seemed to be related to what he held in his hands. The tailed beast Jinchuriki doesn't seem to be that good. At this moment, Tian, who was holding a trident and turned into a blue whirlwind, slashed down from the air with a sharp water blade, splitting a huge sand claw in half, and sand splashed in all directions. Feeling that the opponent's strength was not that strong, he was stunned for a moment. With such a terrifying aura, this is the result. Is this the tailed beast Jinchuriki? Die! Gaara's transformation into a tailed beast did not diminish at all, his tail waving like a giant python, creating a violent sound of wind, and pounced towards Tenten again. The two sides immediately engaged in a fierce battle. At this moment, thick smoke was billowing from all over Konoha village. But in the same way, ninjas from Konoha village gradually took control of the scene and surrounded and killed the invading ninjas from Sand village and Sound village. Are these sand ninjas so brainless? At this time, in the jar shop, Lin Mo looked at the two sand ninjas who ran in to rob, and crushed them to death with a look of speechlessness on his face. It's bad enough to run away, but you're also robbing along the way. Are you crazy because of poverty? A deafening roar sounded, causing Lin Mo to raise an eyebrow. The aura of the Zanpakuto actually erupted again. Didn't Tenten deal with the summoning beast? When Lin Mo was looking outside the jar shop, in the direction of Tian, the aftermath of the battle is still lingering. Dust was floating in the air and the ground was full of traces of fighting. The three ninjas from the Sand village, Gaara, Temari and Kenkuro, all fell to the ground, gasping for breath and covered in wounds. Gaara's transformation into a tailed beast was repelled by Tenten with powerful force, and the powerful suppression force was shocking. The Konoha ninjas who were watching gasped and looked at the scene in shock. Their minds were blank and they were completely unable to accept the fact before them. That, tailed beast Jinchuriki was actually easily injured in such a short time. A Konoha ninja couldn't help but mutter under his breath, his face full of disbelief. Is this really the legendary tailed beast Jinchuriki? Some ninjas opened their eyes wide, their eyes filled with fear and shock. Even they knew that the tailed beast Jinchuriki had always been a symbol of great strength. But what did they see today? So vulnerable in front of Tian. It's not that the tailed beast Jinchuriki is too weak, it's that Tenten is too strong. Another Umbu ninja from Konoha village took a deep breath and muttered. Tap tap. Just as everyone finished speaking, a low sound of footsteps suddenly came from a distance, as if carrying an indescribable sense of oppression. I saw two figures slowly approaching, and their aura was so strong that the air around them seemed to freeze. The leading man was wearing a black robe with red clouds on it, and he glanced around with a cold gaze. Next to him was a stern-looking woman, silent and resolute, with a hint of sharpness in her air. Two more strangers. Wait, that red hair. When the ninjas of Konoha village saw Konan and Uzumaki Nagato appear, they were confused. But there were also Konoha's Umbu ninjas whose pupils suddenly contracted, revealing an unconcealable fear in their eyes. This dress. The Umbu ninja shouted at the first moment, retreat quickly, these are two S-rank rebel ninjas. When speaking, step back quickly. As he retreated, his face turned pale, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and his eyes were full of vigilance and fear. As the Umbu of Konoha, they were not unaware of the information about this organization. What? S-rank rebel ninja? Is there really such an organization? The Konoha village ninja who heard the words of the Umbu ninja was shocked and subconsciously retreated immediately. Even the Umbu ninja of Konoha said so, so naturally they would not disbelieve it. In the distance, Asuma Sarutobi, who was rushing over, also had a changed expression. How come this guy from this organization appears? Sister Xiaonan. Why are you here? When Nagato saw Nagato and Konan arriving, he exclaimed with surprise. Konan and Nagato, who had not been seen for a few days, unexpectedly appeared in Konoha village. As Tian greeted him, the tense atmosphere was immediately eased. But the Konoha ninjas who had gathered nearby, including Asuma Sarutobi who had just arrived, all looked at Tenten in shock, as if they had seen a ghost. Asuma, in particular, had an expression full of disbelief. Does this child know any members of Akatsuki? And he could call her Sister Xiaonan so naturally. Day by day. Seeing Tian, and then looking at Gaara who was transformed into a tailed beast in front of Tian, Xiaonan's eyes were filled with tenderness and concern. He nodded gently and said in a gentle tone. I just came to deal with some things, by the way, it's time to meet Mr. Lin Mo. When Xiaonan was speaking, Nagato, who was standing next to them, looked at Konoha village with a cold gaze and a stern expression. It came at the right time. Nagato murmured, slowly raising his hands to form a seal, Rain Tiger Freedom Technique. As Nagato's voice fell, the sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds, and the gloomy clouds instantly enveloped the entire Konoha village. The next second, a patter of rain began to fall from the sky, as if a sudden cold rain was falling on the entire village. A low thunder rumbled over Konoha village, and the rain seemed to be mixed with an invisible sense of oppression, which made the ninjas in the village shudder. This guy. He made it rain in Konoha village. Seeing that heavy rain suddenly fell all around, the Konoha village ninjas present were terrified. What method is this? Even if it's water jutsu, it's impossible to control the weather so easily and make it rain. What on earth do you want to do? At this time, Asuma Sarutobi came over and looked at Uzumaki Nagato with a serious expression. How dare this rebel ninja organization offend one of the 5 major ninja villages? I came here to deal with Danzo. Looking at Sarutobi Asuma walking towards him, Uzumaki Nagato said calmly, "No one is interested, please go away." As he spoke, Uzumaki Nagato walked directly into Konoha village, but his words made Asuma Sarutobi's pupils shrink suddenly. Are these 2 dangerous guys attracted by Danzo? Not Orochimaru's helper. And Tenten's eyes widened, deal with Danzo. There is even surprise in his eyes. Is there such a good thing? Asuma Sarutobi looked at Uzumaki Nagato who walked into Konoha village, and continued to chuckle. Your Akatsuki organization has never interfered in the affairs of the major ninja villages, why did you come to find Danzo this time? Do you know what you are doing? I'm only here for revenge, other things have nothing to do with me. Uzumaki Nagato looked at Sarutobi Asuma with cold eyes, and the Rinnegan appeared at this moment. The terrifying feeling of oppression loomed over Asuma Sarutobi like an invisible mountain, making it difficult for him to breathe. His body trembled slightly and he couldn't even speak. He stared at Nagato in horror. What kind of eyes are these? Asuma was filled with shock and confusion, with an unprecedented fear spreading deep within his heart. The oppressive feeling of the Rinnegan seemed to crush his consciousness. He could only watch as Nagato and Konan walked past him and slowly moved towards the depths of Konoha village. Every step seems to gradually spread the shadow of death and revenge. At the same time, above the high tower in the 4 purple flame formation, Orochimaru keenly sensed the sudden sense of oppression that swept across Konoha village. The ensuing rain was also mixed with a suffocating murderous intent. Orochimaru's expression gradually became serious, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he sensed a familiar aura, and secretly became alert in his heart. This rain, is it that guy? Immediately, the corner of Orochimaru's mouth twitched slightly, and he couldn't help but become alert. Pain from the Rain Village would actually appear at this time. This guy, isn't he here for me? This is impossible. The next second, Orochimaru thought that Nagato had always been full of hatred towards Konoha, and he probably didn't come for him. But I also have to deal with Sarutobi Hiruzen as soon as possible. Why are there so many variables today? Thinking of Pain's Rinnegan, Orochimaru's eyelids twitched and his expression was full of fear. Although he has always had a fanatical pursuit of power, he is also aware of the oppression of the Rinnegan, and that this is a force that cannot be easily resisted. It seems that we must deal with Sarutobi-sensei as soon as possible so that we can deal with it. Thinking of his purpose, Orochimaru's mind was full of thoughts, but on the surface he still looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and sneered. It seems that not only I want to destroy Konoha, but even the Akatsuki organization has taken advantage of this opportunity to come. Akatsuki. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils shrank sharply. Why would that organization full of rebellious ninjas come to Konoha village? Kanaru, we have to get rid of you as soon as possible, Orochimaru. Thinking of the current 4 purple flame formation and the situation outside being gradually controlled by Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked grim. Without any hesitation, Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly formed hand seals. Fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. As Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly opened his mouth, blazing flames roared out like a dragon and pounced on the first and second Hokage. The blazing flames filled the air with a burning smell, as if turning everything into ashes. Facing this fierce fire-style attack, the second-generation Hokage Senju Tobarama suddenly raised his head, still expressionless, and whispered, "Water-style, water formation wall." As soon as he finished speaking, a wall of water like a tide gushed out of his mouth, instantly forming a solid wall of water that extinguished Sarutobi's flames. Chapter 229. As Sarutobi Hiruzen and the first and second Hokage started fighting fiercely again. In Konoha village, fine raindrops fell endlessly from the sky, covering every corner, like a heavy curtain covering the entire village. The rain gathered into puddles on the ground, surging with cold waves and accompanied by a faint sense of oppression. This was not ordinary rain, but the Rain Tiger Freedom technique performed by Uzumaki Nagato. He could sense the breath of the entire Konoha village through the rain and take in all the movements. Nagato and Konan walked slowly in the rain, their figures looking particularly grim in the gloomy street. How do we find Danzo's trace next? Konoha village is so large, with many branches, and the routes are also very secretive, it may take some time. She wanted to ask someone. After hearing what Konan said, Nagato slowly spoke, I am already very familiar with the Umbu aura of Konoha village. The rain from the Rain Tiger Freedom technique spreads all over the village, no matter how covert the actions are, as long as there is a fluctuation, I can detect it. And the movements of Danzo's route will never escape my perception. There was a strong sense of confidence in Nagato's tone, as if he was certain that Danzo could not escape his control. Not long after, Uzumaki Nagato stopped for a moment and closed his eyes, as if feeling every breath of the rain. After a moment, Nagato opened his eyes, his tone calm but murderous. I don't believe that Danzo will not send his men to investigate the situation in Konoha village when it is in such a mess. As long as there is a trace of the breath of a root ninja, I will follow the clues and find his hiding place. Hearing Nagato's words, Conan nodded slightly. If that's the case, then we just need to wait a little. With his usual style, he won't sit still at this time. Found it. Suddenly, a sneer appeared on Nagato's lips. I didn't expect it to be so easy. Conan was surprised to hear what Nagato said. So fast. Immediately, he and Nagato walked towards a certain direction. Soon, Nagato brought Conan to a remote corner in the south of the village. As soon as he arrived here, Uzumaki Nagato's eyes were locked on a root ninja who was patrolling the surroundings. This root ninja was standing quietly there, not caring at all about the turmoil in the village. But the next second, he saw Nagato and Conan walking towards him. Before he could react, Nagato waved his hand casually, and a terrifying repulsive force spread out, instantly killing this guy. After doing all this, Uzumaki Nagato looked at the ground in front of him, glanced around at the surrounding buildings and passages indifferently, and sneered, "What a rat." As he spoke, Uzumaki Nagato slowly raised his hands, and a dangerous light flashed in his Rinnegan's eyes. Shinra Tenjin. Boom. In an instant, an incredible repulsive force erupted and spread in all directions, and the shock wave like a world-destroying shock wave instantly tore apart the surrounding buildings. The ground cracked, the walls collapsed, and the entire root base collapsed under this irresistible force. The violent roar was like thunder exploding, shaking the entire Konoha village. Dust and rubble flew everywhere, and the scene looked like doomsday. Even the surrounding ninjas were alarmed by the horrifying noise. Everyone looked in shock and disbelief in that direction. Some people even took a few steps back, their faces filled with horror. Why did another strong man appear? An Umbu from Konoha village cried out in surprise. This level of power is also a shadow level. Kakashi, who was fighting with Maki, also noticed the flying dust and his expression became serious. How come there is a strange strong man appearing? And you're still doing it over there? At the same time. The root base underground. Danzo, who was hiding here, sensed this terrifying power the moment Shinra Tensei broke out. His face suddenly changed drastically, and he was filled with shock and anger. Who dares to attack the roots? Why would there be ninjas coming to the root at this time? And who has this level of power? Boom! Before Danzo could get up, the root base collapsed. The walls and supporting columns of the building were shattered by the huge impact of Shinra Tensei, and the entire base gradually collapsed in a violent shaking. Feeling the huge rock falling from the sky, Danzo snorted coldly and quickly dodged from the rubble. When he stopped, Danzo looked up and saw the cold-looking Uzumaki Nagato appearing in the sky. The pair of samsara eyes flashed with a cold light, as if staring at a being that was about to be destroyed. "It's you." When he saw Uzumaki Nagato, Danzo's pupils contracted violently, and a trace of unconcealable panic flashed across his face of shock and anger, and there was even a hint of trembling in his voice. He couldn't believe his eyes. The oppressive feeling from the Rinnegan was like an invisible sharp blade, causing him to instinctively take a step back. Besides, didn't this guy's legs become disabled in the beginning? How can you stand up? Meet again. Looking at Danzo, Uzumaki Nagato's eyes showed a grim look, with endless chill in his eyes. "Danzo, this time, you have nowhere to escape." As he spoke, Nagato raised his hand. The samsara eye flashed. A tremendous repulsive force instantly gathered in his palm, surging out like a raging torrent, and the air around him seemed to be compressed into an invisible pressure. Along with the cold voice, a terrifying force swept out like a landslide, instantly knocking Danzo away. The violent impact caused Danzo's body to fly into the air and hit the wall heavily. As a mouthful of blood spurted out, Danzo's face turned pale in an instant, and his eyes were filled with anger and unbelievable shock. Danzo gritted his teeth and endured the pain, quickly raised his hand to signal, and roared, "All root members, assemble. Deal with this guy." As soon as he finished speaking, a group of root ninjas wearing Umbu ninja costumes and masks quickly emerged from all directions. They all had cold eyes and gathered around Danzo in silence. This scene made the Umbu ninjas in the distance look shocked. The root, there are so many ninjas out there. Kakashi, who had shifted his gaze over, also had a gloomy expression on his face. He looked solemnly at the root ninjas who were gathering together, with an unsightly look on his face. Why did these people never take action during the previous Konoha crisis? You have to know that with the commotion in Konoha right now, there were less than 10 ANBU ninjas, some chunin, and even genin teachers out to maintain order. If Danzo had stationed root ninjas at the Chunin examination center earlier, the turmoil in Konoha would never have lasted so long. Not only Kakashi, but also Asuma Sarutobi and Might Guy who were chasing quickly from a distance, and the Umbu members were also surprised by the gathering of root ninjas. My heart is filled with doubt and anger. At this point, Nagato glanced over the gathered root ninja and sneered. With a wave of his hand, 6 puppets dressed in black robes suddenly appeared. They are the 6 realms of puppets: heaven, Asura, human, animal, hungry ghost and hell. Each puppet has a cold aura, with black reincarnation eyes embedded on its face, exuding terrifying power. Danzo. Uzumaki Nagato glanced at Danzo and the root ninjas with a sharp gaze, and his voice was filled with an irresistible majesty. Today, you will pay for all your previous crimes. As soon as the words fell, the 6 paths puppets rushed towards the root ninja like an arrow, and the battle broke out instantly. The heavenly path puppet was the first to attack, unleashing a powerful force of gravity and repulsion, which sent the oncoming root ninja flying. The sharp blade hidden in Shura Dao's mechanical arm suddenly stabbed out, easily cutting the enemy in front of him. The animal path summoned a gigantic summoning beast that instantly crushed them, making it almost impossible for the root ninjas to resist. Although the root ninjas were well trained at this moment, they were gradually showing signs of defeat when facing Nagato's 6 paths puppets. Kakashi and others who were watching the battle from a distance showed anxiety in their eyes. Might Guy clenched his fists, staring at the battle scene with cold eyes. A deep sense of crisis surged in his heart. But no one came to help. Boom boom boom. Deafening roars continued to sound, and terrifying ninjutsu appeared one after another. Fire, water, and even earth escape. Under the siege of Nagato Rokudo, Danzo's root ninjas were killed one by one on the spot. When Danzo Shimura saw this scene, his heart was bleeding. These are the remaining elites at the root. There were no losses on the battlefield, but now they were killed one by the Jiehua who had not been killed at the beginning. Looking at the root ninjas who were gradually decreasing in number, and the Konoha village ninjas who were gradually gathering around them. Danzo's eyes were filled with anger, and he gritted his teeth and yelled, "You are all Konoha's ninjas, are you going to watch the rebel ninjas wreak havoc without taking any action? These people are from a rebellious ninja organization, keeping them here will be extremely detrimental to the village. In the name of Konoha's advisors, I order all of you present here to immediately support me and stop this traitor from continuing his destruction." When the surrounding Konoha ninjas heard Danzo's shout, they all showed hesitation on their faces. Kakashi frowned slightly and turned his gaze to Asuma Sarutobi who was standing not far away, feeling hesitant. Although Danzo was a high-ranking member of Konoha, Nagato and Konan did not directly attack other people in Konoha village. Moreover, Danzo's root actions have always been mysterious and unclear. Even this time's turmoil in Konoha village did not mobilize the root ninjas. Whether it was Kakashi who arrived, or Might Guy, or Kurenai Yuhi and others, they all felt uneasy about rashly intervening. Asuma Sarutobi took a deep breath, raised his hand slightly to ask everyone to be quiet, and a look of struggle appeared on his face. After a moment, Sarutobi Asuma said calmly, "Everyone, Danzo is a high-ranking official of Konoha after all, now that everyone is watching, we should all act together, we cannot let the rebel ninja harm the village." Following Asuma's statement, Kakashi and the other Konoha ninjas looked at each other and nodded slowly. And Asuma Sarutobi was the first to rush towards Nagato. Seeing this, some Konoha ninjas also rushed up immediately. There are even Umbu ninjas. However, at the moment when Asuma Sarutobi and others rushed into the battlefield, Nagato narrowed his eyes slightly, and a cold light flashed in his samsara eyes. Nagato spat out 4 words coldly, and a tremendous repulsive force suddenly burst out from his palm, like an invisible giant hand, fiercely shaking Asuma and others who were rushing towards him away. No matter whether it was the agile Umbu ninja or the battle-hardened Chunin, they were all vulnerable in the face of this terrifying repulsive force. With a series of muffled thuds, their figures were flipped over several meters and fell heavily to the ground, with blood oozing from the corners of their mouths. How can it be so horrible? Kakashi, who had not yet taken action, saw this scene and a look of horror appeared on his face. What kind of eyes are those? Why are they so scary? Damn it! Asuma, who had fallen to the ground, endured the pain and staggered to his feet. Looking at the indifferent Nagato not far away, he was shocked. He had never seen such power before, and the difference between Nagato's strength and theirs was simply too great. Seeing that the 6 paths puppets continued to ruthlessly besiege Danzo and his root ninjas, the Konoha ninjas gradually became frightened and dared not take action again. At this time, one root ninja after another was destroyed, and before they even had time to react they were ruthlessly killed by Nagato's 6 paths puppets. This cruel scene made the Konoha ninjas watching the battle around dare not approach easily. They retreated one after another, their hearts filled with fear and powerlessness. Seeing this, Danzo's eyes were filled with fear and anger. His voice was shaking as he screamed desperately, "Konoha's ninjas, keep attacking. We won't have peace until these guys die." However, Nagato stared at him coldly, with endless chillness in his Rinnegan's eyes, which made Danzo shudder. Nagato's 6 puppets continued to surround and kill, indifferently executing the order to kill, with murderous intent that shocked the entire audience. In Danzo's eyes, the root ninjas around him fell one after another, without even a chance of resistance. Endless fear and despair grew in Danzo's heart. Especially when he found that he had nowhere to retreat and was no match for Nagato, the captain was extremely desperate. This is in Konoha village. How could this be? When Uzumaki Nagato saw Danzo trying to escape, his eyes were extremely cold and his voice was cold and low. "You rat-like thing, when you die, I will make you into a puppet and make you kneel in front of Yahiko." The cold murderous intent spread along with the terrifying Shinra Tensei, and Danzo was shocked when he heard it. The intense fear made him no longer hesitate. He clenched his teeth and wiped his left arm with his hand, immediately revealing the Sharingan all over his arm. With the surge of chakra, Danzo's lips trembled slightly, and he used the Uchiha forbidden technique, Izanagi. In an instant, the attack of Nagato's 6 paths puppet seemed to be swallowed up. Danzo's body dissipated in the wound and turned into nothingness. But the next moment he appeared on the other side intact. The Sharingan's ability? This scene made Nagato narrow his eyes slightly, with a hint of surprise on his face. Kakashi and others nearby looked at Danzo's arm with horror. How come there are so many Sharingans? One Sharingan is already closed. Uzumaki Nagato stared at Shimura Danzo with a grim look and smiled coldly. "Do you think you can escape like this?" The 6 paths puppets once again attacked Danzo with great force. Seeing this, Danzo was horrified and without stopping, he tried his best to escape in a farther direction. However, Nagato's 6 paths puppets were very fast and quickly surrounded him again. An overwhelming attack followed one after another, forcing Danzo to continue sacrificing his Sharingan to activate Izanagi again and again. Every time he escaped from the attack at the critical moment. However, as the Sharingan on the captain's arms closed one by one, the fear in Danzo's eyes became more and more intense. Because his retreat route was gradually completely blocked. Finally, faced with no escape, Danzo was exhausted, his face was pale, and he felt extremely desperate. He knew clearly that at this moment he had reached the end. However, Nagato's 6 paths puppets still attacked coldly, without any mercy. How could this be? Looking at the 6 paths puppets that were coming to kill him again, Danzo Shimura looked around with despair. No ninja could help him. In the 4 purple flame formations in the distance, Sarutobi Hiruzen was unable to come and help him. Damn it! Danzo's eyes flashed with determination, and he slowly pressed his right hand to his chest, whispering, "Then let you guys die with me." The terrifying repulsive force once again descended from the sky, and the 6 paths puppets continued to surround and kill Danzo. At this moment, the last Sharingan on Danzo's arm completely closed, and he rushed directly towards Uzumaki Nagato with a ferocious look in his eyes. "Let's die together." The 6 paths puppets quickly surrounded and attacked Danzo, and under the terrifying gravity, he had no power to resist. But at this moment, Danzo's whole body was like a constantly expanding blood ball, and a cold and dark force suddenly swept in all directions. Those bright red talismans turned into a terrifying sealing force, tearing through the air like a hungry beast, quickly surrounding the 6 puppets and swallowing them one by one into the darkness. The seal trembled, forming a huge sphere filled with evil energy. With all of Danzo's anger and determination, he tried to drag everything in front of him into the underworld, never to see the light of day again. What is that? Seeing this scene, the Konoha ninjas and Umbun ninjas present were all frightened, and everyone was shocked by Danzo's crazy methods. The terrifying sealing vortex was spinning in the air, instantly swallowing up Uzumaki Nagato's 3 6 paths puppets. There wasn't even a body left. Seeing this scene, Xiaonan frowned and said, "This is a sealing technique, he actually carved the sealing technique on his own body, this guy is really crazy. Pity." Uzumaki Nagato looked at the scene without any puppet remains and frowned, "I actually lost my puppet. But it was worth it if we could get rid of Danzo. It's not impossible to remake puppets." What? At this moment, an angry and panicked roar came from a distance, shaking all around, carrying with it an anger and anxiety that was difficult to conceal. Uzumaki Nagato and Konan looked over immediately. In the 4 purple flame formation not far away, Sarutobi Hiruzen had fallen to the ground, his breath gone. Orochimaru stood beside Sarutobi's body, feeling his hands as if they were burning and unable to move, his face looked extremely ugly. Chapter 230. The operation is over, we retreat. Orochimaru growled, with a hint of reluctance in his tone. Looking at the Konoha ninjas gradually surrounding the four purple flame formation, he knew that it was not advisable to stay here for long. After hearing this, the four sound ninjas quickly and decisively lifted the barrier, jumped to Orochimaru's side, and skillfully protected him in the middle. The next moment, they unfolded the scrolls in their hands and disappeared in the midst of smoke. Only the frightened Konoha ninjas were left. The remaining Konoha ninjas looked at the ruins left after the chaos, each of them was filled with anger and unwillingness, but also looked quite tired. Asuma Sarutobi stood in a crowd with blood all over his face and a sad look on his face. Many ninjas looked at him with some helplessness. The surrounding ninjas looked at each other, their hearts burning with hatred for Orochimaru, but they knew that rashly chasing after Orochimaru and his guards at this moment would only result in more people being sacrificed in vain. What's more, there are still the terrifying members of Akatsuki organization. Just as they turned their eyes to Uzumaki Nagato and Konan, the two of them turned around and left, walking towards the outside of Konoha village without looking back. Finally, in front of everyone's eyes, they disappeared completely. It seems that he came to Konoha just to get rid of Danzo. Are they really here to deal with Danzo's advisor? Damn it, Hokage-sama went, Danzo-sama went too, those damn sand ninjas. There are still some Sand Village ninjas and Sound Village ninjas who haven't escaped yet, catch them. Looking at the leaving Uzumaki Nagato and Konan, the remaining Konoha ninjas all looked extremely ugly. After a moment of silence, Sarutobi Asuma took a deep breath and spoke calmly, let's clean up the scene first and make sure the Hokage's body is intact. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, the Konoha village ninjas present immediately nodded and obeyed Sarutobi Asuma's orders. With the departure of Orochimaru, the turmoil in the entire Konoha village gradually subsided. It's really unexpected. Outside the distant Konoha village. On top of a huge mountain. Hoshigaki Kisame and Uchiha Itachi stood side by side, looking at the ruined Konoha village in the distance, and whispered. This once prosperous village is so pitiful. Orochimaru attacked Konoha village and killed the third Hokage. He was really a terrifying guy, but I remember that he was defeated by you. Will you take action? After all, you are really not like yourself now. Even if you are you should still have some nostalgia for your hometown. No, I don't miss it at all. Shouldn't we care about another question? Why did Konan and Pain, and a guy from the Akatsuki organization we don't know, come to Konoha village? You know, Konan is the leader of the Akatsuki organization. He actually came to Konoha village with Pain today. Besides these, there was also a Nagato Uzumaki whom he didn't recognize at all. Seeing that the other person was wearing Akatsuki's clothes, he was obviously also a member of Akatsuki. What are the three of them trying to accomplish by coming to Konoha village together? Orochimaru's helper. Impossible. Even within their organization, Orochimaru is a target of hunting. But why did you come to Konoha village today? His purpose of coming to Konoha village was to find the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and to take a look at the village. I just didn't expect this to happen. That's not clear. Hoshigaki Kisame scratched his head, maybe he is a new member, otherwise why would he wear the clothes of our organization? But in this case, will we still go into Konoha village later? Go. Uchiha said calmly, now that Konoha village has been devastated, it is time to relax, we can move more easily and conveniently. Also, let's go meet up with Pain and Konan, and get to know the new members. The continuous appearance of guys he didn't recognize in the Akatsuki organization made him feel extremely embarrassed deep down. Because he has been a member of this organization for so many years, he has collected a lot of intelligence. As a result, this intelligence is completely unworthy of mention compared to the information presented. Why is this happening? The Akatsuki organization is hiding too deeply. When Uchiha Itachi thought so. Konan, who had already left Konoha village, turned to look at Nagato next to her and said calmly, why don't you go to the jar shop? It will disturb Mr. Lin Mo. Uzumaki Nagato said calmly, we just killed Danzo, and the Hokage was killed by Orochimaru. Konoha village is leaderless. If we continue to stay in Konoha village, we will attract the attention of all Konoha village ninjas. If we bring this look to Mr. Lin Mo, it will definitely disturb Mr. Lin Mo, so we will leave first and go back in later. As long as we open the jar today, we won't lose anything. Besides, they will definitely hold a meeting for the Hokage ceremony in the evening. This is our chance. I see. Hearing what Uzumaki Nagato said, Konan nodded slightly, agreeing with Uzumaki Nagato's approach. At this time, a burst of hurried footsteps were heard in the distance. Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura were seen returning quickly to Konoha. Their pursuit mission has ended, and the three are anxious to report the battle situation. Just as Naruto ran back, his eyes inadvertently fell on Nagato's red hair, and he was suddenly stunned. The next second, Uzumaki Naruto's eyes were instantly filled with excitement and joy that were difficult to conceal. Naruto suddenly stopped, his heartbeat quickening, his eyes fixed on Nagato's striking red hair, as if his heartstrings had been tugged at by some extremely important clue. He rushed forward, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. "Hey! Are you from the Uzumaki clan? Your hair is red. I am Uzumaki Naruto. I heard that the people of the Uzumaki clan all have red hair." He heard it from Mr. Lin Mo. The Uzumaki clan's symbol is long red hair. "Hey, Naruto." At this time, Sakura and Uchiha Sasuke stopped and looked at Xiaonan and Nagato wearing their clothes, their faces changed slightly. Naruto is too reckless. These two guys don't look like ordinary people. Why rush forward so directly? They wanted to call out to Naruto, but when Uzumaki Nagato looked at them, they suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of tension. Danger. But in just a moment, Uchiha Sasuke's pupils shrank suddenly, and a storm of emotions rose in his heart. This kind of feeling, even Kakashi-sensei had never given him. Who are these two guys? Uchiha Sasuke subconsciously became alert. Seeing Naruto already running in front of Uzumaki Nagato, he cursed in his heart, "This idiot. Uzumaki Naruto." At this moment, hearing Uzumaki Naruto's words and looking at Uzumaki Naruto who suddenly ran closer, Uzumaki Nagato frowned slightly and stared at the excited young man in front of him. Looking at the young boy's face full of youthful enthusiasm, his golden hair sparkling in the sun, and his eyes filled with a persistence and excitement in finding the truth. However, Uzumaki Nagato still frowned slightly at what Uzumaki Naruto said. Because Uzumaki Naruto's hair is not red. However, the unconcealed expression on Naruto's face seemed to touch Nagato, and a hint of complexity appeared in his eyes. "Yes, Uzumaki Naruto." Uzumaki Naruto said hurriedly, "Although my hair is not red, my mother has long red hair, she is from the Uzumaki clan." "You are also from the Uzumaki clan, right? Your hair is not dyed." As Uzumaki Naruto said this, he hurriedly took out the kunai from his waist and quickly cut a small cut on his hand, trying to prove his Uzumaki clan bloodline. But in just a moment, Uzumaki Naruto's small cut began to heal slowly. Uzumaki Nagato suddenly narrowed his eyes when he saw this. Judging from the blood and the sensing of his own Rinnegan, this boy is indeed from the Uzumaki clan. Tribe members. Two distant words appeared in Uzumaki Nagato's mind. While Uzumaki Nagato was thinking this, Konan, who was standing next to Nagato, narrowed her eyes and looked at Uzumaki Naruto. The first thing she noticed was the forehead protector on the other person's forehead. Konoha's ninja forehead protector. But the next second, she felt the familiar aura of Uzumaki Naruto. It was the aura of the tailed beast. Is this guy the Jinchuriki of Konoha village? Xiaonan was surprised. Is it such a coincidence? The Jinchuriki of Konoha village is actually a child. She couldn't help but feel surprised at the genuine enthusiasm on Uzumaki Naruto's face at this moment. Nagato was silent for a moment, then nodded gently under Uzumaki Naruto's expectant gaze and said, "Yes, I am also a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, we do have the same bloodline inheritance." When saying this, Uzumaki Nagato's voice was low and contained a strange tenderness. When Uzumaki Naruto heard this, his eyes flashed with excitement. His expression was instantly filled with joy, as if the unknown blood connection in his body had finally responded. Naruto has been isolated in the village since he was a child because of his background, and he has been hiding loneliness and confusion in his heart over the years. Since I met Mr. Lin Mo, that feeling has gradually disappeared. After learning about his own life experience and the Uzumaki clan, he was eager to find more clues about the Uzumaki clan. Now that this strange but blood-related tribesman appeared before him, he suddenly felt a kind of comfort. The long-lost look of satisfaction on his face grew brighter as his smile became more distinct, and his clenched fists trembled slightly with excitement. The Uzumaki clan, they are so great, I have never seen any other clan members before. Naruto couldn't help but shout loudly, with a hint of excited tears in his eyes, as if all the loneliness in the past had found an outlet in an instant. Looking at Uzumaki Naruto's appearance, Nagato watched quietly, and couldn't help but feel an indescribable emotional fluctuation in his heart. As a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, Nagato does not have many memories or sense of belonging to the Uzumaki clan. However, the Naruto in front of him suddenly reminded him of his mother's teachings when he was a child, and her desire and expectation for the Uzumaki clan. Thinking of this, Uzumaki Naruto's eyes gradually softened, as if he saw his younger self through Naruto's figure. Nagato took a deep breath and his tone softened a bit. "You do have the blood of the Uzumaki clan in you, our ancestors are indeed from the same clan, my name is Uzumaki Nagato." There was a meaningful resonance in Uzumaki Nagato's words, as if the blood inheritance between the two connected them together, making the gaze at this moment particularly sincere and deep. Great. When Uzumaki Nagato said his name, Uzumaki Naruto was very excited. He almost jumped up with excitement. His eyes were shining, as if his whole body was glowing. After all, he had always considered himself an orphan with no relatives or friends since he was a child. The feeling of meeting his relatives was like a downpour of rain after a long drought in the desert. Naruto opened his mouth, a lot of questions flooded his mind, but he didn't know where to start. His face was just filled with an excited smile. Nagato, I have so many questions for you. Naruto looked at Nagato excitedly, with great anticipation and desire in his eyes. This long-lost sense of familiarity rose in his heart, making him unable to help but get closer to Nagato, eager to explore more blood memories. After all, this person looks older than him and must know more information about the Uzumaki clan. Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura, who were standing next to Naruto, looked at the scene with shock on their faces. Sasuke frowned, a trace of confusion and complexity flashed through his mind. Naruto has always been known as an orphan, and he has never heard that he has any relatives. But the man in front of him, named Uzumaki Nagato, gave Naruto a clear sense of belonging. Sakura's eyes were also full of confusion, her gaze shifting between Naruto and Nagato, not knowing what to say. Nagato noticed Naruto's strong enthusiasm and nodded slightly. His eyes softened and he said with a hint of warmth in his voice, "It seems that you do have a lot of things you want to know. In that case, let's talk while we walk." Having said that, he and Xiaonan walked forward. Uzumaki Nagato hurriedly followed. "It is good." Naruto nodded immediately, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Then he turned to look at Sasuke and Sakura and said quickly, "Sakura, Sasuke, you go back first, I will be back later." Hearing this, Sasuke looked at Naruto silently, his face expressionless, but a hint of worry flashed in his eyes. He understood Naruto's character and knew that he was completely immersed in the joy of recognizing his tribe members, so he didn't say much, but reminded him, "Naruto, be careful, come back immediately if anything happens. Don't worry. You guys go back first, I'll be fine." As soon as he finished speaking, he couldn't wait to catch up with Nagato. Uchiha Sasuke took Sakura directly back to Konoha village. "When I came back, I found that the unrest in the village had calmed down. But more importantly, the whole village was shrouded in an unprecedented atmosphere of depression. On the busy street, the ninjas looked solemn and talked in low voices, and there seemed to be a hint of sadness between their brows." For a moment, Sasuke frowned. Even though the village was invaded by Sand Village and Sound Village ninjas, it is over now and Konoha village has clearly won. Shouldn't I be happy? At this time, the ninjas of Konoha village were running back and forth with serious expressions. Suddenly, a ninja whispered, "I can't believe that the third Hokage would die. Orochimaru, is he that scary? One of the legendary three ninjas, even the Hokage is no match for him. Oh, damn those Sand Village and Sound Village ninjas." Hearing these discussions, Usagi and Sakura stopped in shock, unable to believe their ears. The third Hokage is dead. How long has it been since? It has been less than half a day since the problems occurred in the Chunin exams, and the third Hokage is already dead. And he was killed by Orochimaru. You are back. At this moment, Hatake Kakashi walked over from a distance, looking solemn and tired. Where's Naruto? Where is he? Didn't you go to help Shikamaru and the others chase the escaped sand ninja? Hearing Kakashi's words, Haruno Sakura quickly explained. Teacher Kakashi, Naruto met a man named Uzumaki Nagato. That man said he was from the Uzumaki clan. After Naruto learned the news, he excitedly followed him and said he wanted to know something. Having said that, he told her what had just happened. Uzumaki Nagato. When Kakashi heard what Haruno Sakura said, his pupils suddenly contracted and he immediately thought of the red-haired man. That guy, is he from the Uzumaki clan? Kakashi-sensei, do you know? Seeing Kakashi's astonishment, Uchiha Sasuke was stunned. Well, they have been to Konoha village before. Kakashi said in a deep voice, not only did the third Hokage die in battle, but the top leaders of Konoha village and advisor Danzo were also surrounded and killed by that person. He is a very dangerous guy. What? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura were shocked. The top leaders of Konoha village were killed by that man with long red hair. As the top leaders of Konoha village, they would not consider this a weakling. So far, there are only a handful of high-ranking female yakshas. Naruto actually met that guy. The next second, Kakashi frowned and muttered, he's actually from the Uzumaki clan, no wonder he has long red hair. At this point, Kakashi was silent for a moment. When he saw Uzumaki Nagato before, he wondered if he was from the Uzumaki clan. I didn't expect it to be true. Then Kakashi-sensei, let's go and bring Naruto back. Uchiha Sasuke said hurriedly, after all, that guy is so dangerous. Do not. Hearing Uchiha Sasuke's words, Kakashi shook his head. Naruto should indeed have the right to know the situation of his own people. That guy would definitely not kill innocent people indiscriminately. He came to Konoha village just to target Danzo. Naruto followed them. Since both sides were members of the Uzumaki clan, he really didn't know what to say. Okay, you guys come and help too, there are a lot of places in Konoha village that need to be reworked right now. Kakashi instructed Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura, you are already ninjas, and you must be responsible for maintaining stability in Konoha village. Yes. Hearing Kakashi's words, Haruno Sakura and Sasuke nodded. He then quickly joined the post-disaster reconstruction work in Konoha village. There are many things that Konoha village needs to do right now. Whether it is the captured ninjas of Sand Village or Sound Village, or the death of the third Hokage and the death of Danzo. Registering the affected villagers, everything requires a lot of manpower. Chapter 231. Konoha village. In a closed bathroom. Orochimaru soaked in the hot spring with a cold look, feeling his hands that were still extremely hot, with an unsightly expression, damn Sarutobi. Lord Orochimaru, I'm sure the people of Konoha village couldn't have imagined that we would return to Konoha village so quickly. Beside him, Kabuto Yakushi helped Orochimaru clean his body and wrapped bandages around his hands, saying softly, the most dangerous place is the safest place. Your opponent is the Hokage who is known as the strongest of the 5 great nations. But you are really amazing, you killed 2 of the 5 Kage in just 2 months. Stop saying these words to comfort me. Hearing what Kabuto Yakushi said, Orochimaru looked at him coldly, otherwise I will kill you. I certainly didn't mean that. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Yakushi Kabuto remained calm and said softly. Although you didn't take down the village, the other target of this operation, Uchiha Sasuke, has been collared by you, although the effect is not significant, you have proven your strength, I believe he will be tempted soon. Hee. Hearing this, Orochimaru's eyes turned grim, I bought you with my hands and all the techniques I learned. If I can get Uchiha Itachi's body, then there will be no problem. But it's a dream that can't be realized because he is stronger than me. That's why I left that organization. And that organization actually came to Konoha today. Thinking of Nagato and Konan coming to Konoha village, Orochimaru's face became gloomy. Even if Uchiha Sasuke comes, I'm afraid he won't be able to let you take it off right away, because he is still young, I conservatively estimate that he needs a few years to grow up. Yakushi Kabuto said softly, Lord Orochimaru, the current problem with your hands must be solved first. I know that Lady Tsunade is in Konoha village, we can first find Lady Tsunade and let her help you with the treatment. After all, we have leverage, don't we? Good. Hearing this, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and said, I'll leave this matter to you, I want the results tonight. Thinking of Tsunade's treatment, even he had to admire it. As ordered. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Kabuto Yakushi nodded slightly. He then turned and left, going down to look for Tsunade. However, when Kabuto Yakushi left, Orochimaru looked grim, and his brows were furrowed as he thought about Nagato and Konan whom he had met today. The people from Akatsuki actually took this opportunity to come to Konoha village and kill Danzo. It was beyond his expectation. But with Pain's strength, why didn't he destroy the entire Konoha? He knew the hatred between the leader of Akatsuki and Konoha village. Konoha was attacked and the Hokage was killed on the spot by him. If Konoha is destroyed then it will be easy. Why didn't Nagato do it? Orochimaru frowned. When Orochimaru thought so. Outside Konoha village. Under a waterfall. Uzumaki Naruto looked at Uzumaki Nagato in front of him and said excitedly, so, the destruction of the Whirlpool country is related to Konoha village. After talking a lot with Nagato, Uzumaki Nagato quickly understood what he wanted. Yes. Uzumaki Nagato said calmly, to be precise, it is related to the Umbu. So you don't need to go to the Water Kingdom. Now here in Konoha village, the leader of the root, Danzo, has been killed by me. Now that Sarutobi Hiruzen is dead, there are only a few high-ranking officials in Konoha, you can continue to stay in Konoha village. There is very little corruption left in Konoha village. As for the rest of the Uzumaki clan, I will mobilize the Akatsuki people to continue to help you search, and then we will gather everyone together. Thank you. Hearing what Uzumaki Nagato said, Uzumaki Naruto looked at Uzumaki Nagato with excitement. He didn't expect that the answer he had been looking for was right here in Nagato. Now we don't even have to go to the Water Kingdom. He didn't think Uzumaki Nagato would lie to him. After all, he could ask Lin Mo directly. And this person also knew Lin Mo. He had just asked him if there was a jar in Konoha village a month ago, and he also knew that this person had opened a jar. This month, Mr. Lin Mo's shop disappeared, and the disappearance also befell this person's Rain village. You can go to Mr. Lin Mo to confirm these. At this time, Uzumaki Naruto was very glad to be able to meet Uzumaki Nagato. When Uzumaki Naruto was excited. Everyday ninja tool shop. Every day, the father and mother touched their daughter in front of them with joy. They had all seen the power that Tian had displayed before. At this time, they also felt more and more that it was worthwhile to follow Mr. Lin Mo every day. Tian narrowed his eyes and told his parents everything he saw and heard in the Rain village, as well as everything he did. He also passed on the information that Danzo had been killed, which made Tenten's father and mother extremely excited. This way, they won't have to worry about being exploited by the root ninjas anymore. They did not see the scene where Danzo was surrounded and killed by Uzumaki Nagato using the Six Paths puppets. But Tian saw it at that time. Wondering in my heart. Then I watched Konan and Nagato leave. She felt that Sister Konan and Uzumaki Nagato would definitely come back to open the jar. And at this moment. In the square under the Hokage rock, the atmosphere in Konoha village was solemn and dignified. The originally bustling village fell into silence due to the departure of the third Hokage, and even the air seemed to be filled with a heavy sadness. The only two remaining advisors of Konoha village, Yutain Koharu and Mito Katoen, were standing on the podium with solemn expressions. They are the decision-makers of the village, shouldering the important task of coordinating the overall situation and managing government affairs. During this turbulent time, all the Jonin and Chunin of Konoha village were quickly summoned to discuss the affairs after the third Hokage's death and the future direction of Konoha. That's the responsibility we shoulder. Mito Katoen whispered, his voice hoarse but firm, now that the Hokage is gone, Konoha cannot be without a leader, we must decide on the new Hokage as soon as possible. Beside him, Yutain Koharu looked at everyone with deep and worried eyes. She knew that the passing of the third Hokage was not only the death of a leader, but also the moment when the pillar of Konoha village's faith collapsed. The village became shaky at this moment. Rebuilding the confidence of the village and selecting the next Hokage has become an urgent task. The Jonin and Chunin around listened in silence. No one spoke, and even their breathing was suppressed, as if they were afraid of breaking the heavy atmosphere. Mito Katoen continued to speak, his words carrying a heavy weight. The most suitable candidates in the village at present are only Jiraiya and Tsunade from among the three ninjas. These two are also in the village. Tsunade is a medical genius in Konoha and has enough strength and reputation, she is a suitable candidate for the Hokage. Beside her, Yutain Koharu nodded slowly and looked around at the Jonin and Chunin present. So our two advisors propose that Jiraiya and Tsunade be the priority candidates for Hokage, and then one of them will be recalled according to the plan. As for the final decision, it depends on who is willing to accept this important task. Having said this, he paused, his tone slightly helpless, and continued, this is an extraordinary period, everyone, if there is no objection, we will start making arrangements. No consent. I agree. Both Tsunade-sama and Jiraiya-sama are disciples of Hokage-sama. The ninjas present had no objection to the advisor's proposal and expressed their agreement. Time flies. The whole afternoon passed. Evening time. Everyone present was discussing, and finally agreed to arrange someone to find Tsunade and Jiraiya. At the same time, it was decided that the whole village would hold the funeral of the third Hokage tomorrow to see him off and to reinvigorate faith in the village. After everything was finalized, the Jonin and Chunin present gradually dispersed. They are still needed for the finishing work of Konoha village. Let's go, I have already ordered people to find Jiraiya as soon as possible. Watching everyone leave, Mito Katoen said calmly. Jiraiya intercepted the ninjas from the sand village outside Konoha village before, and Tsunade dealt with another summoning beast of Orochimaru. They should be in the cemetery now, let's go find Jiraiya first. Damn Orochimaru. As he spoke, Mizuto Menyen cursed softly. Not only Sarutobi, Danzo went there too. Yutain Koharu sighed, there is not even a single root ninja left in Konoha, only the Umbu are left, now the fate of the village is up to us. Fortunately, Jiraiya and Tsunade are in Konoha village, let's go find them first. Mito Katoen and Yutain Koharu chatted as they walked towards the bathroom in Konoha. When I arrived here, I saw a sneaky figure squatting in a dark corner, looking into the bathroom with a telescope in hand. Jiraiya, you're doing this boring thing again. Looking at Jiraiya, Mizuto Menen's eyelids twitched violently. You know, the third generation just passed away this morning, and many places in Konoha village were destroyed. Even after spending an entire afternoon cleaning up, there was still a mess. But it is said that Jiraiya, one of the 3 great ninjas, actually had the time to peep at women bathing here. You know, Sarutobi Hiruzen is Jiraiya's teacher. I'm just collecting material. Hearing this, Jiraiya looked melancholy. You don't know how anxious I am to get materials right now. He felt very upset when he thought that no one had bought the Intimate Paradise in the bookstore this month, while the books in the Ninja Aben series continued to sell well. But is there anything the 2 consultants want to talk to me about? The next second, Jiraiya continued without turning his head, there should be a lot of work for you to do in Konoha right now. What are you saying? Hearing this, Midaman Yen said in a sad tone, you should have guessed it without us telling you. The power of Konoha village has been reduced to a certain extent. In this situation, the first thing to do is to assume what to do if there is a greater crisis. After all the S-rank rebel ninjas from the Akatsuki organization gathered this afternoon, no one in the entire Konoha village can stop those 2, Danzo is also there. What is happening today is bound to spread to other countries, and every neighboring country is likely to take bold action. So we decided to gather elites from various divisions, including Chunin, to form an emergency executive committee until the village recovers its strength. This requires a trustworthy and powerful ninja to guide us. We need a 5th Hokage, what do you think? I'm sorry, but this position is not suitable for me. Why not find Tsunade instead of me? After all, Tsunade has opened a shop in Konoha, and she has been back for a month. Compared to me who has no strength at all, the clever Princess Tsunade should be more suitable to be the Hokage. I understand. Hearing this, Midaman N nodded. In that case, we will go find Tsunade. If you have any ideas, you can always come back to us. After saying that, Midaman N and Utane Koharu left. Now that they knew Jiraiya's answer, there was no need for them to stay any longer. Let's continue to look for Tsunade. They thought the same as what Jiraiya said. Oh, it's true. Looking at the 2 people leaving, Jiraiya shook his head and continued to collect materials. At the same time, the other side. In front of the jar shop. Didn't Lin Mo come back? Why is the door still closed? The shops have reappeared. Today, Tian that kid also showed up. Maybe he's busy with something in there. Hearing Tsunade's words, Shizen hesitated for a moment and said, it is possible that he has gone out. Lady Tsunade, should we continue to wait? Just keep waiting. After hearing what Shizen said, Tsunade was silent for a moment, then nodded and said, it's nothing anyway, so it doesn't hurt to wait. I thought to myself that I haven't opened a jar for a month. Tian, who left with Lin Mo, showed a strength today that was comparable to hers. She is still shocked. If she hadn't been at home looking for her parents every day, she would have wanted to ask what good things Tian had found in the past month. After all, if you open the cans for a month, you will definitely find a lot of things. Compared to this, Lady Tsunade, I think we need to consider another matter. Beside him, Shizen hesitated and said, this afternoon, Midaman arranged for a ninja to come to us to make sure that we will not leave Konoha village in the short term. If nothing unexpected happens, he should ask you to be the person in charge of Konoha village. That means you will be the 5th Hokage. After all, the only candidates who can succeed the Hokage in Konoha are you and Jiraiya. Hokage. I don't want to be one, what's the point of being one? It's so annoying that I want to die. But now, there is no one else in Konoha village except you and Jiraiya. Shizen shook her head and said, the son of the 3rd Hokage is only a jonin until now, although he has the status, his strength is not enough, he is not as good as you, whether it is your fame or strength, you are the only 5th Hokage. Jiraiya's personality means he will never be able to become Hokage. And Lady Tsunade, I think it's a good thing that you serve as the 5th Hokage. Having said this, Shizen paused. Okay. Hearing this, Tsunade raised an eyebrow and looked over, what do you mean? Why are you saying this all of a sudden? Because you will be in Konoha village all the time, whether you are opening jars or making money. Shizen said softly, and Jiraiya can't stay in Konoha village forever, you are the most suitable candidate for the 5th Hokage. Besides that, Konoha can now start over. Because Danzo is dead, all the root ninjas have been wiped out, leaving only a few scattered ANBU members. If you become the 5th Hokage, you can eliminate most of the darkness in the village and take certain power into your own hands. And after becoming the Hokage, you will have the opportunity to transform Konoha, because when you open a can, you may find something like a KTV, these things can be used as welfare for the villagers of Konoha village. At the same time, you need money to open the jars, and being a Hokage will allow you to make money better. All you have to do is take on the title of Hokage in Konoha village. You're going to be in the village anyway, so why not serve as the 5th Hokage? Hearing Shizen's words, Tsunade's eyes gradually brightened, you're right. He has no interest in being Hokage. But she was very interested in making money as a Hokage. And without Root Danzo, he wouldn't need to worry about the jar shop. You can even promote Mr. Lin Mo's jar shop and arrange for ninjas from Konoha village to open the jars. In this way, Lin Mo can sell the jars while further strengthening the strength of the ninjas in Konoha village. It would be great if we could build some facilities that would benefit the villagers. The price of exquisite jars alone is higher than that of ordinary jars. Not to mention the jars on top of that. If you don't have money, you can't even open the jar. But once you become Hokage, you will have more opportunities to make money. Right. Shizen smiled brightly upon hearing Tsunade's words, knowing that she had convinced Lady Tsunade. We have been in Konoha village. Currently, we have to ask the Hyuga clan for money when we open the jars. It is not good to continue like this. Shizen continued, but as the Hokage, you can start your own business and make money without harming the interests of the villagers of Konoha. It's more convenient than if you weren't the Hokage. Ah. Hearing this, Tsunade nodded. I understand. Princess Tsunade. Just when Tsunade and Shizen were communicating, Mightyman N and Utane Koharu were walking towards them from a distance. When he saw Tsunade, he nodded and said, "You are here after all." Although they didn't understand why Tsunade and her assistant Shizen stopped in front of a closed store, it didn't stop them from coming. "You're here to ask me to be the 5th Hokage." Tsunade raised her eyebrows when she saw Mitokado N and Utane Koharu arriving. "I was just chatting with Jingyin, I didn't expect her to come so soon." Immediately, without waiting for the two to continue speaking, Tsunade nodded and said, "No problem." Mightyman N. Utane Koharu. After hearing Tsunade's words, both Utane Koharu and Mitokado N had confusion in their eyes. So smooth. It went smoothly and they didn't even have to play the emotional card, but Tsunade agreed. For a moment, many of the words they were about to say were instantly blocked in their hearts. Chapter 232. Then they looked at each other and smiled with a hint of relief. Since Tsunade had agreed so readily to become the 5th Hokage, then all was well. Although they didn't understand why Tsunade agreed so readily, the two were also afraid that Tsunade would go back on her word. Immediately, Utane Koharu made the decision. In that case, Princess Tsunade, we will quickly arrange the relevant matters to ensure that the succession of the Hokage is seamless. Beside him, Mito Katakomen also spoke up. We will complete the preparations as soon as possible. The village needs a strong leader, and you, Princess Tsunade, are our best choice. The succession ceremony will be held in these 2 days. After saying that, the two advisors nodded slightly to Tsunade and turned to leave. Their pace seemed even more hurried in the night. Are you afraid that I will regret it? Tsunade looked odd as she saw the two men hurriedly leaving to make arrangements. Since she has decided to become the queen, there is no way she can regret it. Congratulations, Lady Tsunade. At this time, a light laugh was heard. I saw Hyuga Hayashi walking over with Hyuga Hinata, Hyuga Niji, and Hyuga Hanabi. He also heard the conversation between Tsunade and Utane Koharu just now. So after the two left, he was the first to come and congratulate Tsunade. Tsunade's appointment as the 5th Hokage will only bring benefits and no harm to the Hyuga clan. After all, Hanabi is Tsunade-sama's disciple. When Lady Tsunade abdicates, I will take the position of Hokage. If nothing unexpected happens, it will definitely fall into the hands of the Hyuga clan. Thinking of this, Hinata Hayashi's smile became even brighter. After I succeed the Hokage, I will still need the cooperation of the Hayashi clan leader. Hearing what Hyuga Hayashi said, Tsunade nodded and greeted Hyuga Hayashi in advance. No problem. Hinata nodded. Where's brother Lin Mo? Hinata Hanabi looked at the closed jar shop, scratched her head, and said, It's not open yet. Let's wait. Hinata Hayashi chuckled and said, He will definitely open the door at night. At the same time. The other side. In a large hot spring bath in Konoha village, Lin Mo was leisurely soaking in the hot spring pool. The hot steam surrounded him, making him feel refreshed. The temperature of the water was just right, and the slight heat spread across his cheeks and skin, making him want to take a deep breath. I've been in Konoha village for a month, and I finally got to soak in the hot springs. Comfortable. This is life. Lin Mo stretched his body with satisfaction, closed his eyes and felt the warm spring embrace him. A comfortable smile appeared on his face. He was not surprised by the death of the 3rd Hokage. But it was beyond his expectation that Danzo Shimura was surrounded and killed by Nagato using the 6 Paths puppets. In today's Konoha village, there is no risk for him to open a store. But if Nagato and Konan come to open the jars and bring their summoning beasts, there will be a lot of commotion at night. Besides that, Hinata Hayashi and his team will definitely come to open the cans tonight, so there will be a large number of cans to sell. It's so comfortable to be stronger again. Lin Mo thought so while listening to the sound of gurgling water. Time passed quietly. After Lin Mo soaked in the hot spring for a long and relaxing time, he left the hot spring and returned to the jar shop with a satisfied look on his face. When I stepped to the door of the store, I saw Tsunade, Hyuga Hayashi, Hyuga Hanabi and others gathered together, as if they had been waiting for a long time. As Lin Mo walked back, Hinata Hanabi, who had been waiting in the distance, jumped over impatiently, her eyes sparkling and her face filled with excitement. Before Lin Mo could even open his mouth, Hinata Hanabi had already thrown herself into his arms, hugging him tightly with her arms, as if she had met a long-lost relative. The next second, Hua Hua raised her head and shouted with a smile, "Brother Lin Mo, I miss you so much." "Oh. Are you missing me, or do you want to open the jar?" Hearing this, Hanabi was stunned for a moment, and the smile on her face gradually turned a blush. He lowered his head slightly and muttered softly, "No, it's not, it's just a little bit." After saying this rare shyness made people around him couldn't help laughing. Even Hyuga Hayashi coughed lightly to hide the smile on his lips. Tsunade looked at Lin Mo who had returned inside. "You are finally back. God knows how she managed to survive this month without opening the jars." Hinata Hayashi also came forward, looked at Lin Mo with respect and expectation, and said, "Mr. Lin Mo, I have prepared the money for opening the jars today, and I am here to open the exquisite jars." When Hinata Hayashi respectfully expressed his wish to open the jar to Lin Mo. Far away. In the dark shadow corner, a pair of flickering eyes stared at the scene. Kabuto Yakushi slowly pushed Orochimaru who was sitting in a wheelchair, hiding in the dark, and observing the scene calmly. When seeing this scene, there was surprise in his eyes. The same goes for Orochimaru. Looking at Lin Mo who was surrounded, Orochimaru's eyes were sharp and deep, his brows were slightly wrinkled, and his eyes showed confusion and interest. That guy actually managed to get Hyuga Hayashi of Konoha village to lead his daughter and Tsunade to wait together. Tsunade and Shizune have been standing at the door of this store, waiting for this guy. Orochimaru's eyes were full of inquiry, as if every detail aroused his strong curiosity about Lin Mo's identity. But the next second, Orochimaru's expression changed slightly, and he subconsciously turned his head to look in another direction. "I saw 3 figures walking over there. It was Konan, Uzumaki Nagato, and Uzumaki Naruto." Seeing this scene, Orochimaru's expression changed. Haven't these 2 guys already left Konoha? Why are they here again? At this moment, Hyuga Hayashi also saw Nagato and Konan approaching, and his expression instantly became nervous. After all, one of these 2 was a strong man who attacked Danzo on the streets of Konoha village. His actions were decisive and fierce, and he surrounded and killed Danzo Shimura of Konoha village. Uzumaki Naruto, who was standing next to Nagato, waved his hands excitedly, ran to Hyuga Hayashi and the others, and hurriedly explained, "Everyone, this is Nagato from the Uzumaki clan, he is my eldest brother. He's here to open the cans, too, he knows Mr. Lin Mo, so don't worry." A member of the Uzumaki clan? Hearing this, Hinata Hayashi's eyelids twitched. He took a look at Uzumaki Nagato's red hair. Tsunade also narrowed her eyes. She knew that the Uzumaki clan was destroyed and its members were scattered across the ninja world. "I just didn't expect that there would be such a strong person among the Uzumaki clan." But when they saw Uzumaki Nagato and Lin Mo speaking, their expressions eased a little. As expected, Mr. Lin Mo had left Konoha village with the shop for a month, and these 2 had opened the jars during this month. Although Tsunade was wary of Nagato and Konan, she trusted Lin Mo more. He immediately nodded slightly to Uzumaki Nagato and Konan, as if to say hello. "Ah." Seeing Uzumaki Nagato and Konan coming, Lin Mo nodded and said, "Since you are all here, don't stand outside, let's see how lucky everyone is today." When saying this, Lin Mo had a smile on his face. Because he knew that today, Hyuga Hayashi, Hyuga Hanabi, and Hyuga Hinata all opened exquisite jars. This means he gets to have good stuff too. Then he opened the door of the jar shop and let everyone in. However, as soon as he came in, Lin Mo saw Orochimaru outside the store through the true sight guard, and his expression became strange. This guy hasn't left Konoha village yet. At this time. Outside the jar shop. A dark street. Kabuto Yakushi slowly pushed Orochimaru, looked at the scene, narrowed his eyes, and asked in a low voice, "Lord Orochimaru, what should we do now?" Orochimaru pondered for a moment, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth, his eyes stayed in the direction of the kin shop, and whispered, "Let's see what secrets these guys have first. Disguise yourself and let's go in too. Don't worry about the danger, just use the transformation technique." "Yes." Hearing Orochimaru's words, Kabuto Yakushi nodded slightly. He then put on a black robe, pulled up his hood, and completely hid his face in shadow. Then, Yakushi Kabuto quickly formed seals with his hands, a puff of smoke rose, and his appearance suddenly changed, turning into that of a stranger. After making sure that he was completely disguised, he continued to help Orochimaru disguise himself. After doing all this and making sure there were no problems, Kabuto Yakushi pushed Orochimaru in the wheelchair and approached the jar shop step by step. Lin Mo, can I ask if Tian has opened anything related to resurrection this month? As soon as they entered the jar shop, Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi heard Tsunade's question. At this time, Tsunade was looking at Lin Mo seriously. I can understand why this child burst out with such powerful strength today. She wanted to know more whether Tian had given out anything like resurrection. Although she could ask Tian was not there now, so she could only ask Lin Mo first. She thought that this question should be nothing and Lin Mo would answer it. After all, if Lin Mo didn't answer, she could ask Tian when Tian came. She also has a good relationship with Tian. No. Lin Mo shook his head gently. This kind of thing is not so easy to open, even if it is a delicate jar. This child can already open delicate jars. Tsunade sighed after hearing Lin Mo's words. As they were expressing their feelings, the people present suddenly saw Kabuto Yakushi pushing Orochimaru in, and they all looked suspicious. Who are these two guys? Pushing a wheelchair over here. They didn't know him at all and had no impression of him. Lin Mo looked at Kabuto Yakushi and Orochimaru who came in, and instantly saw through their disguises, shaking his head and laughing. I didn't expect these two people would have the courage to come in. But Lin Mo didn't care, he was here to open the can anyway. Those who come are guests. Since Orochimaru was in disguise, he wouldn't tell anyone. A jar. To open a resurrection. At this time, Orochimaru's eyelids twitched when he heard these words. Why didn't he understand something? Although I know all the words. Mr. Lin Mo, if I summon the spirit beast to open the jar, will it affect you? At this time, Uzumaki Nagato spoke softly. He and Xiaonan had no problem opening the jar, but he was afraid that his summoned beast would cause trouble for Lin Mo when opening the jar. It's okay. After hearing what Uzumaki Nagato said, Lin Mo shook his head. It's okay if it affects you. It only affects Konoha. If possible, could you please be quieter? Beside them, Tsunade spoke up, the Leaf Village cannot be frightened again at night. Thinking of how powerful Uzumaki Nagato was, Tsunade could also guess that the summoned beast might not be simple, so she spoke in advance. Hearing Tsunade's words, Uzumaki Nagato nodded slightly. Since this person knows Lin Mo, it's not wrong for me to give him some face. Then, Uzumaki Nagato went out to prepare the summoning beast. Uzumaki Naruto couldn't wait to take out the money and said, Shopkeeper, this is the money for me to open the jar, I'll open the jar first. Shizun, Tsunade, Hyuga Hayashi and others who were present all brought people with them when they opened the jars. He was alone and couldn't wait to open the jar. And Uzumaki Nagato and Konan were also there. If I opened the jar later, I would probably have to wait. It is good. As Lin Mo nodded and took the money, Uzumaki Naruto quickly picked out 10 ordinary jars. Looking at the 10 jars in front of him, Uzumaki Naruto excitedly smashed the first one. Boom! The first jar broke and a bag of Momotaro rice balls fell out. Ah, it's Momotaro rice ball. Looking at this thing, Uzumaki Naruto scratched his head, my luck is a bit bad. Orochimaru, who witnessed all this, suddenly had his pupils shrink. So this is how the rice ball in this little kid's hand came from. So, the power that this little kid displayed before also came from this? At this moment, Orochimaru completely understood what everyone had just said, and his eyes flashed with unprecedented desire. Watching Uzumaki Naruto put away the Momotaro rice ball and continue to smash the second jar to get the storage ring, Orochimaru's inner desire burned like fire. Mr. Lin Mo, can anything be prescribed? Thinking of how everyone had addressed Lin Mo just now, Orochimaru could no longer hold back and spoke in a hoarse voice with uncontrollable excitement. This guy has never opened a can. Hearing this, the eyelids of the people present twitched and they instantly looked at Orochimaru. They thought this guy had opened the can. Now it seems that it has never been opened. Who is it? When Lin Mo heard what Orochimaru said, he smiled faintly and nodded slightly, yes, whether it is restoring both hands or resurrecting the dead, it can be done. These words exploded like thunder in Orochimaru's ears. Orochimaru's pupils suddenly shrank, and a hint of shock flashed across his eyes. At this moment, he clearly felt that Lin Mo's gaze was deep and insightful, as if he could see through his heart. This one recognized me. But the next second, Orochimaru was shocked and angry again. If resurrection is possible here, then wouldn't all his hard planning, manipulation, and even hunting down 3 generations be a joke? Sarutobi Hiruzen, did he kill him in vain? Thinking of all this, Orochimaru's face turned dark. No, that's not right. Soon, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and adjusted his mentality. No killing was in vain. This shop is magical, and the jar is even more magical, but resurrection is not so easy to achieve. Compared to resurrection, it is much easier to restore your hands by yourself. In addition to this, you can continue to prescribe ninjutsu and learn it instantly. This jar is worth 100,000 taels, and even the ninjas of Konoha village are not diligent enough to open it. Even if Tsunade succeeded as the 5th Hokage, the person she wanted to resurrect would not be Sarutobi Hiruzen. His hands would probably have recovered long before Sarutobi Hiruzen was resurrected. When Sarutobi Hiruzen is resurrected, he will just have to kill him again. You don't need to worry about things that may not happen. Thinking of this, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. He also has the 4 sound ninjas, and he can order them to give him good things to restore himself, so he has a greater chance of recovering his hands. When Orochimaru thought so, there was also desire in the eyes of Yakushi Kabuto who was behind him. Is there such a magical jar in this world? Just then, there was a slight bang-bang sound coming from outside. The sound is not harsh. But along with this low sound came huge spiritual beasts. The size of each summoned beast blocked out the sun and their huge figures filled the streets. Although they are arranged extremely neatly, they still give people a sense of oppression, like an invisible wave rolling up, which is terrifying. Ordinary people walking the streets of Konoha village were the first to notice these changes. Seeing huge creatures appear in their sight, many people instinctively showed looks of panic. They began to retreat home in groups of 3 or 4. Some people even ran away with their children in their arms. At the same time, the ninjas in Konoha village quickly noticed something unusual. Summoning beasts appeared one after another, accompanied by strong chakra fluctuations, which instantly attracted them. And this scale has never been seen before. Some ninjas immediately chose to run and report to the higher-ups, and the entire Konoha was suddenly shrouded in a tense atmosphere. Why are there so many psychic beasts over there? Asuma Sarutobi was the first to arrive at the scene. Looking at the long line in front of him, his eyes were full of disbelief. Especially looking at these huge monsters, they are silently lined up on a street, as if waiting for something. You know, even he hasn't contracted any of these huge spiritual beasts. Even in the world of psychic beasts, it is rarely seen on ordinary days. But now it is so crowded. And don't ninjas usually contract a summoning beast? Why are there dozens of them here? The most important thing is, to summon so many summoned beasts, how exaggerated is the chakra. Even if he is the Hokage, he wouldn't contract so many summoning beasts. Especially these spiritual beasts, which exude a strong aura. One of them is not a weak chunin. Not only Sarutobi Asuma was shocked, but the gathered Umbun ninjas and other Konoha village ninjas were also shocked. Might Guy and Kakashi also rushed over, their eyes fixed in the direction of these summoned beasts. Suddenly, Might Guy thought of something, turned around and whispered to Kakashi beside him, "Kakashi, do you think that direction looks familiar?" "Have." Kakashi whispered, "Yes, that direction should be the direction of the jar shop." As he spoke, Kakashi's eyes fell on the neatly lined up summoned beasts. A hint of understanding gradually appeared in his eyes, and his expression was strange. It seems that someone must have used a summoned beast to open the jar. This is too exaggerated. Hearing this, Might Guy took a deep breath. Not to mention who could have contracted and summoned so many spirit beasts, just searching for them would probably take a lot of effort, right? Besides, it costs a lot of money to open the jar. An ordinary jar costs 100,000 taels, with so many spiritual beasts, it would cost tens of millions of taels. Looking at the 20 or so summoned beasts, Might Guy was shocked. Whether it is the number of summoned beasts or the money required, it is an astronomical figure. Who is so rich and powerful? It should be related to Mr. Lin Mo's departure from Konoha village for a month. Kakashi said helplessly, "It seems that after Mr. Lin Mo's return, the jar shop will cause a sensation again. I'm afraid that in the days to come, this street will become the focus of Konoha. This is not good news." Ugh. Hearing Kakashi's words, Might Guy also sighed. While the two were talking, the ninjas and villagers of Konoha village gradually reacted and saw that the entire street was filled with discussions and uneasy emotions. Although there were a lot of spirit beasts and they looked scary, the sight of those huge spirit beasts quietly lining up in a row made everyone stop and watch involuntarily. This strange scene was almost unprecedented in Konoha village, and a feeling of anticipation and tension spread among the crowd. As the night goes by, The huge spiritual beasts gradually disappeared, and the whole street returned to peace. The villagers in Konoha village who liked to watch the excitement were also evacuated. At the same time, in order to maintain stability, the memorial ceremony for Sarutobi Hiruzen tomorrow was immediately announced. There was also the ceremony for Tsunade to become the 5th Hokage, which kept countless villagers of Konoha village awake all night. Asuma Sarutobi and the others wanted to investigate as the summoned beast disappeared, but they saw Nagato Uzumaki and Konan coming out, and they all felt as if they were facing a great enemy. In the end, I could only watch the two of them leave. Soon, they saw Hinata Hayashi and others coming out. Finally, Tsunade and Shizen walked out of the street and decided to evacuate the crowd first. Although Asuma Sarutobi was confused and wanted to investigate, Tsunade had no intention of explaining. Instead, she said that she would announce something after she succeeded as Hokage and sent away all the ninjas present. They have already learned from Mito Kato-en and Yutain Koharu that the 5th Hokage is Tsunade. Even if Tsunade hasn't become one now, she is prepared for it. Although I was confused, I had no choice but to leave. When it was late at night, I went to that street again, but found that there was nothing special about it, so I had to give up temporarily. The next day, Konoha village held a memorial ceremony for Sarutobi Hiruzen. At the same time, news of the collapse that occurred during yesterday's Chunin exam spread throughout the ninja world in an instant. The Kazekage of the Sand Village was hunted down by Orochimaru, and his body was found by the ninjas of the Sand Village. Orochimaru pretends to be the Kazekage and participates in the Chunin exam of Konoha village. Sarutobi Hiruzen died in battle, Shimura Danzo was also killed, and a girl in Konoha burst out with the strength of a Kage-level warrior. The Sand Village announced that this was a conspiracy controlled by Orochimaru alone, and surrendered to the Kage-level village of Konoha. After a day and a night of fermentation, this information has appeared on the desks of Kage-level ninjas in the ninja villages of major countries. Interesting, Konoha is going through turmoil again. Will Sarutobi Hiruzen be hunted down by Orochimaru? Orochimaru is really brave. He even killed the Kazekage and elite guards of the Sand Village. He killed 2 Kage-level people in half a month. Is he really that strong? TSK, the old man Danzo Shimura, the head of Konoha village, is also dead. Doesn't this mean that Konoha village has no high-end combat power? Princess Tsunade will succeed the 5th Hokage. Jiraiya will also appear in Konoha village. Dozens of powerful summoning beasts lined up obediently on the streets of Konoha village late at night. It seems that Konoha is in a hurry. They even fabricated a story about a 12-year-old girl who participated in the Chunin exam and possessed the strength of a Kage. She also easily suppressed the one-tailed Jinchuriki of the Sand Village. Does this mean that they have nothing else to show for it? Looking at the information in front of them, the top leaders of the Mist Shadow Village, the Iwagakure Village, and the Thunder Cloud Village all sneered at the same time. Although they were surprised by the first piece of news, the following 2 pieces of news were too ridiculous. This is probably fake news fabricated by Konoha in order to preserve what's left of its prestige. With sneers, all countries decided to join forces to put pressure on Konoha village to verify this rumor. The turmoil in Konoha village has set off a new storm in the 5 major countries. End of first volume. The second volume was not found.